Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. You join us for round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. And as shown by that driver there spinning at the final corner, it's rather damp today here for round number 3. You wouldn't have guessed it was May, would you, here at Whilton Mill? It's incredibly wet for today's action, but often these kind of conditions can produce some very exciting racing. So make sure you stick around with us for the entire day of action. My name is John Ratcliff. Joining me in the commentary box today for the first time at Whilton Mill Kart Club, the first time on Alpha Live, Mr. Charlie Ellis. Charlie, how are you doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. How are you, John?
I'm good,
very excited. Very excited for today. Yeah, round 3 here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. The first 2 rounds have definitely been an exciting one, and keep the momentum going. We can. I'm very much looking forward to today.
It's going to be good, mate. I'm great to have you along with us. Of course, lots of different names joining the comms team throughout this season for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's great to see lots of new names and faces coming through the ranks of commentary and getting involved. And Charlie's got lots of experience down at Kimbolton and with a few other championships. And of course, Charlie races himself as well, so going to give us the inside knowledge of what the racers are thinking out there on circuit. Now, as shown on your graphics in front of you, and as I mentioned already, it's not looking great in terms of weather for today. No sunbathing. I know we saw some sun a couple of weeks ago, but sadly that's not really stuck around here in the UK. And a bit overcast to start this morning. There's definitely a bit of rain, a bit of moisture in the air, and that's going to make it very interesting. Luckily, unlike some arrive and drive championships like Club 100, where you have to use slick tyres all the time, these drivers luckily are allowed to use these wet tyres, and they're definitely going to get some good use today, aren't they, Charlie?
Well, they got the pleasure, of course. Yeah, so obviously, there's a couple of drivers off there. Hopefully they can get their cart sorted before the first heats, which are coming up very shortly. But it's wet tyres, slick tyres, whatever you want.
You've got to be a bit crazy to go out on the slick tyres, I think, today.
Later today, you never know.
Maybe you're being very optimistic already this morning, Charlie, which I like to see. But we will wait and see. As you mentioned, we are still only in the practices at the moment, the warm-ups, and we've already got a few drivers taking some excursions off circuit, whether that was incidents, whether that was just carts breaking down or whatnot. We'll have to wait and see as we go through into the day's action. But hopefully all those drivers making it out all okay, and we'll see them back out for the heats shortly. But always great to be back at the Whilton Mill circuit. What a circuit it is, and of course, only for this year, we had the new final corner installed, didn't we? The new final section. Mixed reviews, I'd say, from the drivers, but overall a positive addition to the circuit, and it completely changes the lap. I don't know if have you driven the new corner yet?
No, I haven't. Today was actually my first time ever seeing it.
Really? In real life?
Yeah. So I haven't actually seen this. So, I mean, this morning, turned up and had a little look, and I was actually surprised how tight it is. It's actually a really, really tight complex, and so it really tests the driver's ability around the Whilton Mill circuit, and I mean the rest of the track itself. I mean, it's one of the most iconic circuits in the UK for karting, and I mean that's why we've obviously got the big grid here. I think over 250 drivers here this weekend, so it's all to play for here at round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Exactly, yeah, iconic. That's definitely the word to use for this incredible kart circuit. And there you see the pictures on your screen, courtesy of Alpha Live. There is the new final sector. I mean, the drivers have had a lot of experience now getting used to this, so no excuses through this part of the circuit. But I have actually driven the circuit myself, only in a rental car. But yeah, very tricky new last section, and particularly the last final right-hander as well. The water doesn't clear very well from that part of the circuit, so even if it's starting to grip up in other places, that final corner is super slippery still. So we'll see drivers getting it very wide and squeaky through the last corner, and I'm sure heading out to that exit curb on the outside as well onto the rumble strip, kicking up all that water out of the rumble strip and then making it even more slippery for everyone else that's coming in behind them. So it should be interesting, as we say. Makes for some interesting racing, and we'll see who takes to these conditions the best. Now, I believe 7 classes out on circuit today. Is it 7, 8? No, I can't even remember off the top of my head. We've got so many classes at Whilton Mill Kart Club, and as you mentioned, so many drivers as well. Over 250 drivers on the entry list for today, and some bumper grids and also some split grids as well for a couple of the classes. Junior Max and Junior X30 having split grids for today, and that just means the drivers need to be even more aggressive in getting through and making sure they get into those A finals. If you don't get into the A final, you've got that second opportunity in a B final, but of course only the top 4 from the B final go through into those A finals, and that's when it can get quite scrappy out there. Drivers trying to make sure they get into those top 4 spots. And hey, we're here, sitting back, ready to enjoy it.
Yeah, the B finals are going to be very exciting today. I mean, they're always exciting. You can't go wrong with a B final. Yeah, everyone battling out for that top 4 spot. Just seen a Senior X30 warm-up going out right now. These drivers taken to the circuit, using the warm-up to learn the track, learn how the conditions are. Oh, well, that driver's learned something. That's the number 30. I think that's Leo Robinson. He's definitely learned not to spin there in the future.
Exactly, yeah. Facing the wrong direction is never ideal to start the day. But hey, I do believe this is still a warm-up session. So if you're going to do it at any point in the day, do it in the warm-up session, right?
Exactly. That's what the warm-up's all about.
Exactly. You got to push it to the limit, and sometimes, as that driver found out, got to push it a little bit past the limit to find out where those limits are, and then during the racing.
Now they're quite close so far. That's what I've already worked out from this warm-up. These drivers are really going to have to fight against each other today. Bumper to bumper is always exciting for the commentators, and especially for all the audience watching, either from Alpha Live or from the circuit itself. There's quite a lot of battling going on into the Christmas corner there. There's a few drivers on your screen just in the back part. There you go. Mixture of lines here at Whilton Mill. There's some drivers taking to that outside line. You see some of the drivers taking that inside line, using the curb to get that kart rotated. And it's going to be a mixture today. We're going to really see who can master the wet conditions here at Whilton Mill.
Exactly. Well, a lot of the drivers having a lot of experience around here in the wet, so not really any excuses. But as you mentioned, there can often be some differing lines, and it will be interesting to see which the drivers end up finding is the quicker route around the circuit. But then again, as we go through the day, those conditions might change, and then whatever is the fastest line might change as well. So it's also about that adaptability, isn't it? How the drivers can take to those different conditions, and if we have those changing lines, a changing level of grip throughout the race, which driver is able to be the most confident, the most aggressive in changing up their style and moving on to those new lines the quickest?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the track's going to be changing every lap now, especially as it's going to stop raining soon. There's a driver off there. That's the 115. Let's see if we can. That's a Hugo Haynes. So problems there for the Birra. Comes on right in front of another driver, manages to avoid. But yeah, I mean, the track is changing every lap, so it's really going to be a testament to the drivers to see who can learn the track the quickest. I mean, they're going to have done test days here. A lot of drivers have done a few past rounds, so they know how the track's going to be in different conditions. It's just about finding that time where no one else can, using different stuff like taking curbs that you really shouldn't be in different conditions, and doing all sorts. This last sector though, I'm really enjoying it so far. I've only seen a couple laps of it, and I mean you can just see them nibbling the curb on that entry. There's a check flag gone out for the Senior X30 warm-ups. But I mean, just watching those first few laps, I think we're up for something here.
Yeah, it's going to be good fun. It definitely is going to be good fun. You saw that the drivers coming in super hot into that last section, almost sideways into the first left, getting that bit of rotation, as you say, just kissing that inside curb to get a little bit of rotation around the corner and then chucking it straight into the right-hander. Great to see, but it's going to be one of those days where the smallest of mistakes gets quickly punished by the drivers behind you as you're all trying to find that extra grip. Now, as you mentioned, Senior X30 warm-up now completed. We've got one more warm-up still to come. It's the Senior Rotaxes who'll be out for their warm-up in a few moments. We are a few minutes behind schedule this morning, just with a few issues out on track earlier. But top of that session, I was going to say that it was Harry Torpy, the Torpedo, who was at the top of the timing at the end of that warm-up, and a name that we often recognise. But Jack Cox just grabbing that fastest time there, and we've got we've got an audience today here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. The sheep up on the hill, and they're going to be treated to some good racing. But as you can see, a lot of them sitting down. They're betting themselves in for the long haul here at Whilton Mill, because we do get through the action here. A lot of heats and then a lot of finals as well. So a lot of racing action, and the sheep are going to be, I was going to say on the edge of their seat, but I guess on the edge of their hill.
I couldn't tell you.
Well, as you can tell there, beautiful camera shots here. Look at that. The Alpha Live camera operators not only good at focusing on karts flying around a circuit, but also some beautiful nature shots as well.
Oh, gotta love nature, can you?
Country File will soon be live on Alpha Live. We'll be covering all the action from the beautiful countryside that is the UK at the moment. But sadly, as I mentioned in the little intro, you wouldn't expect it to be. We're nearly in June now. now. It's ridiculous that we are still experiencing this horrible weather in the UK at the moment. We're hoping that at some point it's going to clear up and we're going to see some nice sunshine, but when that's going to come, I don't know. We don't have too long to worry about it because today, that's all that matters, and today, it's not very nice.
Well, I thought that was an expectation versus reality. I mean, you saw the sunshine with the flower, and now we've got, you know, a dull Sunday, as you would expect on a British day. And there we go. There's the senior Rotax warm-ups going out, and obviously, yeah, learning the track. Because obviously, it's going to have changed a lot from how it was yesterday. I mean, we had the qualifyings and some practice sessions on the Saturday where the drivers really got to toe with the circuit, and they're definitely going to be looking at different conditions throughout today. They're going to have a mixture of wet conditions, and then hopefully later today a bit of dry conditions. And you can see a mixture of people wearing their wetsuits and making sure not to get their normal suits soaked up.
Indeed, yeah, you definitely need those wetsuits today. We've got one driver already experiencing some issues at the top of the circuit. I think potentially just slowing down, allowing the rest of the drivers through and finding some clear air for themselves, which is not a bad idea in these very quick practice sessions. And you say about potentially some dry running later on. I think that's quite optimistic from you today, Charlie. At least looking at the Met Office data, we're looking at thunderstorms between midday and 2 o'clock, and then pretty much heavy rain throughout the entire afternoon. So, if we see slick tyres today, the Met Office have been very, very wrong in their predictions of the weather. But I think we can expect that it is going to stay pretty similar throughout today. Even though we've got some awful weather here today, still great to see so many people taking to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit, enjoying the racing action and cheering on their competitors who are out on circuit, whether that be kids, fellow other people in their team, family members, whatnot. Great to see so many people enjoying the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, and of course huddled up there around the bistro where you can also get some fantastic food and drink as well.
I had a lovely breakfast wrap from there.
Oh yeah,
absolutely bang on.
I would need to hear the full review. I think, Charlie, what are we saying on the breakfast wrap?
Oh, well, is this how we bring up time?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, you've got to say the sausage, magnificent. You know, bit of bacon, hash brown, bit of egg in a wrap.
You can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that, guys. If you're here at Whilton Mill, make sure you head over to the bistro. They do absolutely smash the food and beverages here at Whilton Mill. Number 57, a bit of an off-track excursion there, kicking up the grass as they re-enter, and we might see that today. Drivers going off left, right, and centre. That grass is very slippery. It's going to be difficult to get yourself back on circuit, but when drivers do get themselves back on circuit, they're often dragging a lot of detritus back on with them, and that then creates another issue for the drivers then coming around on their next lap. Suddenly, where there was grip, there's quite a bit of mud and whatnot, and suddenly they find themselves off the track as well.
Exactly, and I wouldn't want to be eating grass for breakfast, that's for sure.
You've already had a breakfast wrap. We don't need any grass to add onto that as well. As we've heard in our ear, though, we are coming to the end of this warm-up session. Now, looking through the rest of today's action, of course, before the lunch break, we've got lots of heats coming your way. As I mentioned, split grid for the Junior Maxes and the Junior X30s. We've got our Water Swift Restricted and Rotax Micro sharing a grid as well. The Water Swift Inters, the Rotax Minis, the X30 Seniors, Senior Rotaxes. We'll go through their first and second heats. We'll have 3 heats for the split grids. Then we'll head into the B finals after the lunch for the Junior Maxes and the X30 Juniors before we go into the proper full-on finals for the rest of the categories as we head through the afternoon. Lots to think about, lots to contend with, not only us here in the commentary box, but also, of course, all the drivers out there on circuit. But as we've said, sure to be a very exciting day of racing. And we're back to the lovely country file shot. Some snails enjoying the action here at Whilton Mill. Hopefully the drivers out on circuit will be a little bit quicker than these fellas.
David Attenborough, is that you?
I really want to hear your best impression now, but I am putting you on the spot.
Oh, God. As you can see here.
That was awful, Charlie.
A snail in a natural habitat. I think I should stop here now.
Yeah, okay. We'll stick to karting commentary, I think for today, ladies and gentlemen. But lovely to see the wildlife at Whilton Mill also enjoying the action. But as we mentioned, there's the checkered flag on the gantry. We're coming to the end of the Senior Max warm-up session. And of course, it'll only be a couple of minutes. We'll head into race number 1 for the day, which will be the Junior Max Heat number 1, A versus B. Right then, first heat of the day. And we've got some rather quick drivers in this first one. Of course, our first of the large groups for today, the Junior Maxes. If we scroll down, if I can scroll down fast enough to my comms notes for the Junior Maxes, we've got a lot of drivers involved in Junior Max for today. I believe over 50 entrants, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, around 51 entrants for today in Junior Max. So lots of drivers vying for those top positions. And as we mentioned earlier, we'll be going. We'll have a B final for these drivers. So really, if you have a big mistake here in these first heats, you've got to try and get it back together in the second and third heats to try and get yourself into that A final initially. Let's run you through the grid then for the first heat of the day. Junior Max A versus B. It's Charlie Cox and Harry Freeman who line up on the front row of the grid. Behind them, Charlie Neve and Michael Walker are on row number 2, and Henry Cameron and Jack Baker there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Devon Nolan and Joel Dixon Cohen. Then it's Thomas Hill and Ellis Snow who round out the top 10 there on row number 5. Ollie Ortu and Logan Lauder are on row 6. Behind them on row 7 are Jensen Powers and Aidan Large. And it's Harry Hurst-Grover and Friendly Jones on row number 8. Lucy Wielden and Daniel Gurney on row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 are DeJohn Bennett and Ethan Hatch. Then it's Freddie Leppenwell and Riley Morgan on row number 11. Behind them, Harry Russell and Elliot Foster. Row number 13, unlucky for some. Will it be unlucky for Ben Morgan and Molly Pugh? We'll have to wait and see. Behind them are Orton Hanswood, Toby Bedford, Jack Saunders and Sava Solonchenko round out the top 30. And it's Charlie Wilpert, all lonely there, on row number 16. Charlie rounds out the grid there in 31st place. But again, yeah, we're splitting the grids here. We've got Group A versus Group B. We've still got 31 drivers on the grid here for the first heat.
Oh my, that's a lot of drivers going into turn 1. And hopefully they can all come out alive. We'll have to see in the next minute or so. He's giving me the...
Everyone's going to come out alive. They're all going to be fine, Charlie. Positivity.
I'm getting the Ratcliff look.
The Ratcliff look. Is that what we're calling it now? I'm trademarking that, ladies and gentlemen. The Ratcliff look of displeasement, of displeasure. I'm only joking.
Cameo.
Cameo. If anyone wants to pay me, I'm more than happy to do it on Cameo. No, right, here we go then. First heat of the day. Very excited. Charlie, your first experience of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. 31 drivers on the grid for this first race. And the first we've got to see is whether they can take it to the green light first time of asking. Charlie, take us away.
Right then, the first race of the weekend. And it's going green. And into turn 1, here we go. That's Charlie Cox, who takes the lead, followed by Charlie Neve and Harry Freeman. Oh, there's a couple of spinners there. Couldn't see who that quite was. I think I saw Autumn Hansford managed to lose it in turn 1, but they're all piling in, and oh no, there's a couple of carts going off there. I saw Joel Dixon Cohen getting involved there. There are many drivers involved in this one. There's so many numbers, you can't really pick them out. But so far, oh, Charlie Neve down the inside manages to take the lead from Charlie Cox. We'll have to see if they can get, oh, there he is. So Charlie Cox has managed to get the lead back, and Charlie Neve just sitting behind. You saw Charlie Neve go to the inside. There's a move there. The 127 is being overtaken by the 175 and just about holds on. But so far, there's Charlie Neve on your screens as number 60 with that strawberry cart. Manages to hold on to second place in the first lap, but so far... Oh, actually, no, he's in the lead now. So Charlie Cox has dropped back to third. Harry Freeman's taken second place and just following behind. Couldn't see who that was, but there's a massive stream of drivers coming through. And I mean, these drivers are so bunched up after the first lap. So far, so good. There's Mikey Walker behind Charlie Cox. Will he have a move into Crispus corner? He'll have a look, and he goes for it. Down the inside, Mikey Walker on Charlie Cox, pushes him wide, shows him the room, and Mikey Walker makes it through on the inside of Charlie Cox. Charlie Neve still holding his way in the lead. There's Harry Hurst-Grover in your screens for the X-Kart compartment. So far, so good for these junior Rotax drivers. They're a bit squabbling at the start, but that's what you're going to get at Whilton Mill. It's so tight, that first sector, and 31 karts trying to get through on one piece of tarmac never goes well. John, what did you think of that start?
It was definitely an interesting one to start the day. I think kind of what we expected heading up to Christmas Corner. I think it was Jack Baker who initially got spun on the apex, and then sort of everyone came in behind him, and everyone was making a little bit of contact in the first couple of corners. So we'll see if anyone's denoted to be at fault there by the stewards. But we've all continued on. It's the 167. I couldn't quite spot who that was. It's Joel Dixon Cohen, whose front nose cone is slightly astray to where you would hope it would be. We'll see whether that. Just as I say that, it gets a mechanical flag. So Joel Dixon Cohen is going to have to head back to the pit lane. There it is confirmed at the top of your screen, but that's that nose cone definitely not where it should be. Before that, we've already seen as well Jensen Powers getting a mechanical flag as well. So barely 2 minutes into the first race of the day, and already a couple of drivers having to head back to the pit lane.
Well, that was Jensen Powers on the inside of Lucy Wilden, I think. Now that is a nose cone that seems to be detached from the... Oh, I couldn't tell who that was. That's the 196 of Thomas Hill. So problems there for Thomas Hill. Maybe he got a bit too aggressive on that first lap. And there's Joel Dixon Cohen. Well, you can see why he's got that mechanical flag. That Nizu panel is quite astray from where it should be. There's basically an expectation in front of him, and his reality is going to soon take him to the pit lane. And obviously there he is on the inside of the 133.
He's gone for
Ada
it.
Large. That was a pretty good move there into turn one. If you manage to get yourself on the inside out of turn one, you can just about sneak through. But so far so good for these junior Rotax drivers, should I say. There's some couple of the X-Karts lots. There's a lot of X-Kart drivers here running that TB kart. Very good to see. Devon Nolan trying to find that extra grip there. The 54 kart all over the track, trying to find, just those little temps. And that's, wow, big move by Harry Hurst Grover on the inside of Charlie Cox. Loses the rear coming out the corner and points to go forward. Says, come on, let's get moving. We need to catch up to this front lot. And that was the move for fourth place. So Charlie Cox, who started from the pole spot, has had some troubles there. Managed to drop down into fifth, and he's getting chased by the 127. That's Ollie Orta, who's right behind Charlie Cox, all over the back of him now. You can see cocking that wheel, trying to get all the load as he possibly can out the kart. And to be quick in these karts, you have to push them to the limits. You can't be under that limit, and you can't be over it, because you can soon lose your spot on circuit. And Harry Hurst-Grover's already pulling that gap from Charlie Cox, so he's definitely... Oh, that's a big move there. That's a 127 of Ollie Orta, and I said he was going to have a look at overtaking Charlie Cox, and he's gone and done it. And there who's that behind? That's Finley Jones. So Finley has managed to catch up to Charlie Cox, and he goes for it on the inside, blocks Charlie Cox on the exit. That was a pretty smart and determined move there by the 237. I'm trying to read off my screen, but brilliant move there by Finley Jones. Going to try and close in on the 127 now. Devon Nolan now on the back of Charlie Cox. So Charlie Cox is not having a good one here so far, but it's only the first heat. You can go up from here. Devon Nolan just on the back of Charlie Cox. Charlie using a bit of the grass there just to try and get the car turned. So he flips the radiator up, so that engine is definitely getting quite hot. Devon Nolan just sitting behind. John, take it away.
Indeed, yeah, Charlie, bit of a struggle on this start of the race, and he's just not quite able to hold the pace of the drivers around him, and just slipping down the order ever so slightly, already under pressure once again. This time the 54 of Devon Nolan squeezes through, and as Charlie shuffled out wide, immediately round the outside goes the 196 of Thomas Hill. So although maybe we thought that front nose cone was... big incident there down at Osiers. Up over the front goes one driver. It was definitely due to a bit of impact from the driver behind there. So that's going to not be looked so kindly on by the stewards. I couldn't quite spot who that was who went barreling down there into Osiers, but yes, they were definitely at fault for that move, but it's an understandable one. It's a downhill braking zone, that, so you brake just half a second later than you should have. You lose that traction, suddenly you're just on your way to the accident. I think we can assume there the 112, that is, with a bit of front nose cone damage, and that's Charlie Cox. So was it Charlie Cox who lost it down into Osiers there and went barreling into the back of that other driver, and they are dropping down the order? Who was it that was involved? Was it Ben Morgan? They've just come through to finish another lap. They're in 24th at the moment, number 37. So someone there getting sent to the grass on the outside. But I thought potentially in these conditions, it might mean that the drivers get a little bit spread out and we don't see too much racing, but that's being disproven on our screens at the moment. Very close between these two drivers on the exit, a bit too close. Off on the grass goes the driver, the number 54 of Devon Nolan is very elbows out to start off the morning.
Well, definitely providing action this first time around. Oh, look at that move there. So 127 trying to hold off the 17 of Jack Baker. And Jack's been showing some strong performances in this race. Side by side now with a 196 of Thomas Hill. They go side by side to turn 1. Round the outside is never a move that can be done. And taps him on the exit. Maybe he got a better run. They're going to be side by side. Thomas Hill thinking smart here at Whilton Mill. He's got a loose radiator though, so maybe that might be called up from the scrutineers, and maybe a mechanical flag might be coming out for him shortly. There's the 333 on your screens. That's Elliot Foster, one of our novice drivers, so who's come from the back of the grid. Oh, actually no, qualifying. So he's definitely had a good qualifying and is in 14th place. So for a novice driver, that's not too bad.
That's really impressive. That is really impressive. I will say as well, I've got confused with it in the past before. Novice drivers, they don't necessarily have to actually be a novice driver. They just have to be a novice driver to the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So they could have done British Kart Champs, they could have done FIA Worlds, but they turned up for their first ever Whilton Mill Kart Club round and they're officially a novice. So impressive stuff from Elliot Foster, but we don't know how much experience Elliot has. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's doing a great job there in 14th and he's pressing on very nicely.
Keep the spirits high, you know?
Exactly. Oh, there you go. Another mechanical flag this time for Charlie Cox. We saw his front nose cone was attached, we do believe, from an incident down the Loges. And Charlie, again, another driver that's going to have to go back to the pit lane. And it's an even more of a frustrating time because the timer has hit 0 now. So it would be currently on for a good finish, get some good points. 11th place at the moment for Charlie Cox, but it's going to be a big fat 0 from race number 1, sadly for him.
Well, from P1 and into the pit lane goes Charlie Cox. So, you know, you can only go from bad to worse. But we're not at the end of the day yet. We've still got that extra heat and the finals coming up later on in the day. Charlie Neve on your screens, just holding on for Mikey Walker. These top 3 have pulled away in the final lap of the race has come out. So 1 lap left to finish off the first heat of the junior Rotax races. Harry Freeman just holding on there. You can see the concentration in these drivers' eyes. Mikey Walker really having to push the kart to its limits. That MS kart working wonders for him so far. And Harry Freeman's just holding on for all he can from Charlie Neve, who Charlie Neve's shown strong performances so far this year. And John, do you want to take him to the finish?
Yeah, impressive stuff from all these 2 drivers throughout this race. And that last lap alone, I mean, Harry Freeman took the fastest lap of the race, a 57.91, but it was a 57.96 from both Charlie Neve and Michael Walker. So very close pace here between the drivers on circuit despite the conditions, and it just shows the how impressive the drivers are that turn up to these Whilton Mill Kart Club rounds. But it's going to be Harry Freeman who takes the first win of the day here for round number 1 of the round number 3, sorry, of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. I'm getting lost. I'm looking at the weather and thinking it must be still February or something, but no, we are in May. It is round number 3, and Harry Freeman takes that first win of the day. Charlie Neve and Michael Walker join him on the podium, and Michael Walker does steal away that fastest lap on the last lap, a 57.69. Impressive pace there on the last lap of the circuit from the number 45, and that shows as well there's more time to be found here around this Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. Let's run you through the rest of the results then. Harry Hurst Grover had a good race there up to P4. Impressive stuff from Harry. As all, we've got a driver off at the end, and their wheel has come off as well across the line. Off into the barriers on the edge of the circuit there. They've already crossed the line, but not making it any further round and not making it to the pit lane as well. Who is that? That's the number 98 who has lost their wheel across the line. So Daniel Gurney makes it across the line in 22nd place, but 3 wheels on his wagon and he is not rolling along anymore. Hopefully though, they're able to get that reattached ready for heat number 2 later on today. Rest of the results then: Finley Jones, Ollie Ortu, Jack Baker, Thomas Hill and Aidan Large round out the top 10 with DeJourn Bennett. Elliot Foster, your top novice there in 12th place. Well done to Elliot there on the number 333. Behind him, Logan Lauder on the 3-3. Then there's Henry Crammond, Molly Pugh, Ethan Hatch, Riley Morgan, Lucy Wielden, Ellis Snow and Freddie Leppenwell round out the top 20. Then we're Harry Russell, Daniel Gurney, the man who's lost his wheel there across the line there in 22nd. Then Alton Hansford, Ben Morgan, Jack Saunders, Sava Solonchenko, Charlie Cox was the last of our finishers. No, of course, Charlie came into the pits with that mechanical flag, and earlier on in the race we lost Joel Dixon Cohen and Jensen Powers to mechanical flags as well. But First race of the day done then in the Whilton Mill Kart Club round number 3. That was an interesting one.
Well, you can get better than that, but it's a good start to the day. Well, obviously not for some of these drivers like Dan Gurney, who's is very interesting. You can go 4 wheels across the line, and 3 wheels. Well, there's not much to say more about that.
Hey, he's made it to the checkered flag. That's all that matters at the end of the day, isn't it? You made it to the checkered flag. You're going to need to try and fix a wheel after that one, but at least it came off after you went over the line. I think where he's ended up there, it must have come off just before the line, and he's then come across the line sideways and into the barrier on the outside. But luckily, driver all okay, and kart hopefully easily fixable by the time of the next heat. But race number 1 done and dusted. We'll be getting Dan's kart back into the pit lane, back safely before we release our next drivers onto the circuit. Out for race number 2 of the day. It's going to be another one of our big grids, this time heat number 1 for the Junior X30s.
Yeah. Right then, so race. Oh, look at that.
Snail cam. Wow, that's a beautiful camera shot, I must say. Fantastic. Where are we? I want to say we're up near Christmas Corner. I thought it was. Yeah, we're up at Christmas Corner at the moment, and the Snails getting the vantage point over the entire circuit. Beautiful shots there from our cameramen and women out there at the moment. But we'll head back to the karting action, and we'll have a look forward to the grid. This is A versus B for our Junior X30s. So let's have a look through the grid then.
Right then.
We'll get the graphics up very shortly as we looked at our still very damp Whilton Mill Kart circuit. I don't think the line's changing at all as we head into this one. But Charlie, take us through the grid.
Right then, so Rocco Shenton, who managed to put it on pole, starts from P1. Riley Cranham, Morgan Moore, Ashton Sharp, George Edgar runs out the top 5. Harriet Walsh rounds out your row 3. Moving on, Archie Owen, Mayan Patel, Alex Dodds, Sky Parker, George Quartermain, Max Yule rounds out your row 6. Jack Mowat, Katrini Wang Wong, Joshua Byrne, Leif Khan, Alexander De Bennett, Monty Breathwaite rounds out your row 9. Dylan Patel, Jake Brook, Jacob Batchelor, Charlie Blenkinsop, Max Cooper, Josh Parker rounds out row 12 and having to fight from the back. And Finley Allen, Isabel Banks, Sam Branston and Lewis Payton rounds out your row of drivers on a 14th row on the grid. A lot of drivers in this field, and there's a mixed grid so far, so we're going to have to see how it plays out in this one.
Indeed, of course, these qualifying sessions in these larger groups. We've got an A versus B at the moment. So drivers were split into those groups for the qualifying, and Rocco Shenton was the fastest in Group A. Riley Cranham fastest in Group B. So, of course, they then go first and second place. Rocco Shenton, only driver across A and B to get into the 45s yesterday. So let's see if he can do it in these conditions as well. He leads us to the lights, and we get the race underway. Drivers already round at the first corner. Hopefully no one collects that driver at the apex. We've got an almost split grid now, and definitely they were collected to the apex as multiple drivers off on the grass on the outside, already battling for second. And the number 17 of George Edgar down the inside, taking second place at Christmas Corner already. One driver in the background nearly collected as another driver goes off as well. It was the 87 getting it rather wide there on exit. That was Max Cooper nearly taking out his fellow novice Charlie Blenkinsop, both on those black plates as continuing to battle there. That is George Edgar. No, it isn't. It's his teammate there in behind getting rather feisty. George still up there in second place with his teammate, the number 25 of Aston Sharp, gets overtaken there down the Logias, and Ashton nearly pushed to the grass on exit. Luckily, both drivers able to keep it on the black stuff, but now Aston under pressure from a new driver as well. This time it's the number 55. That's Alex Dodds who's pressuring through the boot section, and Alex making a good start as well. But definitely a bit of a calamitous start for some drivers. As we watch the timing screen, we'll see a few drivers dropping down the order after that one, and a difficult one when someone in the mid-pack spins. And just as I say that, someone in the mid-pack spins again and now gets collected by another driver on the exit of the corner. That's such a difficult one. You're on the edge of grip through that right-hander, and there's a driver spun right on the racing line. You hit that brake a little too hard. You go for a spin yourself, and it was on a collision course, wasn't it there, really, the driver coming into the corner. So hopefully all okay. Hopefully continuing on with this race, but never nice to see someone out, especially so early on.
well then. What a start for the Junior X30s here. There's a driver off already. Monty Breathwaite right behind George Quartermain. Man, it tries to go for a move and has lost a bunch of time there. So George Quartermain, there he is on your screens, going through the boot section as we speak. Monty Breathwaite, I think, he's just been overtaken by Max Yules. Oh, so side by side here into the last sector. The last sector's really good here because it kind of, you know, single files the drivers, but there is always that overtaking opportunity. I mean, there's loads of overtaking opportunities around this circuit, which provides us great racing all the time. Oh, this is a brilliant battle here. Monty Breathwaite right up behind. There's a move there. Oh, push on to the grass. That was the 55 of Alex Dodds, showing Archie Owen no room there. And, well, Alex Dodds is proving his ground here at Whilton Mill. Jack Mowat is having a look on Archie Owen. Will he have the move done? I think he does. Yes, he does. So, Jack Mowat on the move right now. Coming up behind Alex Dodds. When will we have a look? The boot section is always good. Oh, Archie Owen back on the inside. Have a look at that. Oh, loading up into the boot complex. My word. Jack Mowat got a bit of nose cone damage there. A bit of the paint coming off there. There's George Quartermain, who's managed to close in on this pack now. So, oh wow, jumping over the curve, Jack Mowat. He's definitely trying to find every inch he can on this circuit, using all the track as he possibly can. Alex Dodds manages to pull away a bit from this pack, but George Quartermain is all over the back. And who's that from behind? That's Sky Parker, one of our female drivers there. There's a few battles near the further down the grid. Number 63 on the inside, that's Josh Parker. And oh, wow, Dylan Patel manages to do the double there. So brilliant move by Dylan Patel. He is driving through this grid so far. Looks to the inside. Watch him use that curve, but you can go on the outside. On the outside, you use all that, all the marbles. Oh my God, what a late move that was. The number 58 there, Sam Branston, who pushed his way through on the inside of the 117. My word, brilliant racing here by the Junior X30 drivers. And, you know, the Junior X30 is always providing great racing here at Whilton Mill. There's Archie Owen and Jack Mowat. That battle still going on between the two. There's a contact warning for the number 48. That's Jacob Batchelor. So he's going to have to calm down his driving a bit. Jack Mowat on the inside. Quartermain looks as well, but can't do it on Archie Owen. There's a bit of loading going on into there. Will George have a look into... oh, he does. So into Ashby has a look. But Archie Owen on the cutback, round the outside, moves in. So brilliant stuff there by the two Croc drivers who were all using parts in this. Oh, wow, look at that. That's Alex Dodds and Jack Mowat side by side into the boot complex. Will he hold on? Alex Dodds just about holds on. Brilliant defensive driving here by Alex Dodds. On that MDL car, manages to hold on from Jack Mowat. Archie Owen trying to close in into these two drivers. Rocco Shenton, fastest lap of the race, a 55.2. So nowhere near as close as the times they were doing yesterday, but so far so good for the Junior X30 drivers.
Yeah, great little battle there between three Croc promotion karts. Great to see on your screens. I was about to mention we had a mechanical flag at the top of the screen. I wanted to confirm that on the live timing before we mention it. It has now been confirmed on the live timing. So Max Cooper on the number 87 will be heading back to the pit lane for this one. Sadly, no points from heat number 1 for Max Cooper. I will say Rocco Shenton setting the new fastest lap of the race. However, since I last checked, the gap between Rocco Shenton and George Edgar has halved. It was 1.6 seconds last time I checked. Now 0.8 of a second, but on that last lap we do say Rocco Shenton, new fastest lap of the race, 55.21. Well, George Edgar set an identical time on the same lap, 55.21. On that last lap, Rocco Shenton sets 55.21 once again, but George Edgar goes a little bit faster, 55.16. So slowly but surely closing down that gap, but with only just over 2 minutes to go, we'll see whether that's enough time. And there's still drivers in behind pressing on as well. Harry Walsh putting in a very good time down into the 54s. Joining him as well was Morgan Moore. So those two drivers potentially pushing on towards the leaders. That was a lovely move around the outside from the exit of the boot there. And these drivers that we've been watching for a while now, these Croc promotion karts and other karts now getting involved as well, all still going at it hammer and tong through the middle section of the lap.
Well, I mean, when they're all battling, that's when you can close in. And you can see Sky Parker, Monty Breathwaite trying to close in. Oh, that's a half spin there from the 75. I think that was Harry Yule, who tried to go in on the inside of George Quartermain and lost it on the entry. Manages to save it though. Brilliant save by the driver of the number 75 on that Croc Promotion kart. Croc Promotion double world champion, and obviously showing their craft in karting as they've done for many years so far. But you know, the junior, that's a off there for the number 28. Try and see who that is.
Just the number 20 it is.
It's the number 20.
Patel from 5th place. So Mayan Patel's had a bit of an off-track excursion there on the exit of one of our fastest sections of the circuit.
Well, it's a battle for the lead then. So Rocco Shenton having to defend, and George Edgar round the outside. They push George Edgar off the circuit, and Rocco Shenton, well, we're going to have to see about that one. But Rocco Shenton, he saw George Edgar on the outside and had to push him wide. So who's that's taken the lead?
Morgan Moore it is. Morgan Moore slipped through into the lead of the race then with only about 30 seconds to go. He's gone from 4th to 1st on only this lap. So George Edgar on that last lap closed in by almost a second there. There were nearly 8 tenths between them when they crossed the line. So I think a mistake there from Rocco Shenton has allowed for the other drivers to catch up, and it was an aggressive move. And speaking of aggressive moves, back down the inside for the lead of the race goes Rocco Shenton, a little bit too late. Back round the outside goes Morgan Moore. A little bit of argy-bargy as they head through down into Sector 2. Back down the inside again tries Rocco Shenton, but this time comes off good, and Rocco Shenton back to the lead of the race.
Well, I mean, you know, Rocco Shenton, he's always been known for that aggressive driving style. Aggressive but controlled is what you need in karting, and manages to get it on the inside there into Ashby. But I'd watch out from behind, because that's the number 73 of Harry Walsh, who's trying to close in on Rocco Shenton. He's had many opportunities in this race, and watch out for George Edgar. He might be coming on to the final lap shortly, but don't count him out just yet. As we go into the final lap of the race, the board has been shown, and Rocco Shenton throwing the kart around here at Whilton Mill. Harry Walsh trying to close in, but he's actually got the fastest lap of the race, so he's been driving well so far. George Edgar late on those brakes, catches up to to Morgan Moore, and he's driving very good so far in the race. Harry Walsh to the inside, will he get it on Rocco Shenton? Rocco carries the speed round the outside and manages to hold on. That was Harry's only chance really to get on the inside. He's going to maybe have a look here. No, Rocco Shenton defends into the corner. And Harry Walsh on the outside. Will he have a look into the boot complex? We'll have to see. Rocco defends and parks up before going into the complex. Now it's single file, so not really any overtaking opportunities here. They're going to be side by side coming out the last corner. This is going to be close. Oh my word, that's the number 73 who just about has to hold on to second place. I mean, it was just a heat race after all, so there's no point going for that bit of room. But Rocco Shenton takes the win here in the first heat of Junior X30. Harry Walsh, a brilliant drive in second place, followed by Morgan Moore. George Edgar, who was very quick in that race, just unlucky to be pushed off early in that race. Mayan Patel hold on to the top 5 there. Archie Owen on that last lap takes the fastest lap of the race, 53.7. So the times already are coming down quite substantially here at Whilton Mill. So Archie Owen finishes 7th. Finishes 8th. My apologies. Aston Sharp finishes 6th. Jack Moe at 7th. Max Yule 9th, and Monty Breathwaite rounds out the top 10.
Wow, that was really close across the line there between Rocco Shenton and Harry Walsh. I think good idea from Harry Walsh there to back out of that one, as you mentioned. It's just heat number 1. Keep it a bit relaxed. Maybe in the final you'd stick your nose in and try and keep it there, but best to pull out of that one for now anyway. I can't remember whether it was a Whilton Mill Kart Club round or whether it was a British Kart Champs round, where we had a big incident there. Coming across the line, driver tries to take it around the outside, the other driver squeezes into the grass, they make that contact, and suddenly there's the marshal hut in front of you, and it can be quite a big one. So I think Harry Walsh doing a bit of self-preservation there, and it was definitely the right decision here as we headed through heat number 1. But as you mentioned, a great top 10 there, great finish to the race, and also great to see that my worries have been nullified of potentially this weather, meaning that we don't get such great racing here for round number 3. What a fantastic race for the first heat of the day from Junior X30. We haven't had any active rainfall for a little while now, but I feel that could change relatively shortly. But the Snails still thoroughly enjoying the action.
Of course, why not? I mean, the racing so far has been so incredible, and with only 2 races in, I mean, we've got so many races. I think over 25 races left to play for in this round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. If you haven't joined us so far for the first 2 rounds, there've definitely been a lot of action, and it's obviously carrying on through into round 3. One of the karts being picked up there And soon we can get ready for our race 3, which is going to be, if I can check on my timing, so the Rotax IAME cadet.
Indeed. We got lots more action to come. As we say, we know how to pack in the races here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, so lots of action coming at you throughout today. But as mentioned, we've got another heat coming up very shortly. Right then, our first split grid of the day, our only split grid of the day. We've got 2 of our classes out on circuit at the same time. Now, if you've never seen races like that in karting before, what we'll basically have is 2 separate grids out there on circuit. As the first grid takes to the start of their race, the other grid will just be coming around the boot section, and then 5 or 10 seconds later, they will then start their race. We'll try and keep you up to date with both races as they're going on simultaneously, but it can be a little bit challenging. So give us a moment, give us a little bit of time as we get into it. Let's run you through the grid then. Charlie Page and James Devereaux line up on the front row, with Harry Knight and Elijah West there on row number 2. As already someone's going for a spin there. The number 42 is off already at Christmas Corner. Finley Beals and Elliot Travis are on row number 3. Looking back to row 4 is Dian Singh Pahal and Maximilian Abrahart. Then Xavier Ramsey and Dimitar Uzanov round out the top 10 behind Darren Dimitrov and Teddy Higgs there on row number 6. Then behind them, Roger Gulkanuth and Dewey Hockridge are on row 7, with Lewis Herbertson on 15th place. That's where we get to the end of our Rotax micro grid. Then we move on to the rest of them. Alessandro Salas, Chester Fawkes, Daniel Ferguson, Mike Roots, Mason Hibbert, Oscar Kenny, Henry Chapman, Henry Algar, William Crombie, Philip Petro, Ilya Sami, Reggie Chandler, Ronnie Kempson, Cody Vertigan, George Wielden and Max Dunn. 31 karts on grid for this one, but of course it is a split grid. Our first half of the grid head to the start, and we go through again for a false start. That always happens. We get through the grid as fast as we can. We get to the right point, and then the drivers decide, actually, I don't want to start this race just yet. We're going to go around again, and I look very silly. But hey ho, we got through the grid very nicely, and we'll get to see the drivers continue on for another lap to try and at least attempt to get some heat into those tyres.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be going there.
We might for the second half. No, we're going to go around again. Well,
that would be eventful if they're still going around their full start. And
I quite like that. I think we should do that at some point in the future. The drivers have to cut through the rest of the slow drivers.
We'll see what the safety says about that.
Yeah, maybe Whilton Mill not agreeing with me on that one. Fair enough. That's why I don't make those kind of decisions. I'm just here as the shouty man in the comms box, and I think I should probably stay here given those thoughts from me a moment ago.
You know what, I'll stay with you. I'll be your double shouty man.
Thanks, mate. We're in this together. Right, here we go then. Second time of asking. Of course, the Rotax Micros, our first group here. Our second group, the IAME Water Swift Restricted. Right, Rotax Micros. Let's see if we can do it this time of asking. To the lights we go. 8 minutes on the clock, and we are underway and racing. Charlie Page leads us through the first couple of corners on the number 33. Bit of a sliding moment there for James Devereaux. Started P2 on the grid, but he's already slipped back to P5 as they head up towards Christmas Corner. Great as well at Alpha Live that we can see in 2-picture quality here, with the other grid coming to their start of the race as well as they come round the boot. The other drivers heading down towards Osiers. Will we see any moves to the inside here? Still a couple of drivers trying it side by side. The rest of the grid now go to their start, and here we look round the first couple of corners. The IAME Water Swift Restricted take to their first heat of the day, and already we've got a spinner off stage right there. That was the number 26 of Ilya Sami there, just finding the grass, but luckily no damage caused, and they get back on circuit once more. Oh dear, there is a spinner though. That's from our Rotax Micros. The 35 goes for a spin as well, and that's Elliot Travis to the back of the pack in the Rotax Micros.
Oh, so from P5 on the grid, and was sitting P5 in that first lap. There's Alessandro Salas, who's leading our IAME Water Swift Restricted.
He's so impressive, is Alessandro.
I've seen him at Kim Bolton, and he's a class talent, and he's obviously learning from the best. I think he's had driver coaching from Marcus Littlewood, who's now racing Radicals this weekend at Snetterton. But so far, so good for Alessandro Salas. And right behind, Dan Ferguson. He's all over the back here and wants that lead of the race. And he's going to have to fight Chester Fawkes from behind, who's trying to close in on the top 2 here. But here is, does he have a look? Not as yet, but Salas is going to have to start defending. Well, he's obviously defending now. But that's the beauty of the wet line, is that you can defend whilst actually, finding that that grip.
Exactly, as you've seen already in a couple of races, you'll see drivers dive to the inside, and in the dry you think, well, that's the move done. But in the wet, the drivers on the outside find that grip and are able to press off of the corner even faster and retake that position. Now, we've got a couple of drivers dropping down the order in our pack ahead in the Rotax Micros. I think Finley Beals on the 20 having a bit of issue on that last lap and getting back going again. We can see a lot of detritus on the outside of the circuit there, which denotes potentially someone had gone off through those first couple of corners. Late move down the inside, the 35 nearly up and over the back of the 65 there, and that was the 35. Elliot Travers, of course, had that issue earlier on, a bit of a spin down at the boot, and now a couple more issues heading up its Christmas corner. Potentially move for the lead then. Alessandro Salas under a bit of pressure, and through goes the number 78 to take the lead of the race then. Through they go, but we're going 3 wide on the exit there of Ogiers. That was super close, and more drivers getting squeezed out wide and more drivers changing position. Side by side into the boot we go then. 62 and the 99 go in side by side. Who's going to come out ahead though? It looks to be potentially the 62 who takes the position away. And what brilliant racing we've got between these drivers.
Oh, getting tangled up there.
That was close.
Oh, that was number 46, James Devericks, who's decided that he wanted to become another part of someone's kart. And
they were just trading pieces.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? There's a move by the number, I think it's a 7. That's the 35. So
that's Elliot Travers.
So who spun off earlier has managed to find his way through. I think that's into P4. Brilliant driving if that is. Daniel Ferguson sets the fastest lap of the race at 57.150. So the times are definitely coming down for these drivers, but obviously not to the standard that it was yesterday. But so far so good for our cadet drivers, who are at the youngest age we have this weekend. I think you can start from about 8 years old. So I mean, I wouldn't want to put my kid in the kart at 8. I don't know about you, John, but
well, these drivers, they're ready for it, and we often see as well there are a few drivers involved in these races that were involved from even earlier than that in Bambino classes. We don't have a Bambino class here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. I know the national championship now in UKC for the Bambinos, and so drivers starting off even younger than this and coming through, which is always impressive to say. And yeah, good that you highlighted the age of the drivers there, because it always amazes me every time I watch these drivers. You watch them and you can say, oh, they've made that little mistake there, they've done this wrong. You forget that their age is in single digits. Like, they are doing an incredibly impressive job, especially in conditions like this. And great to see as well with the clear visors, we can see the determination on the faces of the drivers here as they absolutely hack it round still quite a damp Whilton Mill track.
Well, you've got to think about what they have to go through, especially on a weekend like this. They've got all the data analysis that they have to go through, and you know, all sorts of technology that are now being introduced into karting. It definitely shakes up a race weekend and takes a lot of your time, which you know, can be hard for a kid, you know, who tomorrow is going to be going back to school probably.
Exactly. Yeah, well, maybe not tomorrow, it's bank holiday, but but on Tuesday, yeah, that's very true. That's very true. We got someone off, and people spinning in sympathy there. Who was initially round? It was the 83, I want to say, who had gone for a little spin there.
That was the 89 of George Weldon.
Was it the 89 of George Weldon who's gone for a spin? Then I think there was the 78 of Dewey Hockridge who went off in sympathy up a Christmas corner. Luckily, able to get back off circuit pretty quickly, potentially losing a couple of positions there. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock then, and here we look back to our second group. We've got the WM plate versus the 32. Harry Chapman on the 32, Alessandro Salas on the WM plate. Now these two drivers battling over 3rd and 4th in class, and still trying to deal with some back markers as well, as now the IAME Waterswift restricted drivers come up on the back of the Rotax Micros. Trying the up and under there was Harry Chapman. It doesn't quite work out, and this is one of these drivers who's come up from the Bambino class. Of course, Harry Chapman winning the Bambino Championship in the British Kart Championships last year. Before that's now moved over to UKC for 2024. So Harry Chapman, definitely not a slow coach around here, and piling the pressure on to Alessandro Salas. Now, yellow flag through the first couple of corners. We have got a driver off on the exit of turn 1. We'll double check who that is when they come through to finish this lap of who's dropping down the order. But yeah, under pressure here is Alessandro Salas on the WM plate. Now that WM plate means that he won our WM plate special event at the end of the season last year. Alessandro Salas not quite able to take the championship in 2023, finishes P2, but got that WM plate, now leads the championship in 2024. So Alessandro Salas just going from strength to strength.
Well, you can throw that in the championship winner's face. You know, I'm mumbling my words already. I've got a WM plate. What have you got?
I'm sure Alessandro would never do such things.
Oh,
He's
no.
much more respectful than us.
Well, yeah, you can tell that because obviously I'd probably be doing that. But so far so good for Salas. He comes round into the new complex, misses the curb because obviously I bet you will hurt hitting these those monster curbs in these sort of cadet karts, and obviously these drivers have been taught when to use curves, when to not use curves. You know, finding that perfect dynamic between two. Oh, actually, getting a bit of contact there between the 32 and the WM plate. So they're right on each other, and we've not got, haven't got much longer left to think about.
Oh dear, just hearing the disembodied voice in our head that the number 95 is out of the race. So that's Cody Vertigan who's out. Potentially that's the driver who was on the exit of the first couple of corners then. So hopefully Cody all okay. We saw him up and out of the car and hopping over the barrier to safety. So hopefully driver all okay and hopefully not too much of an issue for the car. And we'll see Cody back out again for their heat number 2 later on. We see there Harry Chapman still pressuring as the timer now hits 0. Now the drivers, I think, potentially have already gone across the line here as Charlie Page. Yeah, so we're coming towards the end of our penultimate lap of the race, and then Charlie Page will lead us on to the final lap. Now we've been so focused on the Waterswift Restrictor having a great battle. It's still Charlie Page in the lead of the race. He's got nearly 2 seconds ahead of Maximilian Abrahart there in P2, and Max is no slow coach. Max is pretty dominant here at Whilton Mill, so to be there in P2 by quite some margin, impressive job by Charlie Page already, as just as I say that, Charlie Page leads us on to the last lap.
Well, it's all good for Charlie Page and for Alessandro Salas so far. There's the battle on your screens. Salas and Chapman really going at it in the final stages of this race. And who's that who's just joined behind them? That's Oscar Kenny. So whilst these two drivers have been having to fight through the field, they've been closed in by the number 48. So far so good. There is Charlie Page on your screens, who's managed, as you said, to close out, to build that 1.5 second gap. All he's got to do is try and find his way past this back marker, and will take his way onto the win of the first heat for the Rotax and IAME Cadet classes. So Rotax Inter round the final corners will come Charlie Page, who will win the first heat, and he's put the P1 up to his mechanic, and it's Charlie Page who would take the first place in the first heat of the Rotax Inter, shall I say, followed by Maximilian Abrahart, Dehan Singh Pahel, who I've seen at Kimbolton, who's just set the fastest lap of the race actually at 56.6. Brilliant drive by Dehan, who manages to take that final spot on the podium. Xavier Ramsey takes the P4 spot. Lewis Herbertson rounds out your top 5. And moving on to the IAME Waterswift, there is Alessandro. Oh, actually, you say that. Harry Chapman has taken the win on the last lap of the race. So a brilliant driving by the. Oh no, actually, I'm looking at my timings here, and we've missed out Dan Ferguson. So Dan Ferguson, who's finished P10 overall, has actually taken the win in the Waterswift. So in the Inter Waterswift. So brilliant driving by Dan Ferguson. Chester Fawkes around out the second place, followed by Harry Chapman. Oscar Kenny and Alessandro Salas gets pushed down to the P5 spot. So there is it. There is the result on your screens. Charlie Page takes the win with around about a second gap from the number 61, and Dehan Singh Pahel manages to hold on to that final podium spot. I mean, they pulled out a bit of a gap from the drivers behind, and so far so good for the Rotax Inter and the IAME Waterswift Sprint into.
Yeah, some serious gaps being drawn out, as we saw, of course, with that split grid. That can often be what happens, especially with some slower drivers dealing with those back markers. That's another thing you have to contend with, and the earlier that you can get on top of that kind of moving through the traffic at such a young age, the quicker that you'll become, and the better you'll become in those race conditions. So great to see the drivers pressing on really nicely. What a performance from Charlie Page, winning by almost a second there in their first heat of the day. I want to give a shout out to Xavier Ramsey there in 4th place. They've done an impressive job there. Good result from them. I often chat with their dad here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, and I'm sure he will be happy with that result to kick off today's action. And yeah, as you mentioned, it was easy to get lost with Dan Ferguson because he was so far up the order. He done such a good job pressing through the rest of the Rotax microgrid that he had no one even to challenge him in the IAME Water Swift. Chester Fawkes in second. Good job from him as well. Another one of the drivers who came up from the Bambino class in 2023. So great to see Chester pressing on even more as well. And yeah, Harry Chapman finishing in that P3. Gutting for Alessandro Salas. Not sure really what happened there in that race. He just didn't quite have the pace to stick with the drivers ahead, and yeah, Oscar Kenny taking it away on that last lap, taking away that P4, and Alessandro having to settle for 5th. But as you mentioned, Alessandro, the championship leader heading into round number 3, so maybe not quite how he wanted to kick off round number 3. As you said already many times today, it's only heat number 1. There's plenty more opportunities to come. We've got more heats and finals coming on later today, so no need to worry about that, Alessandro. Keep your head up and move on to the next heats. Speaking of which, we've got more heats coming at you later today. I say later today, we've got one coming up at you right now. Right then, IAME Water Swift Intermediates will be heading out on circuit. Well, they just have head out on circuit at the moment. The Crow's there on the inside of Boxing Day corner. He's got a good seat, but he's got to watch out if someone heads off on the grass there. And they might be getting Crow for dinner there. Good idea, mate, flying off. Will Green and Lorenzo Di Patritonio there on row number 1, with Freddie Wood and Austin Newsted on row 2, Charlie Clough and Max Mason there on row 3, and we'll run through this grid as quickly as we can. Harley Musk and George House are there on row 4, with Harry Williams and Zach Champney there rounding out the top 10. Sukmani Kira and Austin Gibson on row number 6, row 7, that's Jensen Ackerman and Enzo Butterazzi, then George Clark, Ian Nayar, Jarla Sayer and Henry Clark. Then it's Colby Patterson and Teddy Porter there on row number 10, with Christian Kobe and Knight Measures there on row number 11, Alfie Taylor and Millen Tomlinson on row 12, John T. Restick and Johnson Stewart on row 13, with Andy Stewart, Joseph Davies, Simeon Stone and Jesus Bartulos on row 15. Then it's William Haynes, Orion Meta, Henry Johnson and Xavier Fonge. 34 karts on the grid for this one. Now, I will say, this is a stacked IAME Water Swift Intermediate race. Lots of British kart champs drivers, lots of European drivers as well. This is going to be an exciting race. Now, Will Green is a serious peddler. He's going to take us to the lights, and will we get it underway? First time of asking, yes, we will. Will Green takes us through the first 2 corners. Drivers getting all scuffly in behind as we head through Oblivion and Crook. Through into Fine Lady they come, and already Will building a very nice gap at the front of the field. It's Freddie Wood, his fellow Jamie Green racing driver, in there in second place, fending off the rest of the field. But thankfully, all drivers making it through unscathed here through the first part of the lap. I don't want to speak too early as the WM plate tries to send it to the inside there. That's Zach Champney who holds on to that WM plate from 2023, and it is getting close for comfort in the middle. That's the 21 of Harley Musk as well getting involved, and in behind the 52 as well. That's Austin Gibson, another driver well known, I believe winner of a British Kart Champs last year in the same class. We come to the end of lap number 1, and I do believe all drivers making it through. Just as I say that, we got a spinner into the boots. It's always the way it works. A little bit of commentary per curse to kick off the morning.
Well, brilliant start there by the IAME Water Swift Inters. There's a move from Austin Newsted on the inside of Charlie Clough, and you can just see the second one driver goes through in that pack. A couple are going to go on that inside line as well. So I think that was Max Mason and Harley Musk who managed to make their way through.
Yeah, it was Freddie Wood who got chucked out to the outside there. Through goes Newsted, Clough and Williams. So 2 Ollie Road and Motorsport drivers working well there, pressing on towards the front. But as we say, quite the stacked grid in this one. It's creating some great battles already. Yeah,
so brilliant driving here by the Water Swifts. Will Green, who's already pulled quite a substantial gap. If I can just flick my computer, there's already a 1.3 second gap so far. So from Will Green to Freddie Wood. Will Green is showing his dominant form from this year. I mean, he's been off to European.
Big off, huge
word.
off for the first corner. That's going to be a red flag. That was a massive off at the first corner. I hope that driver is okay. That was a big one down at the first couple of corners. It is going to be a stoppage to the race, I think, with that one. That was really, really scary. But like we see in these tough and tricky wet conditions, it can easily happen. And once you start to go off the circuit, you often just speed up heading towards the barriers. We do indeed have a Battenberg out on circuit, so effectively safety car conditions here as the drivers head back into single file. Now, of course, a main talking point is hopefully the driver is okay, and there indeed is the red flag. I think that was expected as we saw that driver heading off to the scene of the accident. I really, really do hope that they are okay. We'll obviously give you updates as soon as we can. Now, the biggest loser really from that one is going to be Will Green, isn't it? Already building up a nice gap, nearly 1.5 seconds in the lead of the race. Now, the timer currently still ticking. I think that is going to be stopped, and we'll continue on with the race, but we'll give you updates as and when we can. But yeah, that was not a nice one to watch. I think even for us here in the commentary box, that wasn't a really nice one to see. And hopefully, as I can't say enough, hopefully that driver is okay. It was a great start to the race. Loads of drivers getting involved in some really good battles there. But yeah, tough conditions. And through a really fast section of corners there, it can all go wrong pretty quickly.
Well, yeah, we were speaking about the track conditions, and now they were changing every lap. That's a perfect example of what can go wrong. And, you know, you could see he took it looked like he took quite a substantial amount of speed into that turn 2, and it's hard to watch, but hopefully all the drivers in that are okay, and we can get back racing soon. I say soon, don't know how long this may take.
Indeed. We'll try and give you updates as soon as we can. But as you see, all the drivers lining up on the back straight, and they'll be updated with what's going on out there on circuit and what's the plan as the medical staff head down to turn number 1 and tend to the drivers involved down there. And of course, we'll give you that update as soon as we can. Red flag out on circuit if you're just joining us here for round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Some tricky conditions. Now, we were saying it was starting to dry up, and I'd say that now the sun has actually peeked out from behind the clouds now, but it is still very wet out there on circuit, very slippery as we saw. Now, I will say, if we're looking at the tyres here, are they on slick tyres?
Well, I told you.
They don't look like wet tyres to me.
Expect the unexpected.
Yeah,
I think they are slick tyres.
They are slick tyres. So the drivers were heading out on slicks for this race, and that maybe that gives even more sense to that crash that we've seen at the first corner there of when you're on circuit, on the drying line, on slicks, you can find that extra grip. As soon as you go offline, back onto that wet stuff or onto the grass on the outside of the circuit, you just speed up on those dry tyres, don't you? And as we saw with that driver, you head straight towards the scene of the accident.
Exactly. That's the problem with adaptable conditions. You know, these issues can come about, and so really hope that driver is okay. But obviously, he was pushing that kart to its limits, and that's the consequences you may have to face.
Yeah, the drivers are pressing on well. We were getting some great racing already, and hopefully we'll see the race continue shortly. Good to see as well Tom Fox out there on circuit getting some good pictures of the drivers. Foxy Red Photography, if you want to go and check him out on your social medias. He'll be providing the photos, I assume, from today then as he heads through the grid. That's one kart being tended to. It looks as though they're having a fiddle with the front nose cone there on that kart. So potentially, I think, at least I heard from another championship that I'm involved with, that often during red flag conditions, you can have your front bumper pop back out, but they note that you already had a front fairing penalty. Yeah. So you could actually then, in theory, get 2 front fairing penalties if you then get another one in the second half of the race post red flag.
I think it depends on the ruling and when it came out, the red flag. I mean, we'll see what happens after the race and that, and you can obviously check out all the results through Alpha Timing. So
exactly, yeah. Head to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to see all those live results, and then to see the final results. Because of course, don't forget, the results that we show you on screen are very, very provisional. They're still all to be looked at by the stewards and whatnot, and front fairing penalties to be added and all things like that. So to see those full results, simply change it from live to results. Results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to see the full finalised results, and those official results will then create the grids for later on in the day when we head into the finals. Now we'll just have a quick look at the Water Swift intermediate category. So it is the WM plate of Zach Champney who currently leads the championship heading in to round number 3. He's done an impressive job throughout this season so far. Zach winning Heat 1 and the final at round 2 and getting a P3 in heat number 2 as well. So a very impressive performance in round 2. But I will say, Will Green, at the front of the order for this one, he wasn't here for round number 2. I have a feeling that was probably a clash with the British Kart Champs round. So Will wasn't here for round 2. He's on pole for this race. He was in the lead of the race by about 1.6 seconds. When he was here for round number 1, he won heat 1, he won heat 2, and he won the final. So I think we can assume that Will Green is trying to be quite dominant today, as he has been throughout the rest of the season so far.
Well, that round 1 says it all.
Yeah.
A very dominant drive in the first round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. And, so far in round 3, it's going well for him. I mean, only been a few laps, but so far so good. And if he can extend that gap again in this Heat 1, it's all going to be looking good for him so far. But, I mean, there's many drivers, and you were saying earlier, British drivers, European drivers, who all have a chance of really getting into those podium spots and even that win.
Exactly, and it's fantastic to see as well as the drivers just getting back into the correct order here as we hopefully get ready for a restart. Great to see as well all these drivers who head off into these other championships, into British, into European stuff as well, still coming back to the Whilton Mill Kart Club, because what a fantastic kart club it is. That's great to see. We've got the drivers out of their karts, the karts being pushed back to the awnings now and being checked over and fixed, ready for the next races. But great to see all of the drivers up and out of the karts and all seemingly okay. Of course, being taken to the medical centre to be looked over, but hopefully we'll see them out for their next heats later on today. But like I was mentioning, what a kart club this is here at Whilton Mill, and drivers still coming back to experience the action of what is an incredible kart circuit. And like we said, over 250 entries heading into round number 3 today. It's loved by so many drivers, and that is indeed why they keep coming back.
Well, that's. I wonder how they actually fit that in a paddock. That must be, quite a struggle.
We're lucky here at Whilton Mill. We do have a decently expansive paddock, and of course, Whilton Mill, for last year, I think it was, made all these upgrades, repaved all of the paddock as well, because that used to be all just gravel around there. That's all now paved. They've got all the electrical points in as well. They really up their game here at Whilton Mill. The circuit's fantastic. The B-show's fantastic. The paddock now fantastic as well. They're pushing towards that international license, I think, in the next couple of years. And how could they really be denounced of that? What a circuit it is. And pushing on towards the world stage and things like that. Whilton Mill, we love it. Now that's something we weren't expecting to see today.
And the beautiful nature.
We've got some blue skies here at Whilton Mill.
Well, I mean, looking out the window right now, clear skies and a bit of sunshine. My eye is getting absolutely blown to pieces at the moment. Well, this says, oh, wow. I mean, you can tell about 5 minutes ago, that was all rain and downpour, and now it's bright sunshine. Shorts are coming out. Shirts are hopefully not coming off.
You say shorts coming out. Even when it's snowing, I'm pretty sure the mechanics all still have their shorts on. So that's not really something to denote the weather conditions. But, some still braving it today. And as you say, sun actually making an appearance out from the clouds today. Not what we expected, but we've seen these drivers already out on slick tyres, and this showing of sunshine here should help to dry up that circuit even faster, and we might see some really good racing here on the dry tyres. Now, the only issue is if it doesn't dry up too quickly, we might see a drying line forming, which then makes overtaking really difficult, because you come off of that dry line, suddenly you've got no grip on your dry tyres, you go for an overtake down the inside, but you find yourself, you overshoot the corner by about 50-60 metres, and suddenly you're off the circuit.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the problem with the slick tyre, is that the slick tyre only works when the track is slick.
Exactly.
So these drivers, and I hope some of these drivers don't have wet tyres on, because they are going to rip to buggery very quickly.
Yes.
There's Will Green getting some words from, I think that's the clerk of the course, so getting some final words before we get going. I think we may just go straight into it, or we may have have a one lap and then go racing from there.
Yeah, I imagine it will simply be they'll come off from this back straight, round the boot, and we'll go green. That will I assume what it will be. Now I'm interested to see as well what time we will start on here, whether they're going to get the full allotted time that we stopped at when we went to the red flag, which I think was around 5 minutes left to go. Yeah, 5 minutes and 23 seconds on the live timing. So I think potentially we'll start off with that. So this now gives a different challenge to Will Green as well. Of course, he's already started in the 2x2 formation for a race start. He's now got to start off this single file restart now, and once again try and build up the gap that he already had done in the opening minutes of the race.
Exactly, and well, the tracks can be completely different now because the sun's out and the conditions will change just like that, click of the finger. And so Will Green and all these other drivers are going to have to learn very quickly, and that is when mistakes can occur. So it's only the best drivers that can take full advantage of this and show their driving abilities.
And as it starts to dry up, as you say, yeah, more and more grip's going to be found, and it's who is willing to press that boundary and keep just knocking on the door of the edge of grip, and who can push right to that limit without going over it and chucking themselves off circuit and chucking it all away. But not too long to wait now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be heading back to green flag conditions very shortly. You can see the Battenberg flag out there on your screens as our fantastic staff here at Whilton Mill prepare to get us back underway and racing. And off goes Will Green into the boot section. You see there Elliot Lammers. Hello, Elliot Lammers in the chat saying, why red flag? We had a couple of drivers off down at the first couple of corners. We've managed to clear away the drivers and carts now, and all drivers seemingly okay, being tended to by the medical staff. If we get any further updates on the drivers involved in that incident and how they are doing after that one, we'll of course give you updates as and when we can. Now I thought we'd go straight round to a race start there. We are going round for at least one rolling up lap here. As you can see, those Battenberg flags out at the marshal posts. The drivers just using this lap to get a bit of heat back in those slick tyres, and with them being on slick tyres and in these conditions, you need to get as much temperature as you can get in those tyres to try and rag your way around this Whilton Mill Kart circuit.
Well, they may even be trying to go offline because they've generated that grip from there.
So 3 drivers involved in that first corner incident. I can confirm it was George House, George Clark and Max Mason who were involved in that first corner incident. So hopefully all drivers okay, hopefully all drivers back out on circuit for the following heat. It was quite the scary one, wasn't it, Charlie? But luckily, seemingly, everyone okay.
Yeah, very quick crash, and that's always not the best sign. But Will Green slowing it down, getting ready to get this racing underway. The clock of the course there, telling the drivers to keep it coming, keep it going. And Will Green getting ready. He's going to bunch the pack up, and round the final corner, he'll get on the throttle. The smoke will arise, and we're back racing. Will Green already got a bit of an advantage there. Freddie Wood just holding on in that second place. Austin Newstead rounding out the top 3 there. There's some battling with the Fusion drivers. I can see Harley Muskin there just in the front of that little pack. But Will Green, oh my word, these drivers all defending, trying to block from each other. Will Green is saying bye-bye and I'm off. And look at that gap so far. I mean, we were saying about how Will Green, he is a European driver. He's done the British as well. He does a bit of everything because he can, and he knows that he's one of the best talents in the world so far. He's already got half a second lead, and he's only going to increase that as these drivers, Austin Newstead and Freddie Wood, battling on into the boot complex. Will Newstead have a look? Not as yet. He's still got a few minutes to play with until, oh, that's a big move there. That's the number 8 of Jarl of Sayer on the inside of Austin Gibson. Couldn't get it done, but so far the first lap back racing, and my word, Fred Green, he's on the charge at the moment.
Oh, have we gone back to Battenberg flag? We've got a full course yellow again. Yes, we do. So kart off at the first corner, it seems. Now drivers all just getting a bit close there. Hopefully they've all seen the Battenberg flag as we come to slow down. Drivers just got to keep watching here. I know there's still very young drivers out in this race, but we've got to learn to keep an eye on those flags, and luckily drivers all slowing down. But we're back to Battenberg conditions once again here at Whilton Mill. I think anyway, from the disembodied voice in my head, our fantastic producer who's in my ear, someone else was off. It sounds as though it's the 13 of Jesus Bartulos, who might be off of the circuit. Hopefully Jesus all okay as well here on the number 13, but definitely some issues here today in the IAME Water Swift intermediate category. as there's a car getting taken away from that inside of the circuit. But once again, this is going to be the third time I'm asking now for Will Green. He's had a great start, created a nice gap. He's had another great start, created a nice gap, and now they've all been shuffled back up again. However, he's not going to have the benefit of Freddie Wood behind him this time. Freddie Wood with quite the defensive masterclass across that first lap of the restart there, up at Christmas corner, holding that inside line and keeping all of the drivers in behind, allowed for Will Green to gain that 1.75 second gap when we went to the end of that previous lap. But now Austin Newstead has been released. Austin Newstead sat in the wheel tracks, but there goes Will Green already. Really early from Will Green. That was really impressively done. Back to green flag conditions we go, and already Will Green with a nice little gap at the front of the field, and the drivers following in behind.
Well, what a start from Will Green. He manages to get a bit of a gap so far. Austin Newstead on in the second place spot, and I think, was that Harry Williams who managed to get into the final podium spot? We'll have to see when they come through after the first lap.
We saw Jarlath Sayer going for a move.
Yeah, that was a move from Jarlath Sayer. I couldn't see if I can get it done or not. I think he did, but so far so good for the third time asking in the IAME Water Swift Inter. And so far, Will Green, he's definitely showing his form yet again for the third time. He's, as you were saying, got that gap, had the issue and had to slow it down. Well, everyone had to slow down. Pulled that gap again, had to come back, and now pulling that gap, and hopefully that will be to the end of the race.
Just shows there's absolutely no luck in it there for Will Green. What skill there to do it 3 times in one single race and still press on and take the lead of the race by quite some margin. Harley Musk making more moves there up at Christmas corner through, follows the number 44 in behind him. That was Ian Nayar making up a spot with him as well, both shuffling Enzo Butterazzi down to P12. But not much time left in this one, so quite the scrap to the finish for these drivers as they've been pushed back together with another Battenberg flag. And here we see the drivers battling through once more. There is the 38 of Freddie Wood, now trying to hold on to 4th place as Harry Williams has slipped through into 3rd. We mentioned as well Jarlath Sayer went for the move up at Christmas corner. Took away the place as well for 5th. Timer has hit 0, so Will Green will already see the final lap board. We've not seen a huge amount of green flag racing in this first heat of the day for the Water Swift Intermediates, but still we've been super impressed by Will Green. But here comes Austin Newstead, 52.41. That was nearly 0.2 of a second. That was 2.5 of a second quicker than Will Green on the previous lap of the race. Was that a move there? That was the WM plate having a little battle as more moves going on down at the bottom of the hill. This is WM plate and the 38 of Freddie Wood. This is the battle for 5th place then, as Freddie Wood's just been shuffled back. 2nd and 3rd of Harry Williams and Jarlath Sayer having a good ding-dong battle as well as we had through this last lap, but it's all very close.
Well, Will Green, he got pushed back many times in this race and manages to climb over the curbs and into the final complex. Will come round for the final lap and take the win in IAME Water Swift Inter. Brilliant start there by Will Green to kick off his round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. They're side by side all the way down the grid here. Hands going in the air. Disappointment to some drivers' faces. But Austin Newstead, he was very quick on that last lap. Jarlath Sayer even quicker, setting the fastest lap, 52.180. So the times are substantially coming down in this in this weekend. So as we'll see soon, the results will come up on your screens. Will Green takes the win here by 0.5 second from Austin Newstead, the number 74. Was trying to close in that last lap, couldn't do enough unfortunately. Harry Williams a second behind from the leader, but managed to hold on to that podium spot. Jarlath Sayer takes that P4 spot, making moves through the field, and Zach Champney manages to take the final spot in the top 5, the WM plate winner. Solid drive by him in the first heat. Freddie Wood, Austin Gibson, Charlie Clow, Tsukimo Kira and Harley Musk, who made that move on the last lap, makes his way into the top 10. The field not pulling out as much as we thought it'd be, but very exciting race to start off the IAME Water Swift races. Hopefully those drivers are okay in those earlier crashes, but you know, John, so far so good.
Definitely an interesting race, that one. Yeah, as you say, a bit of a stop-start race, that one, with the 2 Battenberg flags and the red flag in this one. But Will Green doing a great effort from those 3 starts there to take the win. But as you mentioned, some drivers still having really good pace in that race. Austin Newstead was pressing on near the end there towards the lead, and Jarlath Sayer getting through the order to 4th place, setting that fastest lap on the last lap. Jarlath, another one of those drivers who races out in Europe as well. A very quick pedaler is Jarlath, so we'll see how that plays out in the heats later on today. As you mentioned, Sukmani Kira up in the top 10, driver who's part of the Alpine Race Her program as well. So good to see Sukmani, your top female driver there in that Water Swift intermediate heat. We bring that to a close. I think everyone takes a big sigh of relief that that race has come to an end, and hopefully we see all those drivers who are involved in the incidents out in their heat number 2 later on. But we go on to another first heat of the day for a new category for today. The Rotax Minis will be out next.
Right then, so the Rotax Mini are about to get set here at Whilton Mill, and the grid should be coming up on our screens very shortly. So Finley Lines will take the pole spot from Max Wheatley, Leo Livings, Miles Burton, Riley Munro and Finley Hines rounds out the row 3. Benjamin Law and Zach Starbuck are WM plate winner. Otis Cleary and Akil Nangioni rounds out the top 10. Drew Davidson and Adam Turek round out your row 6. Warwick Millum, Jack Baker, Ayrton Rye, Archie Rodders Tyler, Nathan Ron and Stanley Statford brings out your row 9. Ruben Jenkins, George Fountain, one of our novice drivers, Connor J. Winfield, Soren Gallagher, Zach Jennings and Harry Bell rounds out your row 12. Harper Das, Arthur Brooker, William Kidd Glass, Jensen Smith and Lucas Esser rounds out your final spot on the grid, and the 15 rows cover some pretty quick drivers. I mean, the Rotax Mini, yeah, you're saying just a new class just been created, I think, at the start of this year or last year. So far so good. And I mean, Finley Lines, he's quite unstoppable at this point in his career, pretty much. I mean, he's been at it for a few years now, and obviously with that synergy program that he's on, he's doing God work for the chassis and obviously for the team itself. And obviously with his connections with TCR UK, he's definitely got a career looking forward.
Exactly, yeah. Finley Lines, super impressive driver is Finley, and as you mentioned, yeah, Stuart Lines' father runs TCR UK, Touring Car Racing UK, the biggest contender to the BTCC. Really exciting racing in TCR, and of course, TCR live streamed on Alpha Live as well.
Exactly.
So they had a round recently. I can't remember off the top of my head where
Snetterton.
it was. Snetterton.
I was there.
It was. You were there. You were racing as well, if I'm not mistaken. And you can catch all of that action. You can watch it all back on Alpha Live, and of course the future rounds of the championship as well. But we'll look forward to cars. I'm sure some of these drivers in the field are looking forward to cars in a few years.
Exactly,
but right now we're watching the karting. It's the Rotax Minis coming up next, as you mentioned. Finley Lines on pole position for this one. The O-Plate winner earlier on this season, as he's donning on his kart for this race. Can anyone stop Finley Lines at the front of the order? Well, there's quite a few drivers in this race who are trying to do so. Zach Starbuck, your WM plate winner from last season, starting 8th place, and this one. A couple of other drivers that I'm seeing from other clubs as well. Great to see them here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Ayrton Rye starting P15 in this one. Often see Ayrton down at Rye House. Of course, Rye House driver of the season last year was Ayrton Rye, so you see what he can do here at WMKC. Same for Connor J. Winfield as well, often a good peddler at Rye House. Let's see how they take to this Whilton Mill Kart circuit. There's Finley Lines on the right hand side of your screen in the green lid. You can't miss him there on the O-Plate. He'll take us to the start, and hopefully the other side of the grid doesn't get too good of a start then. Into the first couple of corners they go. Finley takes the lead of the race early on, but a little bit of a wide moment on the exit. Sees the number 12 of Max Wheatley slip through into the lead of the race. Now Max Wheatley, how did I miss his name? He has been so dominant at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, at the Rye House Kart Club, has Max Wheatley, as there's a driver off already, the number 69, struggling on those slick tyres to get it back out onto the circuit. That was Zach Jennings having a bit of an off-track excursion already in this race. But yeah, Max Wheatley wow, he's been impressive at Rye House. No one able to touch him at Rye House, and he's proven that here at Whilton Mill as well. Max Wheatley, a serious peddler. You can see from his visor strip as well, he's in the British Kart Champs for this year. So if anyone can bring it to Finley Lines at the front of the order, it's Max Wheatley, and we're in for a bumper show here in the Rotax Minis here for round number 3.
Well, Max Wheatley showing what he's got into the lead after the first lap, and Finley Lines, he's going to have to watch out. He's got Miles Burton right behind. There was yellow flag, so no overtaking in this section of the circuit. There's a move there. Oh,
there was an overtake. Yep, the 22 goes for a move there. That's Adam Turasek. He's going to get a penalty for that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the #1 rule with yellow flags, no overtaking, because it is a dangerous, the yellow flag stipulating as a dangerous part of the circuit. Maybe there's a driver off or someone on circuit, and obviously no overtaking, because you don't want that risk of another accident being formed. But so far, Leo Livings, mechanical flag, so a driver who was at the front, and he's had some problems on that first lap, obviously getting that mechanical flag, jumping over the curbs here at Whilton Mill in that last sector. But so far so good for Max Wheatley, who is holding on from Finley Lines. Miles Burton, who's driving brilliantly so far to hold on to the back of Finley Lines. You can see him close in with that slipstream, the slipstream being so effective in the karts. And there's a battle on your screens. There's multiple drivers in that field. I think that's the battle down with Drew Davidson, who is sitting down in P11. So this is a top 10 battle here. Yeah, there's Drew Davidson just leading that pack, followed by Warwick Milam. Jack Baker is in there as well. But so far so good for all our drivers. Most of them staying out and having a good race so far. There's the 1-2-2 on your screens. Riley Munro with that Sam Pollitt racing car. He's driving brilliantly so far. He's just holding on his P4 spot, so only one place off that podium, and mechanical flag for Leo Living, so he's going to have to come into the pits, and that'll be his race ruined so far. But as I was saying earlier, these are the first heats, so it's not the end of the world. Bit of tape coming off there, but down the inside, Finley Hines, number 57, manages to make the move, and very close there. Riley Munro, that's Zach Zarpuk. So the WM plate, the WM plate stipulating he knows how to drive Whilton Mill and manages to get through. Oh, Finley Lines on the inside. Max Wheatley has, I don't know if he's had some problems on those last couple of laps, but Finley Lines has managed to find the unspoken pace that he's been using this year. So win a bunch of races, especially that O plate where he's won, I think, here at Whilton Mill. So he definitely knows how to drive the circuit, has the fastest lap of the race as well. So something has clicked, and obviously those tyre pressures can mean quite a lot in racing. I mean, if you set them a bit too high, they might come on a bit too late, and drop them a bit, they might come on a bit too early. It's that fine margin of trying to work out when you want the tyres to be working at its best, because obviously the tyres, they go over so much stress that they can easily be ripped apart. But so far, Finley Lines makes the move on Max Wheatley and holds on to the lead in the Rotax Mini Inter.
Indeed. It's always difficult when you've got Finley Lines and Finley Hines in the same race. It's
mumble the words.
Yeah, quite similar names, but it is indeed Lines to the front of the order. Hines in this second pack. There he is on the 57. And yeah, Zach Starbuck, some aggressive moves from Zach. Great to see Zach pressing on back towards the front of the order. And he's now leading that secondary pack, trying to press on towards these three. And Miles Burton now closing up on the back of Lines and Wheatley. 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock. We've got two change of three now. And just behind them, Adam Turasek, not far off either as well. So we'll see whether Zach Starbuck can turn up the wick here. Try and work together with Hines and Morrow and press on towards these top three. He's going to be hoping that Wheatley tries to go for a move at some point in the near future, and he does. Down the inside into the boot, he tries it. Does Max Wheatley? Not quite got the overcut. They're still going to be side by side heading into the left-hander, but Lyons is able to chop across and retake the lead of the race. Good attempt there from Max Wheatley, but that's exactly what Starbuck, Hines and Morrow want to see. Drivers still going side by side, trying to stick it down the inside there at the Christmas corner, almost faking him out to the inside. There was Wheatley attempting the up and under on the exit. Max Wheatley's doing everything he can to try and get back through here on Finley Lyons, but he's got to watch out as well. He's in that difficult spot. He's got a driver ahead. He's trying to attack, but he's also got Miles Burton in behind him who's trying to get through as well. I will say Leo Livings has just set the new fastest lap of the race. He was up near the front of the order. He's still in this race though after getting a mechanical flag, so not sure what's happened there with Leo Livings. It does say he's continuing on around the circuit, and clearly the mechanical not affecting him too much, and he's just taking the fastest lap of the race.
Exactly, and I mean, we're going to have to watch out for Zach Starbuck, who has been the man on the mission so far in this race, and don't count him out just yet, because if these drivers keep battling, that's just going to lose them time. There he is on your screens, just pulling away, and here I was saying about the battling, Finley Lyons defending, and my word, that's the 43 there. Miles Burton has a look on Max Wheatley, can't get it done, so Max Wheatley is in the worst place possible. He's got to have to try and attack from Finley to Finley Lyons, but has to defend off the Miles Burton. And Leo Livings, you were saying about him going quicker, he's just gone even quicker. So Leo Livings setting another fastest lap of the race. So it just shows that luck in motorsport takes a toll, and can lead to wins and can lead to DNFs. If you haven't got the luck, then it's all to play for. Yellow flags out in the first sector, so problems going on. Further down the field, there's two karts off there. That's the number. Let's have a look. That was the number 139 of Ruben Jenkins. Yeah. So obviously problems there. Benjamin Lawn setting the fastest lap there. That's a 50.33. So the times are coming down substantially. Finley Lyons defending, but he's a bit squirmy on the brakes going into the Ashby corner, and we'll have to see what happens there, because I saw there was side by side coming out. There's Adam Turek. No, not say Adam Turek. Miles Barton on that 43 car. He has a look, but can't do it on Max Wheatley. Max Wheatley and Finley Lyons really going at it in the side. Oh, that was a look and a half from Max Wheatley. Can't get it done though. That section is so tight, and single file through that last sector always goes well. But Miles Burton, watch out for him. He's having to sit back. He's just going to watch this race, watch the top two unfold. And Finley Lyons really defending on that white line. Max Wheatley gives him the tap. I think Finley Lyons sort of parked it there, trying to slow down the drivers from behind, but this is all in favour for Zach Starbuck. Down the inside, Miles Burton on the inside of Max Wheatley. They're going to throw hands at each other, tell each other to push on, because we need to catch up to Finley Lyons. And I think that was a sort of judgment to Max Wheatley, that, you know, Miles Burton he is quicker than you, but he's going back in. Miles Burton hangs around the outside. So I mean, these drivers are showing brilliant racecraft skills in this race, and obviously I was saying earlier, this is all going to work in favour of Zach Starbuck going into the final lap. John, take it away.
Indeed, onto the final lap they come then. It was a good move from Miles Burton. Max Wheatley immediately trying to battle back through. It was actually at the first corner we lost Archie Rogers-Tyler a couple of laps ago, so sad to see him out of this race. Late on the brakes from Miles Burton, but trying it up and under again is Max Wheatley. He likes to attempt that move, but it hasn't quite worked out in this race at the moment, and Max definitely looking like the closest challenger to Finley Lyons at the front of the order, but getting involved in this battle with Miles Burton and dropping them both off of the lead of the race. Up and under again attempted by Max Wheatley. This time it works out down to Ogiers. No, it does not. Miles Burton chucks it back to the inside there, cuts across, retakes second place. There's a great battle going on in behind them as well between Starbuck and Morrow, trying it down the inside. This time into the boot is Wheatley. It's not going to work out. Finley Lyons comes around the final corner to take the win of the race. The O-Plate driver nicks the fastest lap on that last lap around the circuit as well. Burton and Wheatley rounding out the top three, and it all changed in behind. Turasek takes fourth place, with Morrow in fifth and Starbuck having to settle for sixth place. So after that early attack through the field for Zach Starbuck to get himself up into P4, finds himself rear-overtaken on that last lap by a couple of drivers and just slips down the order. Finley Hines, Otis Cleary, Benjamin Lawn and Jack Baker, your top 10 there in the Rotax Minis. Some great battling, and I was expecting for Finley Lyons to start to drive away with that race, but Max Wheatley really brought it to him, and Finley was having to show his defensive masterclass. Now, we've seen that from him many times. He showed it off again in that race, takes maximum points then from heat number 1.
Brilliant driving there by Finley Lyons. And here we go, we have a look at our results yet again. So Finley Lyons, you're saying, takes the win, pulls a 2.2 second lead on that last lap. So it just shows how much time can be lost whilst battling. Miles Burton and Max Wheatley having a brilliant battle on that last lap. Miles Burton managed to get to second place. Now number 43 car, Adam Turek. Brilliant drive there, it makes it to P4. Riley Munro rounds out your top 5. Zach Starbert got pushed back a bit, he was in that P4 spot. But, I mean, the brilliant driving there by the Rotax Mini Inters. Jack Baker, good drive by him, rounds out the top 10. Benjamin Lawn, he had that fastest lap early in the race. Otis Cleary on that MS kart, driving brilliantly. Finley Hines with the Coles Racing lot. Brilliant stuff there by Rotax Mini Inters. And a brilliant way to start off their first heat.
Indeed, a very exciting race once again for round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Lots of battling up and down the order in that one, but that was your look at the full results there for heat number 1 of the Rotax Minis. Of course, an interesting one with Leo Livingston. I still don't really know what happened with him getting a mechanical flag, then suddenly being back out on circuit, setting fastest laps. But he managed to finish in 20th place there, so not quite sure what happened. Maybe he came in for the mechanical and it was an easy fix and he headed straight back out on circuit. So potentially there, getting back some points despite having a mechanical flag. And that's always good to see as well. All the drivers coming through onto nose cone watch, just being double checked and checking that front fairing, and there's someone with an issue with the front fairing, the number 95, that is, of Harper Das, one of your novices here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, someone we regularly see down at Rye House, but sadly that first race for him, he's going to be dropping down the order with a little front nose cone penalty for Harper. Back to the country file shots here. Beautiful shots of the scenery here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We're done and dusted with race number 5. We've only got a few heat number 1s left to go. Next out on circuit, we go from some of our smaller drivers to some of our much bigger drivers. The senior X30s are out next for their first heat. Once again, another grid with lots of famous faces involved. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Cian Geraghty, top privateer from the first round of the British Kart Championship, starts on pole position with Fred Green alongside him on that front row. Rylan Eckberg and Robbie Buckley on row 2 with Harvey Roth and Alistair Cresswell on row number 3. Row 4 has Micah Taylor and Henry Gregory, and it's Josh Jones and Kian Leon Gamiao on row number 5. Behind them, Harry Torpy and Jaden Gregg. Row 7 has Archie Heron and Josh Palfreman, and it's Aaron Brown and Jensen Buckingham on row number 8 with Ollie Rance and Dylan Brearley on row 9. Rounding out the top 20 are Piotr Judovic and Katie Ashman, and it's Harry Yule and Eddie Dimbleby on row 11 with Macy Hitter and Ollie Keenan on row 12. Then Leo Robinson and Alfie Richards behind them on row number 13 with Oliver Harris, Juan Pablo Gerard Diaz, then Natalia Dabek, Hugo Haynes there on row number 15, and rounding out the grid are Kieran Barber, Morgan Hill, Jack Cox and Lewis Bird. Now it looks as though our drivers heading round for another warm-up lap here of this Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit, and understandably so as we head from wet to dry conditions. The drivers just being given that little bit of extra time for practice, because of course all those practice laps completed earlier were on the wet tyres, and now we moved over to the slick tyres.
Exactly that, and I mean, just looking at the back 3 drivers in this field, obviously Morgan Hill has been taking the charge. I've definitely seen that Kim Bolton, he's been winning multiple rounds there in their club championship, and obviously Morgan Hill has been up at the front here at Whilton Mill. Obviously watch out for Jack Cox, who's been quick here at Whilton in the past few years, and Lewis Bird, he's one to watch out for. Definitely a strong European driver, and he has got what it takes to make it to the front. So definitely a bunch of drivers from the back of the field fighting through. And all these drivers starting to bunch up now, getting ready to get racing here at Whilton Mill. Their first heat for senior X30. There's Cian Geraghty, the privateer driver, really backing up the field now, almost idle through the final corner. There's a problem
in the background. Yeah, driver not able to get going. That's the 115 pulling off already, but leading us to the start then. Great start for the pole sitter then on the inside. Cian Geraghty immediately takes the lead of this race. We head through the first couple of corners. The driver's getting a bit too close to comfort there at the apex of turn number 2. Dive to the inside there for the Tim Wilson Motorsport driver. The 36 there of Harvey Roth holds on to third place. He's had a good start. Up a couple of positions there is Harvey, and fending off the drivers in behind. One of those is Henry Gregory there. Pressing on nicely. Bad start from Fred Green, though. He's dropped down a few positions, and there are some of the Vismo karts pressing on towards the sharp end of the order. Move down the inside from the 27. Now, is that Macy Hitter making a way through? No, that's Ollie Rans on the 27. He's made up a few positions on this opening lap of the race. And we head to the end of lap number 1 then. So the 115, sadly, wasn't able to get it going, and Hugo Haynes was out before we even got it started.
Well, that's not always the best start to your weekend, but Cian Geraghty, you were saying about the top privateer at the first round of the British Championships, and he's showing that you don't. Oh, big move there by Jalen Gregg. He saw the driver of, I think that was Pitra, tried to go on the inside and covered brilliantly to fend him off. But so far, so good for Cian Geraghty. There's a massive stream of drivers in there. There's Fred Green, Micah Taylor, and Henry Gregory. We were talking about, he is a very dominant driver here at Whilton Mill. Sets multiple fastest laps wherever you take him. And so far, so good for the X30 drivers. So as they come round to finish this lap, it's Cian Geraghty who takes the first spot, followed by Ryan Etchberg with Harvey Roth on that Tim Wilson kart, and takes it to the top 3. Fred Green, Micah Taylor, Henry Gregory, Robbie Buckley, Harry Torpey. There's a move there by Keon Leon Gamio. I think that was on the inside of Ollie Rand. So brilliant driving there by Gamio to get on the inside at Christmas Corner. Christmas Corner being a brilliant overtaking opportunity. And I mean, this track is full of overtaking opportunities, which is why it's such a driver's track here. And that's why when you ask them a question, which track do you like the most in the UK, they'll definitely say Whilton Mill is up there.
Not only a driver's track, a spectator's track as well, because we love watching it.
Exactly.
Not only here at the circuit, but also on the fantastic live streams from Alpha Live. We bring you these fantastic pictures of the stunning Whilton Mill Kart Circuit as these senior X30 drivers press on through their first heat of the day. Cian Geraghty, new fastest lap of the race, 46.2. He's not waiting around for anyone. 1.3 seconds already the gap at the front of the order. Move down the inside though, down at Ashby. Was that Gregory through on Taylor potentially? No, Gregory still behind there. It was the 51 and the 48 who were battling nicely. Fred Green and Micah Taylor there, who's at the front of this order. That's Harvey Roth on the Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. So they've just dropped off ever so slightly. There's all bit of pressure there. That was Henry Gregory just getting biffed off through the middle of the corner there. It was a wide moment from the 13 of Robbie Buckley straight into the side of Henry Gregory. Now does Robbie Buckley have a problem there?
Oh.
Close, very close, too close to comfort. Off goes Archie Heron. The 159 off at the first corner. Argy-bargy down to turn 1. Off goes Mr. Heron.
Oh, argy-bargy wasn't the best word to use, I have to admit. But so, I mean, that's the problem with all the battling through this grid. And there's Alistair Cresswell on the inside of Robbie Buckley. So Robbie Buckley has really been in it in the past couple of laps, causing loads of action, and that's worked brilliantly in our favour. Trying to bring the pictures here from Alpha Live, brilliant streaming coverage, being brought to you from either your screens or if you're at the circuit. So Harvey Roth, there he is on your screens, trying to cover off that final podium spot position from Fred Green and Mikey Taylor. So far so good for our senior X30 drivers. Cian Geraghty, he's definitely putting the pressure on from the other drivers. Takes the fastest lap of the race, 45.8. Oh, there's a bit of rubbing his race in there from Micah Taylor and Harvey Roth. So these drivers very much getting argy-bargy, as you say, with some bumper-to-bumper racing, which is how it should be in motorsport. Obviously, you don't want to see it, but that's how it can be sometimes. As long as you don't go over that limit and end up on top of each other, that's how motorsport should really be.
A little bit too aggressive there from Micah Taylor. He thinks there was a There was a slight opening there created by Fred Green ahead, but tried to stick the nose in there and it wasn't quite enough of a gap to make it work. We know Micah Taylor is extremely quick here at Whilton Mill. He's pressing on nicely, but needs to find the right opportunity to squeeze his way through, with, of course, without getting a penalty, without taking each other out. He's got another opportunity here at Christmas Corner. This time takes it cleanly, does Micah Taylor. Through he goes into 4th place, shuffles Harvey Roth back down to 5th. But look at that already. Pressing on, it is Fred Green, and there's a move down the inside from Harry Torpey as well. The Torpedo stealing away the top 5 spot from Harvey Roth. So Harvey Roth, I think best shout now is to try and stick on the back of these two drivers and press on together towards the top 3 positions. But as I mentioned, Fred Green pressing on already on his lonesomes towards Rylan Ekberg and Cian Geraghty at the front of the order. Now Fred Green on that Croc Promotion car, of course used to be with Jamie Green Racing, has moved over for this season to Croc Promotion. It's working out nicely for him here. He had the confidence to go for that move down the inside at Christmas Corner, and he's already created, what's that, about a 1.5-second gap over Micah Taylor. So Fred Green, a seriously quick peddler here at Whilton Mill, and he's proving just that. Vismo versus Vismo up at Christmas Corner though. That was Henry Gregory and Josh Palfreman battling at it. There's another move down the inside though. Harry Torpey through once again, this time on Micah Taylor.
Brilliant move there, and as he goes through, he taps the head, says we've got to work together. Micah Taylor and Harvey Roth gonna maybe sit behind, or will this be another opportunity to get on the inside? But that podium gap is slowly falling away. That was the battle for P4, I believe. So Fred Green taking that final podium spot and already pulling a bit of an advantage. Cian Geraghty, the times are still coming down here. 45.8, and I mean, we were looking at the times earlier today when it was raining. Just shows how much time can be gained when you find the grip on circuit. That was Alistair Cresswell looking for a move on one of the Vismo drivers. Couldn't get it done, but so far, so good for our X30 drivers. Micah Taylor just having to defend off to Harvey Roth, and I think he just went for the move there. I couldn't catch that. Yes, he has. So Harvey Roth on the inside of Micah Taylor. That was for P5. So for the final spot on that top 5 grid, Harvey Roth goes on the inside, and I mean, that was a brilliant overtaking move. Henry Gregory in front of the Vismo train, and Alistair Cresswell being the Vismo sandwich in that pack of 4. And who's that closing in behind? I think that is Robbie Buckley. So Aaron Brown sitting on the back of this top 4 here. He's going to have a look at, oh, he's going for a late move there, and Alistair Cresswell uses the bumper, the side pod to push him off the circuit, but couldn't be enough. And I mean, brilliant. Oh, he's gone in again, but it went airborne there. Aaron Brown, I don't know if he made it out there alive. We'll have to see when our camera cuts. So I don't know what's happened with Aaron Brown and Alistair Cresswell. There is Aaron Brown. So went in a bit too hard. I think he made contact with Cresswell and sent him off. So maybe that being aggressive took it a bit too far. Oh, Lewis Bird has just pushed off a driver. I think that was Katie Ashman, who was sent off into the grass. Says Jaden Gregg on your screens, right behind Leo Robinson. So the Tim Wilson driver, Leo Robinson, commonly known him from his TKM driving. If I can remember, back at Kim Bolton Circuit, he's done loads of laps in the TKM. Now moving over to Senior X30. There's Josh Jones defending from the driver behind. But here is the pack. There's a battle at the front. Rylan Ekberg has been overtaken by Fred Green. So this is for 2nd place. Obviously not talking about Cian Geraghty, who's made a 3.6 second lead already. So far so good, as we're about to come on to the final lap, I believe. Fred Green, yeah, we are. So final lap here in Senior X30 for the first heat of the day for them. Fred Green getting 2nd place, making that move. There's Cian Geraghty on your screens, holding on perfectly in that privateer kart. Privateers really showing their form here in motorsport, and it's always brilliant to see them fight against the big teams who are, always chucking money at it and have all the facilities in the world. But John, I'll let you take them to the checker flag.
Yeah, Cian Geraghty is a class chap, both off and on of the circuit. Lovely, lovely bloke, and not only a lovely bloke, a very, very quick driver as well as Cian Geraghty, showing just that here in heat number 1 for Senior X30. He's going to take maximum points out there and win by 4 seconds ahead of Fred Green there. Fred Green comes across the line. Rylan Ekberg into 3rd place. So across those last couple of laps, Fred Green was able to pit Rylan for that 2nd place out there on circuit. Good drive from Harry Torpey as well into 4th. Harvey Roth with a bit of a second coming there in that race. We saw him slipping down the order initially, but then fought back, got back through on Micah Taylor, and retook 5th place. A good showing there from the number 36 from Tim Wilson Motorsport. Micah Taylor, as you mentioned, just behind in 6th place, and then Henry Gregory on that 77 in P7, quite fitting there for Greg's in 7th place. Josh Palferman, Robbie Buckley, and Alistair Cresswell. Your top 10 there in heat number 1 for Senior X30. And sadly, we saw our first black flag there in that race. There was a mechanical flag for Kian Liam Gamiao in early on in the race, and then it wasn't served by Kian. So sadly, he then got a black flag after that and was forcibly put back into the pit lane. Here's the full results then from heat number 1 of the Senior X30s. We've already run through your top 10, and between that top 10, just over 10 seconds. So we see those gaps between the drivers coming down and down and down as the track gets drier and drier and drier. But we say that, the clouds over the circuit getting darker and darker and darker. So we may be seeing some rain coming shortly, and are being told by my producer in my ear, around 20 minutes we'll be expecting a little bit more precipitation here in Northamptonshire. Outside of the top 10 then, Ollie Rans was in 11th place with Jensen Bucky and Morgan Hill and Josh Jones in behind. Your top 14 there out on circuit. Behind them, Piotr Jurovic, then Lewis Bird, Aaron Brown, Macy Hitter, Jaden Gregg and Leah Robinson, your top 20. Then it was Oliver Harris, Katie Ashman, Ollie Keenan, Dylan Brearley, Jack Cox, Eddie Dumbleby, Juan Pablo Girard Diaz, then Archie Heron, Alfie Richards, Natalia Dabek. They were your final finishers, 30 finishes in that one. Sadly, we lost Kian Gamiao and Harry Yule earlier on in the race. Good to see Archie Heron, despite getting nerfed off there at corner 1, did get to the end of the race in the end. A P28. He's not going to be very happy with that one, but at least he made it to the checkered flag.
Exactly, and obviously I want to give a big shout out to Morgan Hill, who started about 3rd to last, so down in about 30th place, finished 13th. So just showing that qualifying doesn't actually tell you, doesn't actually tell you are a bad driver. It just shows that you had some problems in qualifying. You have those heats to fight through, and that's what makes the heat so enjoyable. It's that you can have that fun time of just fighting through the grid, and then have to battle your way in that final.
Exactly, yeah, the qualifying doesn't show the full story. Something could have occurred in that qualifying session that means you're slightly further down the order than maybe you would have been hoping to be. But you've got these heats to press back through, as you mentioned. And, drivers doing just that in the earlier heat. We come to the end of heat number 1 for Senior X30s. We'll be moving back to our Rotax class. We'll be moving back to the Junior Rotaxes. Their heat number 2, B versus C, is out next.
Right then, so heat 2 here for the Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax getting that extra heat because of obviously the amount of drivers here this weekend. So we're going to have to fly through the grids here, and this is the starting grid. So Harry Freeman takes that pole spot, Alfie Thompson, Mikey Walker, Oliver Smith, Jack Baker, Riley Bishop ran out your row 3, Joel Dixon Cohen, Oliver Meek, Ellis Snow, Dominic Parabic, Logan Lauder and Shane Chandra ran out your row 6, Aidan Large, Callum Gosh, Finney Jones, Michael Dalton, Dan Gurney, William Webb ran out your row 9, Ethan Hatch, Ryan Rapney, Riley Morgan, Haravgi Kukanov, Elliot Foster, Harry Wilch, Molly Pugh, Danny Callaghan, Oliver Vouch, Jack Saunders, Rec Ashley, Charlie Wolfett and Dexter Collins rounds out your 31 drivers here. And coming into the last corner, Harry Freeman and Alfie Thompson, Evolution front row here at Whilton Mill. As they come around the final corner, we can get things started here at Whilton Mill. Second heat for the Junior Rotax, off and away. Harry Freeman, just like he did in that first heat, takes the lead into turn 2. And down and up to Christmas corner. Here we go. Harry Freeman takes a normal line. There's a bit of argy-bargy and a driver losing it. Riley Bishop got it sideways, but I wasn't off. I can hear an exhaust gone off. There he is. There it is. An exhaust. So that's going to be a very noisy kart. But yeah, I mean, you can hear it just rattling in the back of your screens. And obviously, there we go. A bunch of drivers battling through the grid here. There's multiple drivers on our screens. There's the 56 of Shane. Joel Dixon Cohen. So it's got having that technical problem in the first heat, where his Nizu panel had been pretty much written off.
Well, if anyone needs a spare exhaust, head up to Christmas Corner. There's one there for you.
Exactly. I wouldn't run on now because obviously you might get some trouble. But obviously Mikey Walker He's had a strong start. He's made his way into second place. Alfie Thompson in that final podium spot is just holding on from 17. Jack Baker, Alfie Thompson on the inside. Teamwork glory here at Whilton Mill. Alfie Thompson, Jack Baker working together as teammates to get on the inside of Mikey Walker. Jack Baker on the inside. So many carts into one. Mikey Walker making contact with Alfie Thompson, and Mikey struggling to get going. Has to deal with Oliver Smith, who taps the back of him. There's the X-Kart driver. Let's see who that is. That's number 35 of Riley Bishop. So Riley, who was in June X30 here last year, if I can remember rightly, has moved over to the Rotax category. Moved over teams as well to the X-Kart awning, and obviously X-Kart gaining a lot of popularity recently, and you know they do a lot of brilliant stuff for the community. Obviously they run their own X-Kart scholarship, so if you're ever looking at wanting to get into a career, into a start of racing karts, obviously if you're a rental driver or you're doing Club 100 and you're wanting to make your way into owner karting, and that is the place for you. So make your way over to the X-Kart website, get yourself started on that scholarship. So far so good for our junior Rotax drivers. There's Oliver Smith, Riley Bishop, as I was just talking about. He's in P6. There was a move there from the number 26 of Michael Dalton. I think that was on the inside of Logan Lauder. So brilliant moves here through the pack here at Whilton Mill. Riley Bishop, you were just talking about him earlier. He's just sat there flying over the curbs here at Whilton Mill. I mean, this track is always so satisfying. I remember, I think it was the O-plate, someone had a camera sat on that last sector, and you can watch them fly over the curbs, and it's just so satisfying to watch, especially when you get it slowed down. And the camera's glory here at the circuit. So far so good. There's a move near the back of the pack. That's the number 27, Rex Ounchley, on the inside of Riley Morgan. So brilliant move there, and manages to make his way through. There's Elliot Foster on the inside of Riley Morgan. Don't even get it done, but Oliver Smith in the meantime has got to the inside of Mikey Walker. Mikey Walker switching it back, having none of it here in the second heat for the junior Rotaxes, and manages to make his way back into where he started on that lap in fourth place, shall I say. Riley Bishop, this is going to work in his favour. He can close that gap down. A couple of drivers using that runoff, using all the track they possibly can to get the most out of the kart. Oliver Smith pretty much getting attached to the back of Mikey Walker there. He wanted, he's definitely trying to nibble at his rear bumper, but he should be nibbling at his side pull, which is where he's going at right now. Oliver Smith on the inside. Riley Bishop doing the double. Will he? Oh, he just tries to hold it around the outside. Couldn't get it done. And in the meantime, who is that? Oh, contact! Two drivers, Riley Bishop and another 26, Michael Dalton, coming to tow together. Coming out of that corner, the Ozius corner. That is the main overtaking opportunity, and sometimes can't always go right. So there's number 11 car. I think that's Dominic Parabit, who's had a brilliant start, and throughout this race has managed to pick off one by one and managed to put himself into P7. So brilliant driving there. Mikey Walker still holding on from Oliver Smith, but he's got some time to make up if Mikey wants to get on the inside of Smith. But so far so good for the junior Rotaxes. John, how did you like that?
Definitely an interesting start to the race. Only 3.5 minutes to go now in this one. Fastest lap of the race for Jack Baker, 47.75. So first driver in this race down into the 47s. Only one driver actually joining him with a 47.99 for Shane Chandaria, just outside of the top 10. Exciting stuff here as you watch them come across the line once again. There was Oliver Smith and Michael Walker across the line. They go. And then we've got this nice little pack in behind as well as we head up towards Christmas Corner, opening up that radiator, getting that maximum airflow as you head up towards the heavy braking zone uphill. And it's definitely still getting dry here, but again, those black clouds starting to form across the circuit, and it's definitely getting darker outside of our commentary box window. So keep an eye on this action, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen it go from wet tyres to slicks already this morning. Could we see it go back to wets pretty soon? Heavy defensive move to the inside there from the number 35 of Riley Bishop. William Webb all over the back. William Webb trying it down the inside into the boot, and William Webb, I think, getting it done.
Wow, brilliant move there. Oh, pod to pod into that last sector, and it's so tight in that last sector. I was saying first thing in the morning when I had a look and I actually have been here at the circuit for a few months, so I had a look at that last sector, and it is so tight. I don't really understand how they can even fit one kart through there. Never mind a whole strangle of karts. That's a 67 there. That's a CRG kart. Brilliant to see the CRGs out here in force at Whilton Mill. Oliver Smith trying to hold on from Mikey Walker. He's having to do all he can. Michael Dalton, he's having a look to see if he can catch up onto these two. And maybe have a look for oh, there's a move going on here. Jack Baker has made it into the lead, following from Harry Freeman. So the teammates in contention here. And obviously Jack Baker with that fastest lap as well. Don't count him out in maybe the finals later on. 47.73 for Jack Baker was his fastest lap. So far it's going well for our Evolution drivers. They're putting the floor to the hammer here at Whilton Mill. Alfie Thompson, there he is, just set the fastest lap of the race, 47.660. He's in that final podium spot, and it's an Evolution top 3 lockout. So far, so good for the top 3 here. And obviously just looking down further in the pack, Oliver Smith, there he is on your screens. Michael Dalton has just made it through on Mikey Walker. Mikey going back on the inside into the boot complex. Brilliant move there by Mikey Walker. It's such a brilliant opportunity to overtake into that corner, and if you can get it stopped, then runs wide. Mikey Walker, that's going to slow him down quite a bit, because it's all bumpy on that exit curve, especially with the new hairpin now. When you got to try and get all the speed you can out of there. It's all good running that exit curve, but if you're jumping and bumping along, there's a move there. That's a 67. I was sort of talking about that CRG driver earlier, Oliver Meek. Manages to get on the inside. I think that was Ellis Snow that he's done the move on. No, actually, it was Aidan Large. So my apologies there. Riley Bishop still getting in the battles there. And I think that was with the 899 of William Webb. So that's another Evolution driver. Evolution taking the floor here at Whilton Mill. Dominic Parabig all over the back of Riley Bishop. Will he have a look? I wonder if Riley Bishop will prefer his Junior X30's driving standards or whether his Rotax one. I'll have to ask him soon if I ever see him. So far, Junior Rotax into the final lap, and it's battle all the way through this race. So far, so good for the Junior Rotaxes. Alfie Thompson, another fastest lap, 47.470. So Alfie Thompson, I'm just seeing on my score, I wonder if that's a transponder problem for Jack Baker, because I can't see him on my screens here. Jack Baker has dropped to the bottom. So whether that's a problem for Jack Baker, actually, yeah, I don't see him out there. So what has happened to Jack Baker? But as we come around the final corner, Harry Freeman will take the win in Junior Rotax Heat 2. Alfie Thompson in second place with that fastest lap. Oliver Smith takes the final podium spot. Mikey Walker takes P4. Michael Dalton rounds out the top 5 there. Mikey Walker actually taking the fastest lap in that last lap, 47.460. But what has happened to Jack Baker? On my timing screens, he was 2 laps down, so he must have had some problems with a couple laps left off the race. But so far, it was Harry Freeman who's had a good drive so far in obviously the first heat. I think it was either in the top 3 somewhere, and obviously takes a win in the second heat. So brilliant driving here from our Junior Rotax drivers, and we can actually have a look at our final results here to round off their heat. So Harry Freeman takes a win with a 1.7 gap from Alfie Thompson. Looking back a few seconds, Oliver Smith takes that final podium spot. Mikey Walker, Michael Dalton, William Webb, Riley Bishop, he was having a fun race out there. Dominic Parabik, Shane Chandra, and Callum Gosh rounds out the top 10. I saw those 2 drivers having a bit of battle on that last lap. So Finley Jones just misses out on that top 10 by about a second. Oliver Meek, that CRG driver, you saw him having a fun time out there. Aidan Large and Ellis Snow round out your top 14. And obviously Dan Gurney, who had that problem in the warm-up, won't really talk about that because I don't think he'd want me saying it, but round out to top 15. Logan Lauder, Eden Hatch, Rex Ousley, Hannah Griever, Kokalu, Molly Pugh, Dexter Collins, Dan Callaghan, Elliot Foster, Harry Wilch, Ollie Vax, Ryan Rapini, and Jack Saunders round out your top 27. Jack Baker, who had that problem, I don't really understand what happened there. We'll have to try and work out through our timing system, but Jack Baker struggles there. Riley Morgan, who also DNF'd, and Joel Dixon Cohen, who was out very early on. He was actually out before the first lap, it looks like. So here comes the drivers. They'll be checked for their front nose cones, and then obviously drivers will be pointed into scrutineering or part ferme, depending on where they finished in that heat. And obviously our scrutineers do a brilliant job to ensure that all the drivers are obviously fair racing. So we always thank our marshals, but we don't really thank our scrutineers enough, who do a fantastic job to make sure we're always provided with great racing. Obviously, there we go. There's our second paddock on the small circuit. There's a driver walking around there. I wonder if he's going to a race. There he is. Yeah, so that'll be a driver going to a race. But Junior Rotax Heat 2, John, that was pretty good.
It was, yeah, really fun, interesting race there. Of course, we already had A versus B. That was B versus C, so some drivers who were already on that first race out in that second one as well, getting their elbows out and getting some good racing out there on circuit. And just before, what looks like quite a large rain cloud presses on towards the circuit. Now, this is where it's going to get interesting as well, of when the drivers determine is the right time to switch over from those slicks to those wet tyres, of when they're down in the dummy grid section, waiting before they come into this seated section where they can still change the tyres, of when they make that decision. And they'll all be staring at their phones, studying those rain maps and thinking, when is the right time to get this changed over? Now, it looks like there is a bit of a difficulty for some driver out there in the dummy grid. They're getting cleared off now, but we'll head straight to the grid then for Junior X30 Heat number 2. Right, here we go then, Junior X30 Heat number 2. It's Riley Cranham who lines up on the pole position with Zach Green alongside him. Then it's Aston Sharp and Joey Brown on row number 2. Harry Walsh and Taylor Orridge on row 3. A GP plate there on row 3. What can Taylor do from there? Mayan Patel and Levi Sengera on row 4 with Sky Parker and Sebastian Dew on row number 5. Max Yule and Macaulay Guy there on row 6. Interesting to see what Macaulay can do. He's a great chap, starting there in row number 6. Katrina Ewing Thung is on row 7. Alongside then is Aaron Richardson. Then it's Laith Khan, Harrison Leach, Monty Brathwaite, Zeph Nurnberger on row number 9. And rounding out the top 20 is Jake Brook and Jacob Marples. Then it's Charlie Blenkinsop and Sasha Bagley with Josh Parker and Henry Ryan on row number 12. Row 13, unlucky for some. Will it be unlucky for Isabel Banks and Jamie Faggin? We'll have to wait and see. Lewis Payton lines up just behind them on row 14. 27 karts on the grid for this one. It's so awesome to see, even with these grids where we have to have the different groups, the A versus B, the B versus C and whatnot. Still, 27 karts on the grid for this race.
Yeah, strong field here for the Junior X30 drivers, and obviously lovely countryside here. I can hear the birds twittling.
Is that what birds do?
I don't know. Well, they do something.
They're definitely making a lot of noise, and yeah, lots of wildlife around the Whilton Mill Circuit, as you say. It's a beautiful part of the country, and lots of sheepies, lots of birds, lots of cows, all enjoying the action down on the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. And alongside all the animals, lots of humans here as well enjoying the action. Great to see loads of people out by the circuit enjoying the racing that's going out on circuit. And as I say that, I could hear in my ears the karts heading out onto the track. So just like the last race we saw in Junior Max, that we'd already seen the B classification, the B group I should say, in Junior Max. We're seeing the B group again here in Junior X30. So the B group will have already been out earlier on, already a spin up to Christmas corner, and they're going to get nice and stuck on the still very wet grass there on the outside of the circuit. So Jake Brook has to have a bit of an embarrassing moment on the stream for himself, get back in the car and head back out, but luckily doesn't make contact with any track furniture, gets it back underway and should be able to rejoin the grid.
Yeah, he should have enough time to get onto the back. But there's our top 2 drivers there. Aston Sharp on that outside line, I should say. Oh no, inside actually, my apologies. Aston Sharp will take us to the lead here. Harry Walsh.
Aston just got piled by the drivers in behind. He needs a new neck, I think, for the start of this race. And we're not getting underway. We'll go round again. So lights on the gantry. chevron flag out from the marshal post. And we'll get that started once again. Now, we did see Aston getting absolutely piled into in the last corner there as he tried to slow up to slow the rest of the pack. The rest of the drivers behind didn't want to slow up, went straight in the back of him, and ouch, that would have hurt for Aston. He carries on. I was hearing in my ears a second ago that we've got rain in about 5 minutes' time. I'm now being told rain is starting to fall here at the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. And as you can see from that camera shot, all these drivers still on those slick tyres.
Well, this is going to be very interesting now.
Yes.
My eyes are awakening now, getting ready to watch this race.
They're going to be on stalks for this one.
Some problems there.
Jamie Green Racing driver, that is.
Yeah,
we won't get it started. First time of asking, or second time of asking even. We'll go round once again. But who is that that's slow? Is that Zach Green, who should be at the front of the order, the number 8? If so, what happened there? It is the number 8 of Zach Green. So what happened there? He was about 20 feet ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, he took a different layout there.
He did.
So I don't know if he thought we were racing or not, or whatever came to tow. We'll never know. We'll never know. But
who knows?
Another full start here at Whilton Mill. That rain falling, especially now halting the start with the full start, is going to ruin their chances of having a fully dry race. So especially when the rain starts coming down, they'll get the little droplets on their visors and know that the track conditions may start to change. I mean, you can't really see it on your screens, but I'm just looking outside. It's coming down a little bit.
Yeah, you're just starting to see it now. Just above the drivers' heads, you can see the pitter-patter of rain starting to come down. The drivers will know this as well. They'll be able to see it on their visors. Who can take to these conditions then? We're underway and racing in heat number 2 of Junior X30s, and immediately to the front of the field goes the number 8 of Zach Green. Shuffles Aston Sharp back down to P2, already down to P3. Now Taylor Orridge down the inside up at Christmas Corner. Aston Sharp all the way to P4. Some drivers off in avoidance there on the outside. That was the 38 taking to the grass. That's Macaulay Guy off already in this one. Look how rainy it is now. Drivers losing grip as we head down towards Osiers, and to the front of the field goes the number 11 of Joey Brown. Taylor Orridge trying it round the outside, and this is going to be interesting now. Slick tyres on a wet circuit. This is going to be exciting.
Well, the rain is definitely falling here at Whilton Mill. All drivers on slick tyres. Slippery surface flags are out, but the drivers will definitely know that the track is changing and forming. Aston Sharp on the inside. Joey Brown just has to sit there, let him go, and obviously hold on his P2 spot. But I mean, look at this. You'll see different driving conditions and different drivers taking different lines. They're all going to hug that curb because it's the only grip they can possibly find on the circuit. You'll see Aston Sharp all squirmy, and there's Taylor Orridge on the inside. But you just see Zach Green there taking all the exit runoff, trying to find any sort of grip. There's a bunch of grass that's been dragged onto the circuit.
Not very helpful, is it, in trying to find the grip? Lots of grass on the racing line. Like you were saying, yeah, drivers trying those different lines. Some right to the inside, hugging that curb. Some to the outside, then making that switch back to get it in a straight line and put the power down a little bit more easily. If you'd just been looking at the timing, you would have thought nothing had really happened on that first lap, as Aston Sharp stayed in the lead of the race. Very close battling as we head down towards the boot section. There was the number 8 of Zach Green nearly getting shuffled onto the grass there as you got a spinner. Is that Jack Gillingham round? Number 18 on, no, it's Henry Ryan with exactly the same lid as Jack Gillingham. Sorry, Henry Ryan. He's had a little bit of a spin out there on the second lap of this race and rejoins once again. But like we were saying, super close at the front of the order. Drivers trying all sorts of different lines, and that was a bit of a snap there from Aston Sharp in the lead of the race. Hopefully he's kept it on the black stuff.
Well, there's going to be many sharp movements in this race.
How
you can
slowly
just see
they're going.
How slowly. I think a snail could have gone faster than that. I wonder if the snails
yeah,
that
the ones we were watching earlier
were sitting at Christmas Corner are getting their feet ready. But oh wow, you can just see how much body transfer the drivers have to use to try and get any sort of grip out this kart. And obviously there's a spinner there. That was I think that's Leif Khan there, the number 78 losing the car, and it's so easy to do so. Oh,
Aston
two
Sharp's
drivers
off.
off.
Aston Sharp's off, out the lead of the race. Taylor Orridge through into the lead then. That is Aston who is off. Where's the number 11? So they've slipped down to 4th place. It's all changed at the front of the order, but Taylor Orridge, your GP plate holder, to the front of the field. Down the inside goes the Jamie Green race. Off goes Aston Sharp into the barrier. Aston Sharp's going to get stuck on that very wet grass. There's no way he'll be able to get it back onto the black stuff there. Aston Sharp from the lead of the race. He's going to drop all the way to the back of the pack. It couldn't have gone much worse there for Aston.
Well, that just shows that no matter how talented you are, it's always going to be a struggle. Slick tyres in those wet conditions. The track is always changing, and the rain is properly coming down here at Whilton Mill. And I was just hearing in the producer was just telling me the rain is properly coming down here at Whilton Mill. The drivers are trying to hold on for all they can, using all sorts of different lines there. You can just see some are trying to get to the inside. That's a driver. Oh, will he get it stopped? No, he doesn't. The number 28's off. That's the number 27 off. Two drivers off there. That's Jacob Marples and Charlie Blenkinsop. So Blenkin didn't stop. Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry.
That was good.
I didn't mean that one.
Yeah, you're right though. Struggling, even up at Christmas Corner where there's an uphill braking zone, still the drivers really struggling to get the kart stopped. And yeah, this is just going to be a race of attrition here. Keep it on the black stuff, try and keep out the way of your fellow competitors, and just try and bring it to the checkered flag here. And hopefully in the lead of the race, there's more moves going on. Harrison Leach there through on Mayan Patel, so takes away 5th place. There is still opportunities for moves here. You've just got to be so careful.
Exactly that, because you really don't know where this other driver, when you go to overtake him, is going to go. You know, there's so much. You just see there how much understeer the kart's going to have. And there's a driver off there. I think that's number 27 again.
I think it is. I think you're right.
So troubles there for the number 27. There's Monty Breathwaite trying to get on the inside of the number 16. These drivers are all over the place here in Northamptonshire. The number 16 there.
Oh,
see that is Aaron Richardson. Oh no, spins there. So multiple drivers spinning off there. You just can't hold it. That was Jake Brook, who there's Taylor Orridge. So Taylor Orridge taking the lead. Zach Green just holding on that 2nd place. But I mean, John, you can see it here. The driving conditions are so hard, and these drivers are having to fully fight for it.
Indeed, they are. Well, these kind of conditions on slick tyres, it's maybe not the best way to use it anymore, but it sorts the men from the boys or the women from the girls. It's tough, incredibly tough to try and chuck these karts around the circuit. They've got enough power as it is in the dry, trying to hold on to these karts, as you know very well from racing very similar karts out there on this Whilton Mill circuit. Under these conditions, though, you've got so much power underneath you, just keeping it in a straight line is difficult enough, let alone trying to race each other wheel-to-wheel action. Less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock here. Zach Green was doing a good job of chasing down Taylor Orridge on that last lap, though, was just a little bit slower, lost out a bit of time, and it's all getting a bit close to corner 1 and 2.
There was a driver off there. I think that was Macaulay Guy, so troubles there through the 1st and 2nd corner, just trying to find where the grip is and couldn't get that kart stopped. There you go, there's a driver. Oh, just about keeps it on circuit. My word.
Slowest incidents ever, isn't it?
So trying to find all the marbles just to try and keep it on circuit, because obviously the marbles is going to be where all the grip is.
Yeah.
There's the driver I was talking about there. There's another driver off.
Again, 28. The 28 off.
So
Jacob Marples, that is. I think that's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Jacob off, sadly. They're just struggling in these conditions. Good to see Aston Sharp is back out on circuit and circulating after that incident down at the 1st corner where he span out of the lead of the race. He's a few seconds off of the back of the rest of the pack now at the moment, with just less than a minute to go. It's a bit of damage limitation here for Aston Sharp, I think, sadly for him. But I don't think that will affect his grid position into the following heats. But of course, then when that's all calculated to the finals later on, a low finishing position such as this is really going to hamper his starting position for that final.
Yeah, it's not going to help at all. But we also have to think about the next karts that are going out on circuit. What are they going to do? Because they haven't got much time left. And it's They wouldn't be going out in slicks in this weather.
No, hopefully they've had enough time to change over to those wet tyres. If they've not, again, it's going to be a rather interesting race. Look how much rain is coming down now here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. We expected there to be thunderstorms around midday. It's just hit midday, and here they come, ladies and gentlemen. For once, the Met Office weren't lying to us, and they've got it bang on here today. And the rain is falling. That's never nice to be out of the car. I think that's Katuna Ewing Thung there, who stood out by the marshal post, not quite huddling under it though, and is going to be getting rather soggy. And that's another thing. These drivers weren't able to change to the slick tyres. Not only that, none of them have got wetsuits on either. They're going to be absolutely soaked by the end of this race.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the funnest.
Oh, who's got an issue?
That's a problem
That's
there.
Sebastian Dew.
Oh no, so the driver in P4
it is
has a problem and can't keep going in this race. So obviously with the rain, it's obviously going to get into the airbox and stuff, and obviously cause problems like that, where maybe there's too much air or too much fuel that's gone into the engine and completely stalled it in any way. So that's a big problem for the driver who was in P4 there. But Taylor Orange, you're just seeing here, it's pulled a massive advantage from the drivers behind, and it's got a 3.5 second lead. There's a couple of drivers on our screens there, trying to find their way through the Whilton Mill circuit without obviously losing it. Oh, oh my word!
Thunder and lightning here at the Whilton Mill Kart circuit. That was so loud, that bit of thunder. I think that would have scared the drivers, even with the billowing sound of a Junior X30 engine next to them. That was super loud, that bit of thunder. We'll keep an eye on the conditions here, ladies and gentlemen, as to whether this racing gets stopped here. But we're waiting for Taylor Orridge to come through to finish the final lap. Another driver very frustrated with a little spin there. Here is Taylor Orridge coming around the final corner. He's, like Moses, parted the seas and takes the win here in heat number one.
Cool.
In style across the line as well from Taylor Orridge. He is a hilarious chap, is Taylor, and he also knows how to show us a good time there. Across the line sideways to the GP plate. Zach Green comes across the line to finish in second place, and Joey Brown finishes the top three. We're getting reports now that it's hailing out there on the circuit. Look at how big the globules are of rain that are coming through our shot at the moment, and now apparently that's hail as well. So at least the drivers have a helmet on, I guess, to protect from the hail, but not a nice experience out there on track.
And we're staying dry inside.
Oh yeah, we're lovely. We probably shouldn't say that though. Everyone's going to hate us who's actually stuck out there down at the circuit supporting and watching. But this is the perfect time. Even if you're here at the circuit, you don't want to be out in that. Sit in the awning, watch us on the live stream, and enjoy the racing from a nice warm awning. Look at that shot though. The rain is horrendous, but we can see some bright blue skies, so maybe this might just be a 10 or 15 minute storm. Once it passes, we start to get dry again. This is going to be such an interesting day of racing.
Exactly that, and I mean, I don't even know if it's a slow lap or not, because that's going at such slow speed. But Taylor Orridge, I remember him from Kart Masters, he was singing on his way around. I wonder what you're singing then, singing in the rain?
But literally and figuratively singing in the rain.
Exactly, but Taylor Orridge takes a win there. 2.7 second gap from Zach Green. Joey Brown was just about holding on from an 8.6 second gap, so Taylor Orridge pulling away. Harrison Leach and Maya Patel take out your top 5. Monty Breathwaite, Sky Parker, Aaron Richardson, Levi Sangria and Max Yule ran out your top 10, a 30-second gap from the top 10. Josh Parker, Jake Brook, Seth Nukenberger and Sasha Bagley rounds out your top 14. Jamie Faggin, Lewis Payton, Macaulay Guy, who was at the front and actually had that problem, went off at turn 1. Isabel Banks, Henry Ryan, Charlie Blenkinsop, Leif Kane, Jacob Marples, Sebastian Dew, Harry Walsh, and Aston Sharp, who's actually retired from the race there.
He did in the end.
So multiple drivers having problems there, some retiring, some just couldn't keep it on track. But oh my word, the rain is coming down, not even rain, hail as well.
This is absolutely insane. We might have a bit of a wait here before the senior Rotaxes head out. And you've got to think as well, you've got to feel for the senior Rotaxes. This is their first heat of the day heading out here. This is their first time out on track in green flag racing conditions. And to put it into perspective, we've gone there from a 1 minute lap time from Aston Sharp at the start of the race where it wasn't even that dry. So then at the end, they're lapping in the 114s, 115s now. So a lot of time lost and difficulty for them to hold on to it round and just keep it on the black stuff on those slick tyres there in the Junior X30s. But seniors hopefully out relatively shortly, and we've got a lot of drivers on this grid who we know and love, who we recognise from all sorts of karting in the UK. Looks as though the rain is clearing up already, though, so a brief yet quite serious downpour here at Whilton Mill, and that's really going to change up things for our senior Rotaxes who are heading out next. And as it passes over, the sun comes back out, and maybe how quickly we'll see this track drying, I'm not so sure, but maybe we'll see them change back from wets to slicks at some point as well. This day has gone even crazier than I never thought it would.
Expect the unexpected.
Exactly, expect the unexpected.
I think that's my phrase of the day.
I love that from the Fast-Star Whilton Mill Kart Club. Expect the unexpected. Well, you can expect this. Senior Rotax are out next. Senior Rotax heat number 1, then hear their engines click into life, and they're heading out onto a very damp Whilton Mill Kart circuit. Spencer Brom, very impressive driver, starting on pole position for this one. Ethan Martin lines up alongside him with Jack Collins and Harry Bloor there on row number 2. Charlie Webb and Stefan Kashmashik are there on row 3, and on row 4, Zaki Hussain and Lewis Wild. It's Ross Tyler and Louis Weaver who round out the top 10, with Elliot Thomas and Dalton Norris there on row number 6. Row 7 has Mr. Mac McFarquhar. Lord Farquhar himself starts in unlucky number 13, with Stephanie Herbecker alongside in 14th place, and it's James Tester and Dylan Norris down row number 8, with Jack Spencer and Finley Hayes on row number 9. Samuel Cook and Ronnie Bradley round out the top 20. Ronnie Bradley, your top novice, there in 20th place, with Ollie Owen, Daniel Archer, Luca Mann and Molly Griffiths just there in behind them. Row 13 has Miles Roby and Jack Wilch, with Lucas Theo, JJ Hind, Adriel Nigwa and Matt Davey, your top 30, and Bryce Madison rounding out the 31 kart grid for this senior Rotax heat number 1 here, round 3 of the Fast-Star Whilton Mill Kart Club. We're set to get this one underway, and I think some of the drivers at least have learned from that previous race, and a lot of them have stuck those wetsuits on.
Oh yeah, I mean I would if I was
Yeah,
if I was in that situation. And I mean you can just see already the aquaplaning and the spray that is being kicked up from these carts is going to be it's going to set us for a thriller here in the first heat of the senior Rotaxes.
Of course, with the groove tyres, those are meant to kick out the water to give you more grip, but that in effect creates all that spray and makes it so difficult for the drivers behind.
Exactly that, but here we go, senior Rotax heat 1. It's taken a while for them to get to this point, but we're out racing, and look at the spray that kicks up into the first 2 corners. There's water, standing water everywhere. There's a driver off there. I couldn't see how that was. I think that was Ross Tyler. There's another JDR kart. There's another JDR kart off there. Drivers taking all corners of Northamptonshire here at Whilton Mill. Charlie Webb has taken the lead from Spencer Brum. Jack Collins, there's Brees Madison. Problems there for the 86 kart. Will he get going? We'll have to see. Jack Collins there battling with Spencer Brum. Manages to hold on. Zaki Hussain on the outside line there. Tries to see if he can find the grip there, but no can do. And I mean, there's loads of battles. There's a yellow flag coming out there. I wonder who that was for. Spencer Brum! Oh my word! So the driver who started from first is at the back of the grid. I wonder if he was forced into that or if that was a driver error. I mean, Spencer's not used to making mistakes like that, so I couldn't see it being an error. There's a couple of drivers off there. Some drivers having to take to the grass there. So that's the problem with the boot section, is that one driver spins and everyone kind of gets piled into, so the grass is always your best exit. But my word, what a start to the first lap of the senior Rotax's Heat 1.
Holsitter's going to be absolutely gutted about that in Spencer Brum. As you say, we didn't see how it happened, whether he was helped into that or whether he went off all on his own sums. There's another driver around at Christmas Corner this time, the number 66, having a little pirouette. That was Samuel Cook. Another pirouette just ahead there, down at Boxing Day. So again, even though these drivers are out now on these wet tyres, it is still a bit of a race of attrition here, as it's super, super wet now at the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. All that spray getting kicked up by these wet tyres. It makes it difficult to see heading down, but not too difficult for the number 12 to send a move to the inside and forces their way through at the apex now at the right-hander. Great move from Jack Collins. Takes the lead of the race away from Charlie Webb.
Brilliant move there by Jack Collins. Done dusted early.
Nice and aggressive.
Yeah, exactly that. That's how you should be in these wet conditions. You've got to push the kart to that limit and obviously lean on the kart, putting that weight transfer where you want it to be. There's Lewis Wild there, and you're 89 on that Lando Norris kart. showing what he can do here at Whilton Mill. He's been here for quite a while now. I actually remember racing him a couple of years ago in the senior Rotaxes, and obviously he's a brilliant driver, and he's obviously still showing that here. I just saw on your screens Jack Spencer, so a driver who moved to the JDR awning not long ago, and he's obviously showing strong improvements in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But so far, so good for our senior Rotaxes. There's Lewis Wild. I can see that move coming on Zaki Hussein, but Zaki's going to get that better run into the boot. Oh, actually, Lewis Wild got the power down when he needed to, and has pulled a bit of a gap already from Zaki Hussein. A couple kart lengths being breached between the two. Ethan Martin just in front. Oh, Zaki Hussein sliding wide there. That's going to help the driver behind catch up to him. That's Dalton Morris, so he's doing a brilliant job there as a driver off there. Couldn't see who that was. Let's try and see. I don't really know who that is actually. I wonder if that's a past race, or could be Ollie Owen or Daniel Archer, because there's a bunch of drivers who haven't made it through that first lap. Dalton Morris on the inside of Zaki Hussein, but so far so good for our senior Rotax drivers.
Indeed, yeah, still pressing on nicely. Still some drivers finding the edge of grip there, as one of the Jack Dex Racing drivers heads onto the grass on the outside of the fast right-hander there in the dry. It's a pretty simple corner, straight flat all the way through, and get yourself prepared for the downhill braking. But in the wet, it's a very different story. Try and ragging it over that curb on the inside, and then making sure you don't go off the other side of the curb on the outside. We were just talking about Dylan Norris pressing on nicely. He gets a mechanical flag, does the number 50. So Dalton Norris, my apologies. Wait, hold on a second. Is there a different Norris in this race?
I think
yes, there
Norris
is.
brothers.
Sorry, Dalton Norris is in 7th place. We've got Dylan Norris in 17th place, and it's Dylan who's in 17th who's got this mechanical flag. So the number 50 is going to be heading back to the pit, sadly, and probably not making it to the checkered flag in this race. But up to Christmas corner come the 24 and the 44. Charlie Webb lost the lead to Jack Collins a few laps ago. 2.5 seconds nearly the gap already. So Jack Collins, bit of a rainmaster clearly today here at round number 3. He's pressing on really nicely at the front of the field, and Webb now under quite a bit of pressure from Kashmashik for 2nd place.
Wow, I just saw a clip of Spencer Burham. Watch out for him in this race. He's slowly closing in and trying to find all that ground that he once lost early in the race, when he lost it on the Ozius corners that we're at right now. So Zaki Hussein on your screens there, holding off the Dalton Norris. So he's holding on for all he can. And right behind him there, I saw Jack Spencer. He's having to try and find his way through, and Ronnie Bradley. Charlie Webb on your screens there, holding on from Stefan. The top 3 just holding on for what he can. But Jack Collins, he's already pulled a bit of a gap already.
Indeed he has. Yeah, great racing here in the first heat of the day for the senior Rotaxes. Now this just shows, of course, we've got the F1 Monaco Grand Prix today, but there's no need to watch that when you've got the racing here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. The F1 race only has 1 Norris in it, this one has 2, so
exactly.
We're already twice as good.
Well, it would make it perfect if he was driving a Lando Norris kart.
Exactly. Well, we can't wish for everything here anyway. Blue flags out, so a couple of slower drivers just being caught now by the leaders. Is that the 99 of Daniel
driver
Archer?
On slick tyres?
It is. Yes, I think they are. I think the 99 of Daniel Archer might be on slick tyres here, which was a bold decision, I think is a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Yeah, a bold decision from the 99. And I think that's why we're seeing him on very similar pace to the drivers in the last race, 1:14s, whereas the leaders on the wets in the 101s.
Exactly that, but I was just looking outside. The weather, I mean, the sun is coming back out. Could we see a major difference in track conditions coming up shortly?
It was just
black flag for Dylan Norris.
Dylan's not followed the mechanicals. He's had 2 mechanical flags. Of course, he's not followed those, so gets a black flag. Into the pitch you come. You're going to have a bit of a telling off, I'm afraid, Dylan.
Charlie Webb all over the back of Stefan.
Stefan
tries to get on the inside there. Lewis Wild, he's got the pace to maybe get the both of them here. He manages to get through into that final podium spot. Stefan on the inside. He's going for Charlie Webb as well.
What
the
a
2-in-1. My word. He tried. I nearly flew out my seat then. Lewis Wild manages to get the both of them though. So Lewis Wild, who was sitting there quite comfortably watching the 2 battle, and now has got through the 2 of them. Oh my word, pod to pod. Into the last sector goes Stefan and Charlie Webb. Ethan Martin, watch out for him. He's closing in behind the number 75. There's Jack Collins, get the fast lap of the race, a 101.5. So brilliant driving by the Collins on that Pro Train kart. But my word, that last half a lap showing up between Charlie Webb, who's having to fight for his position.
Well, that just shows the exciting racing that these conditions produce, because all three drivers there, all on different lines, creating great racing on the exit of the corner. We didn't know who was going to grab it away. We've got a driver there just getting saved from the very slippery green stuff on the outside of Boxing Day there on corner exit. We look back to this battle, and how well read was that from Lewis Wild. Kashmashik and Webb were going at it, and Webb just slipped through around the outside, said thank you very much, and now is starting to clear off on their own in second place. Ethan Martin trying to get involved there, down the inside he went, but that little bit of a wide moment there sees him slip back to 5th place once again.
Yeah, Charlie Webb using the curb on the exit to get the wheels spinning. Final lap of the race for our drivers here in Senior Rotax. And it's it's been an eventful race for all of them. Jack Collins, who's leading the way, 6.4 second lead from Lewis Wild. So Lewis Wild having a good race, but he's not going to catch that 6.2 gap unless Jack Collins has any problems to contend with. There's Jack Collins on your screen on that Pro Train kart, finding the grip on that outside. You can see Lewis Wild comes in. Oh, it's the driver off there. That's the 57. See who
late
that
on in
is.
this one, it's Finley Hayes late on in this one from around 20th spot. He's lost it out on the last couple of laps here. There is Jack Collins. I think the word to use is dominant in this race. Jack Collins, what a race. Over 6 seconds in the lead of this one. They're still battling in the background side by side on exit. This is Charlie Webb and Ethan Martin battling over 4th place into the boot, getting very close for comfort side by side into the last couple of corners. Jack Collins is going to come through to win heat number 1 here in Senior Rotax. It will be Lewis Wild in 2nd place, Stefan Kashmashik in 3rd, but will it be Webb or Martin in 4th place? They'll be coming out the final corner now. Across the line they come, and Charlie Webb just about holds on to it.
Well, friends off track and enemies on it. They definitely showed up against each other there in that last few laps. They were going at it toe to toe, and there's Spencer Brougham. I mean, what can you say about Spencer? We still didn't know if that was an incident on his own or if he's got forced into that, but he's definitely had to fight through for that one. And I'm just looking now, P11. So from the back of the grid, pretty much, makes it back into P11. So, and I mean, the grid is quite strong.
Exactly, really strong grid in this one, and he had the issue as well that he was spun up there on the outside of the corner and sort of just had to wait for everyone to come through past him before he was able to rejoin. Of course, you could get a rejoining the track in an unsafe manner penalty, and you don't want that, but impressive to get back to P11 there for Spencer. We know he's a fast driver, he was on pole position for that race for a reason. Gets back to P11, impressive stuff, and you see there from the camera angle, we've had that brief, horrific downpour, and the sun's come back out to play.
Yeah, the sun is out to shine, but yeah, Jack Collins, Senior Rotax Heat 1, it goes to him. 6.4 second gap from Lewis Wild. Stefan Kazmarski takes your final podium spot. Why are you laughing at me?
Good attempt.
Charlie Webb takes P4 from Ethan Martin, Ronnie Bradley, Jack Spencer, Stephanie Habika, Zaki Hussein. Dalton Norris takes your top 10 spots, so Dalton's brother having troubles in that one. Spencer Brougham, I mean, we just talked about him, last pretty much to about 11th, so pretty good from Spencer. James Tester, Ralph Younglin and Jack Wilch takes your top 14. Samuel Cook, Matt Davey, Adriel Nikwa and Miles Roby takes your top 18. Ross Tyler, Matt Farquhar, Lord McFarquhar takes top 20. So brilliant drive by Mac. Luca Manny, Lucas Fio, Dylan Norris, who had that problem and had to come into the pits, got it sorted, but obviously at the back of the grid. Molly Griffiths had problems, and Ollie Owen, Finley Hayes, Daniel Archer, obviously having problems, and some drivers even on slick tyres, which, I mean, you think now, if you just jumped on the stream now, slick tyres, yeah, maybe go with that. But, I mean, now it's time to head into our Rotax and IAME cadets class for their second heat of the day. So the Rotax Micro and IAME Water Swift Restricted getting ready to play here. So Charlie Page, you've took the win in the first heat. He's back at it again. Charlie Page on pole position. James Durick, Harry Knight, Elijah West, Finley Beals, Elliot Travis on your row 3. Then Dion Singh Pahel, who had a brilliant start, I think got a podium spot in that last one. Maximilian Abrahart, Xavier Ramsey and Dimitar Yuzanov takes your top 10. Darin Dimitrov and Teddy Higgs take your row 6. Rudra Gokanoof and Devin Hockridge takes your row 7. Lewis Herbson, and starting from pole position in the IAMEs is Alessandro Sales, Chester Fawkes, Dan Ferguson take your top 3. And then Mike Roots, Mason Hibbert, Oscar Kenny, Harry Chapman, who had a brilliant race in the first heat, Henry Alger, William Croby takes off your row 12. Philip Patra, Elias Sami, Reggie Chandler, Ronnie Kempson, Cody Vertigan and George Weldon round out your top 30. And Max Dunn on his own rounds out row 16. And obviously the green flag's just gone out. So drivers are on circuit, obviously split grids here. So I think the Rotax will be in front and then the IAME class. So the Rotax will obviously be starting their race as the IAMEs are just waiting to start. So obviously you can see sunshine's here at Whilton Mill. You wouldn't have suspected it about 5 minutes ago if you just saw the catastrophic race we've just had previously. But so far, so good in round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Round 2 and round 1 show some action, and round 3 is just showing even more. I mean, we've had obviously just a few races here, and obviously a few races, and obviously a lot of action being shown. Different weather conditions obviously brings a treat to us. Drivers getting told to slow down here. I don't think we'll be going first time here. So round we go again, and obviously that'll be for the other classes as well. They'll be going round again. Yeah, full starts are out, so giving the drivers another chance to get, well, I would say heat, but I mean, don't know what heat there is on this track to get.
That's very true. Very true. Not the warmest tarmac ever recorded here in May. I would hazard a guess. The drivers, as you mentioned, continue on for another warm-up lap, trying to get at least a little bit of heat into those tyres. Now, of course, these drivers already having completed a heat this morning. Rotax Micro Charlie Page went from pole to flag in that first race of the day. Less than a second was the gap back to Maximilian Abrahart in second place, though, so impressive showing from Max. He's always very impressive here at Whilton Mill, so that doesn't surprise me. And fair play to Lewis Herbertson as well, up 10 places in that first heat to get a P5 result, the number 53 in Rotax Micros. Looking back to the Waterswift Restricted Cadet as well, Daniel Ferguson up 2 spots, took the win by 2.5 seconds. That was impressive for the number 67. Can he do it again in heat number 2? Harry Chapman up 4 to P3 as well, both of them two sandwiching Chester Fawkes in second place. Right, can we get it started, this race, please, ladies and gentlemen? To the lights they go, and we are underway and racing. Then Rotax Micro take us to the first start. Very slippy and slidey through these first couple of corners, but drivers managing to hold on to it as they now head up towards Christmas Corner. In behind them, the Waterswift Restricted trying to sort themselves out as they come through the final couple of corners to start their race. Down the inside goes James Devereaux, takes away the lead of the race from Charlie Page. As I mentioned, Page went from lights to flag in that last one, but he's lost the lead already in this one. Alessandro Salas leads us to the start in IAME Waterswift Restricted then, and he holds on to it through the first couple of corners.
Well, I think we're going...
Oh, no, he doesn't!
Alessandro Salas off at turn 2. I couldn't work out what happened there, but there was a massive puddle as you come off turn 2, so I wonder if he got forced into it, and obviously he's going to have a lot of work to do now. Obviously taking that podium spot in the first race, and has now got a lot to play for here in the second race after having those problems. There's the move there. It's that Dion Singh Pahel, I think, on the inside of James Durovic. So right, as we come round the first lap, we'll see where everyone is. But I think Charlie on... Oh, yeah, no, Dion Singh Pahel has actually taken the lead of the race. So Charlie Page has dropped to third place. So not a great start there by Charlie Page. And obviously James Durovic manages to get into that second spot. So brilliant driving by the 46 there. All these drivers using different lines, trying to find where the grip is, because obviously this track is going to be changing a lot now, because you can see the sunshines are out and this track is still very wet.
Yeah, it's going to be changing lap on lap on lap. Whichever drivers can find that extra grip every lap will push on towards the sharp end of the order. As you mentioned, not the most ideal start from our Heat 1 race winner in the Rotax Micros. Charlie Page down to 3rd place and now has Elijah West all over his rear axle. Elijah West, a very impressive driver I've seen down at the Forest Edge Kart Club, pressing on nicely here at Whilton Mill. And more drivers in behind as well, heading towards the boot section. The 14 leading the 63, that is, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's Xavier Ramsey and Harry Knight there, 8th and 9th place respectively. There's Maximilian Aberhart on the 61, as round in behind, spin down into the boot section. The 65, try to get it going again, but that's not going to work. That's Darren Dimitrov, who's off the circuit and out of his kart. He's going to take a moment to get it back on the black stuff, but that's going to lose him heaps of time.
Oh, I just saw puddles flying there. Oh, no.
Maximilian Aberhart off.
Yeah, on the exit there.
I think you're right when you say about that puddle. Yeah, that puddle is catching a few drivers out.
I mean, I remember from my times racing here, especially when it's raining, you come out in there, and I don't know how, but there's a kind of like a dip, and all the water gets sucked into it, and it just forms this massive puddle. So if you get pushed wide there, you're going to go flying, and obviously your engine's going to get flooded. So whether he'll actually get started again, even if he gets on track, is just another question.
We'll have to wait and see. We've already seen a few casualties to the big puddle on the exit of turn number 2, and Maximilian Aberhart, another one of those. Looking back to the Water Swift Restricted though, new fastest lap from Chester Forks, a 106.26, less than half a second off the leader in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Daniel Ferguson has managed to get to the front of the order once again, your race winner in heat number 1. Chester Forks was your P2 in heat number 1. They're back at it again, but this time Chester is a little bit closer, and Chester starting to pressure for that lead in the restricted Water Swift category. But they're confirmed on your timing on the left hand of the screen just before it slips away. Maximilian Aberhart slipping down the order.
Well, you couldn't have happened to a more respective driver. Daniel Ferguson setting the fastest lap there, a 1 minute 06.05. So the times are coming down here at Whilton Mill. The times obviously started going down at the start of the day. We had a lot of rain in the morning. Track's starting to dry up, and obviously there's massive thunder, hail, and all that, you know, all that bad stuff coming down, and obviously ruining the track to what was going to be a good standard of a track surface, all being ruined or getting tangled up there. Number 14 was getting a bit of everything there. Is Lewis Hamilton inspired helmet? I hope he's a Lewis Hamilton fan. Or he's just wearing it for the looks.
Yeah, that's Xavier Ramsey with the Lewis Hamilton inspired helmet. It was Harry Knight on the 63 who came in rather hot there into the boot, clattering into the back of Xavier, and Xavier then in turn going into the back of the 35 of Elliot Travis. Hopefully Harry Knight hasn't got himself a nose cone penalty from that bit of contact, but they continue on nonetheless. These two still battling at it. Up to Christmas corner they go. Xavier Ramsey looking to get a move done on Elliot Travis, but unable to find an opening just yet. Has to stick behind for now anyway. Up and under, trying it down towards the downhill braking zone. It's always a tough one at the best of times, let alone in these slippery, changeable conditions. But now, pretty much for all of this race, the sun has been out, starting to form a bit of a drying line here around the Whilton Mill Kart circuit, which is going to make it tough for these drivers still out there on those wet tyres. Still kicking up a decent amount of spray though. I don't think we need to worry about dry tyres anytime soon.
Well, no, and I think this is a time when drivers will start to try and use different lines. I mean, obviously not as yet. The track has still got time to dry up, because obviously it doesn't happen straight away. The drivers need to get obviously plant the tyres on the circuit, and that's how the grip will get formed and how that dry line will be formed. But obviously they're going to be kicking up wet tyres into that racing line, so there's always going to be that chance for error, even if you get onto those slick tyres. Number 14, oh, he has a look on the inside of number 35 there. Couldn't get it done. Oh, my apologies, I said the 114. It has a look, but can't get it done. So he's definitely got the pace to move forward. It's just about using those racecraft skills and, you know, finding the road when the other driver isn't using it and using it to your advantage.
Indeed, yeah, great little battle between these drivers. We're looking at sort of the mid-pack in the Rotax Micros. I'm just going to make it as we look forward to the 33 and the 46 Hoost. This is a battle for second place in the Rotax Micros. Charlie Page and James Devereaux. I think Charlie Page has managed to get back through on James Devereaux then. I'd quite like to have a look, if I can request to our producer that we have a little look at the battle for the lead in the Water Swift Restricted. Daniel Ferguson and Chester Fawkes on the 67 and 38. Very, very close. Less than 0.3 of a second between them when they last came across the start-finish line. Of course, Daniel Ferguson has had another great start to this race to get back up into the lead in the Water Swift Restricted, but Chester Fawkes, a seriously quick pedal, as I mentioned earlier in heat number 1, another one of our drivers up from the Bambino class. And just as I say that, it's changed at the front of the order. Chester Fawkes has gone to the lead, and Daniel Ferguson comes through 3.5 seconds behind. So what has happened then between Chester Fawkes and Daniel Ferguson? Either way, Chester Fawkes to the lead of the race in the Water Swift Restricted.
Yeah, leads of the race and the fastest lap of the race. So Chester Fawkes showing what he can do here at Whilton Mill. Charlie Page on your screens there in the other class. He's really using his body weight to get the load on the tyres and obviously maximise grip. There's a few drivers on your screens. There's Alessandro. Oh, driver off there.
Number 15, that looks like.
Number 15. So that's
William Crombie, I think.
Yeah, that is William Crombie. So problems there for the number 15. I wonder if hopefully he can get that back on circuit. But he was sitting quite high there in the IAME Water Swift Restricted. Obviously not. Obviously that's going to fall him down.
Yeah, I think it was about 10th place in the Water Swifts at the time. Sadly, finding that green stuff on the outside and potentially another victim of that puddle.
Well, exactly that. I mean, the puddle just is the main cause for these DNFs. Never mind what the kart can do; it's what a puddle can do. Oh, there's a driver off there. That's number 88. That's Max Dunn. So having problems in his race, already a lap down. Got some work to do. Charlie Page on your screens there. You see him moving his head, moving his body around. The weight transfer of these karts, you know, it's all down on the body because the body is the main source of main source of weight. And obviously, it's obviously these karts, if the driver is underweight, will be putting lead on their kart. Or if your driver's a bit buffed up, he will all the weight will be jumping out for you.
Exactly, yeah. And that sometimes it can help in these conditions because, of course, you can place the weight not quite anywhere on the kart you want, but you can chuck it around in different areas of the kart, which means that if you're a driver who's over the weight, you've got all of the weight in the seat. Whereas if you're underweight, you can start to place it in different areas, and it helps in these conditions to get weight over the areas of the kart that you need it to. Dian Singh Bahal has headed on to the last lap of this race then. Chester Fawkes also heading on to the last lap as well. 10th overall at the moment is Chester, but of course in the lead of the Water Swift Restricted. There is the 38 of Chester Fawkes with that Vera Tools branding on his helmet. Another driver batting it out in the British Kart Championships throughout this season. But Dian Singh Bahal, what a race from Dian. Was up there fighting near the sharp end, but in this race has just been in a race of their own. 4 seconds in the lead for the number 23.
Well, that just shows what track conditions can do to you. I mean, you ask some drivers whether they like the dry or the wet, and they'll say one or the other, and that's mostly because one is quicker than the other. And Dian Singh Bahal, in wet conditions, come around the final corner, has done the job and gets that P1 spot. So obviously the wet drying track has done him good. Charlie Page takes it to second place, and that's Idja West who gets to the third spot. James Duravex drops down to 4th, followed by Elliot Travis, Xavier Ramsey, Lewis Herbertson, rounds out your top 7. So the driver's really shaken up there. I think. Oh, Chester Fawkes on the final lap gets the fastest lap and also that win in the IAME Water Swift. So Chester Fawkes gets the win in IAME Water Swift, followed by Daniel Ferguson. Mike Roots claims the final spot on the podium. Oscar Kenny just dropping into P4. So it's a proper mix-up here between the Rotax and the IAME karts. Does show how close they are in comparison to each other. You have to feel for Alessandro Salas, who got collected in that puddle. I think the puddle did most of the damage in that race. So final results coming up here to round off Heat 2 here for Rotax and the IAME Cadets. Dian Singh Bahal takes the win, followed by Charlie Page. 4.2 second gap between the two. Ijaya West, James Duravex, Elliot Travis, Xavier Ramsey takes the top 6 there. Lewis Herberson, Daryl Hockridge, Dimitar Uzanov, Chester Forks, who takes a win there in the IAME Water Swift. So good race there, John, sorry.
I'll let you off this one, mate. A great race, really impressive. What a final lap there from Chester Forks. There was only about 8 or 9 drivers managing to get it into the 106s. Chester Forks on that final lap of 105.8. Take a bow, Chester. Impressive final lap there, and takes maximum points in the Water Swift Restricted there to end their heat number 2. But impressive stuff from Dian Singh Pahal. Hopefully see more of that later on today when we see the IAME cadets and the Rotax cadets back out on circuit. There were your 31 drivers in that race. Sadly, a few not quite making it to the checkered flag there, but I think some close racing, potential for a few nose cone penalties. Luckily, all the drivers that we've seen there on your screen getting waved through, and all seemingly okay. Brilliant racing. Now, I did want to mention as well, Elijah West did manage to get past James Devereux on that last lap. I think James Devereux lost a good 4 seconds on that last lap, so something happening there. He'd been overtaken by Charlie Page a couple of laps previously, and something occurring on that last lap. James Devereux dropping to 4th, Elijah West picking up the pieces, grabbing a P3 for his troubles. But great bit of racing there in our cadets there for Rotax and IAME. We're going to head straight out for another of our heat number 2s. Right then, another speedy grid as our drivers head around to start a new race of the day. IAME Water Swift Intermediates heat number 2. Will Green and Lorenzo Di Patrantonio on the front row of the grid. Then it's Freddie Wood, Austin Newstead, Charlie Clough and Max Mason there, rounding out the top 6. Then Harley Musk, George House, Harry Williams and Zach Chamney, your top 7. St. Marnie Kira and Austin Gibson in behind. Then Jensen Ackerman and Enzo Butterazzi there on row 7, George Clark and Yala Sayer and Henry Clark there on row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 are Colby Patterson and Teddy Porter. Then it's Christian Kobe, Knight Measures, Alfie Taylor and Miller Tomlinson there, rounding out your top 24. Then it's Jonty Resting, Johnson Stewart, Andy Stewart, Joseph Davies, Simeon Stone and Jesus Bartulos there, the top 30, followed by William Haynes, Orion Meta, Henry Johnson and Xavier Fonge. 34 drivers on the grid then for this one. Drivers round to the boot section. It looks like we've got a bit of a lockout then from Jamie Green Racing at the front of the order. Will Green, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Freddie Wood. Your top 3 all from Jamie Green Racing. Will they work together through these opening laps of the race? You'd hope so, being teammates, but never say never. 8 minutes is underway and racing into the first couple of corners. They come at a wide moment from the front of the grid there. Lorenzo taking a wide line and off out into the edge of the circuit there. One of our Fusion drivers, I think that is, getting spun round nearly into the barrier on the outside of the circuit, and they'll be taking a little while before they carry on with this race. Late move to the inside. Drivers chopping and changing up at Christmas corner, and that's allowing for another driver at the front of the order to skate away with this one. Is that Harley Musk? Yes, it was Harley 7 on the grid, off on the first lap of this race, and more drivers excursioning onto the grass there, and the driver there on the outside finding why that grass is so slippery. Around they go, and they're going to have to drag that kart back onto the black stuff.
Karts all over Northamptonshire. Oh, driver spinning there, and the number 20 piling in. Obviously couldn't get the car stopped in time, because obviously the reaction times these drivers need are so precise because everything happens so quickly. There's a nose cone problem, I think, for one of the Jamie Green karts, because definitely see it flapping a lot in that final sector. But so far so good for our IAME Water Swifts coming through turn 2 after the first lap. Will Green taking the advantage here. Has pulled a bit of a gap so far.
Ridiculous gap. 2.6 seconds on the first lap of racing.
Well, if he hasn't pulled the gap already, then he definitely has there. So Will Green, 2.6 seconds, as you said, takes the lead there. Freddie Wood, Zach Champney, our WM plate winner, just about holds on there in P3, the final spot on the podium. Harry Williams, Max Mason rounds out your top 5. Oh, driver off there. That's a 177 George House. So I was talking about the top 5, never mind the top 6, so that's going to have changed up.
George House was one of our drivers involved in that big incident in the first heat of the day, so good to see them back out on circuit for this heat number 2 as well.
Yeah, good to see him back out. Number 63 there making a move. That was Harry Williams. Couldn't see who he did it on, but he got the move done. Oh, loading into the final sector of the track. Number 8 there, Yara Sayer all over the back of number 82 of Henry Clark. It's all going to be switching up here. I think Henry Clark was also one of our drivers who had difficulties in that first one, so good to see him back out as well. Just shows how, a good move there. Number 8 on the inside of the 38. Will he get the car stopped? I think he does, so brilliant driving there by the 38 to hold on his line. That's that's Freddie Wood having a battle with Zuccardi Keller. So far so good here in our IAME Water Swiss, but Will Green, haven't spoke about him much in this race. The driver off there. That's Sayer who's off there. But yeah, talking about Will Green, 4.2 second gap now, so he's definitely putting away.
Oh, Will Green is just driving away with this race. He's such an impressive driver as Will Green, continuing that through today. Doesn't matter what the conditions are that are being thrown at him, he just drives away at the front of this field. Impressive stuff. What's it going to be now that the rest of the drivers cross the line? New fastest lap for Will Green, 5.2 seconds now the gap at the front of the field. We're not even halfway through this race yet, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievably impressive stuff. Here's the battle for second though. Getting a good exit off the first couple of corners is the 63 of Harry Williams. Puts it down the inside of the WM plate of Zach Champney. Takes second place in this race. I do also want to mention, just quickly, we rewatched that incident from the first heat. It was George Clark who flew off towards the barrier at the first corner that we thought might be quite seriously injured from that accident. He's out in this race. He's in P6 at the moment. So not only are the younger generation luckily a lot more malleable, found that barrier on the outside, luckily is all okay. Back in this race once again and doing really well is George Clark. They're in P6. So impressive stuff. It shows just how safe these karts are and also how brilliant this kart circuit is here at Whilton Mill, that a big incident like that and he's still out in the next race.
These kids are invincible.
Yes.
Properly invincible. There he is on your screens actually, George Clark driving through the last sector. Yeah, well, you wouldn't think of the story he's had so far today. The number 42. So far so good for him. Well, I say so far so good for him. Just in this heat alone, heat 2 here for the IAME Water Swiss Inters. Will Green setting the fastest lap there of a 1:04.03. So the times yet coming down here at Whilton Mill. That's number 11 there, using an outside, no, 71, my apologies, using a quite wide line there. Loses the place to the number 22 of Lorenzo Di Petranio. Or side-by-side action there. That's Max Mason, and I think he's battling there with the number 82 of 829, my apologies, of Colby Patterson. So the two drivers there, side-by-side. Colby Patterson gets on the inside. And these drivers are really showing what they can do in wet conditions.
A great bit of battling between those two. I will say, yeah, Will Green, one of only 5 drivers down in the 104s at the moment, and everyone else in the high 104s. He's in the 104 dead. Wow, he's just on a 103.6 as Will Green. It's a second faster than anyone else out on that circuit. Now we know it's drying up. The sun is out here finally once again at Whilton Mill. It is drying up. The track is getting faster, but somehow Will Green is able to find grip where no one else is. There we look back to the battle for third place. Sukmani Kira hounding the back of Zach Champney's kart now, and Sukmani trying to find a way to squeeze through, but she's not able to do it just yet. Sits behind in 4th place for now, does Sukmani, but again, having a good race. The Alpine-backed young driver now thinking about it down the inside, trying to hook it up over that curb, but squeezes out to the exit there, almost making contact with Zach Champney, but holding on to it nonetheless. 1 minute 45 seconds left to go on the clock then, ladies and gentlemen. And as you said time and time again, Will Green still dominating this race, over 7 seconds in the lead. Unbelievable stuff from the Jamie Green racing driver.
Kira's all over the back of the WM plate here. Once it's fun, oh my god, Will Green's going even quicker. 1:03.3. Comparing it to Harry Williams. Harry Williams on that last lap did a 1:04.2, so completely a second quicker than any driver on circuit. My word, you have to top your hat to Will Green. He's showing what he can do here at Whilton Mill.
Late move.
Yeah, I was just saying about that. Late move there by Kira on the inside of WM plate. Zach Champney gets into that final podium spot. So brilliant move there by Kira. Uses the curb to get the kart rotated. And I mean, yeah, these drivers getting taught all the sort of driving characteristics and dynamics there are in the motorsport world of karting.
Impressive move from Somali Kira. She was bold in that overtake, put the kart on the inside line and said, I'm taking you on the exit here, I'm blocking you to the exit. Does just that, takes third place for herself. Now, what's the gap back to George Clark now? About 1.5 seconds from Zach Champney back to George Clark now. So with 30 seconds to go on the clock, you can just keep it facing in the right direction here. I think you could take a 4th place, the WM plate holder. But of course, being a WM plate holder, he's been a champion last year, taking that WM plate at the final special round of this championship. He's going to be wanting more than a P4. He's not going to be happy with this finish, but equally, I think could take a positive result from this one. Set themselves up for a good grid start later on today. And just keep that head held high. Late move down the inside. More battling going on between Colby Patterson and Austin Newstead. And this time it goes the way of Patterson as he takes 8th place away.
Brilliant move there. Mechanical flag for Max Mason. So we were just talking about him there. And taking the mechanical flag. So whether he'll be staying out, because I mean the ruling says when you get the mechanical flag you do have 3 laps to actually come into the pits. To say you're on the last lap, you get that flag, you can just stay out and finish the race. Obviously it's not safe to do so, but obviously people like to bend around the rules in this day and age. On the inside there, that was the 82 of
that was a position change, yeah.
Yeah, that was the 82
Henry
there
Clark,
of Henry Clark. But so far, there he is. Will Green on your screens, a 10.4 second lead from Harry Williams. My word. Pat on the back for Will Green. He's absolutely sending it around Whilton Mill circuit. You can just see the sort of lines he's using, and he's using more of the brake to actually get the rear sliding and then catch it with the front. It's a very different driving style. You can see his neck moving around. These drivers have to train their bodies to battle around this circuit, but around the final few corners, John take it away, but Will Green, he's driving masterclass here.
Honestly, he goes from strength to strength as Will Green. Unbelievably impressive driver. He takes the win here in heat number 2, IAME Water Swift intermediate category. To put it into perspective, he's just done a 102.1, ladies and gentlemen. What a lap from Will Green. To put this into perspective, we've just done an 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. The drivers have done 9 laps in total at around a minute per lap. And Will has finished nearly 12 seconds in the lead. That's over a second a lap, well over a second a lap that Will Green has eked out on the rest of the field here. Literally in a league of his own here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club is Will Green, and number 2 once again takes another win and adds that to his now quite significant tally. Harry Williams and Sukmani Kira will round out that top 3 with Zach Champney and George Clark there in the top 5. Great to see George Clark back involved after that incident in race number 1 and back into the top 5 for the number 42. Henry Clark, Freddie Wood, Colby Patterson, Austin Newstead and Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio will round out the top 10 in that one. But another great race, but definitely our class with the most elongated gaps in the field. And when I say elongated gaps, I really mean between the winner and everyone else.
Well, yeah, exactly that. And you can just see the track conditions getting quicker and quicker. I mean, we lost about 3 seconds just in that race alone, with Will Green's times dropping substantially. And
on that last lap, everyone but one person did their personal best fastest lap, so it's just getting faster and faster.
Yeah, exactly that. So brilliant driving by the IAME Water Swift enters. There's just final results on your screens, obviously provisional, don't take them just yet until the final results have been published on Alpha Timing. Drivers just in the pits now, and soon we're going to be ready for our Rotax Mini Inter Heat 2.
Indeed.
Soon to be coming out on track shortly.
Well, what have we got left then? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races left to go before the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. As you so kindly said, we've got the heat number 2 for the Rotax Minis coming up next. After that will be heat number 3 for Junior Max, their A versus C category. Then it's A versus C for the Junior X30s, their heat number 3. Then heat 2 for Senior X30 and heat 2 for Senior Rotax. So a few more heats left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Then we'll have a bit of a lunch break, and then we'll be back for a few more heats and the finals later on. But up next, Rotax Minis for their heat number 2. Finley Lines on pole position once again then for this Rotax mini heat number 2. Alongside him is Max Wheatley. They had a great ding-dong battle in heat number 1. Let's hope for more of that in this one. Leo Livingston, Miles Burton are there on row 2 with Riley Murrow and Finley Hines on row number 3. Row 4 has Benjamin Lawn and Zach Starbuck. Zach was super impressive at WM plate, coming through the field once again in this one, I'm sure. Otis Cleary and Akil Nangianon are on the top 10, and it's Drew Davidson and Adam Turasek, they're 11th and 12th respectively. Row number 7 has Warwick Milam and Jack Baker, then it's Ayrton Ryan, Archie Rogers Tyler on row number 8, with Nathan Rond and Stanley Stafford there on row 9. The top 20 are rounded out by Ruben Jenkins and George Fountain, then it's Connor J. Winfield and Soren Gallagher, and Zach Jennings and Harry Bell there. Row number 12, row 13 has Harper Das and Arthur Brooker, then it's William Kidd Glass, Jensen Smith and Lucas Essert, your 29 karts on the grid for this Rotax Mini heat number 2.
So drivers getting ready here, Finley Lines, Max Wheatley on that front row. You were saying earlier they had a massive ding-dong battle in that first race. I mean, they were so close, you couldn't count out who was going to win.
I think overall you would say Max Wheatley, I think, did have the slight pace advantage over Finley Lines, but Finley Lines, if there's a man who knows how to defend, it's Finley Lines, and he was showing exactly how to do so in that heat number 1. Let's see if he can get to the front again and show us some defensive masterclass once again. Yes, he does. To the first corner, they go in a bit of a wobbly moment there for the 43 of Miles Burton. He sides his way through into second place. The rest of the drivers trying all sorts of different lines through turn 1 and turn 2, and it's so exciting, our cameraman nearly falls over. 4 or 5 drivers off at the first corner, then 2 more off in the background. Harper Das is one of those, and another driver involved as well. Round goes Miles Burton, that is. He's round and already to the back of the field. 2 more drivers come together at the start of this one. The 70 and the 69 go round together as well. That's Zach Jennings on the 69 and Drew Davidson on the 70. One was in 11th at the start of this and one was in 23rd. So I think it's safe to say the field has changed somewhat over this lap number 1.
Well, Miles Burton, the driver who was in 3rd place, has lost what he'd made in that first heat, and now he's got to work through the second heat. I mean, there's battle all the way through the field here. There's a driver on the inside. I mean, we'll have to see once they come round the first lap where is where and who, where is who. And round the first lap, Finley Lines obviously has taken that lead, a strong margin so far. That's Harper Das trying to get going. All drivers taking all sorts of different lines, because you also got to think about it. The conditions is quite warm now, but these drivers are obviously. A hit there. Now, who was that? I think that was Riley Munro. Spin Leo Livings. So Leo Livings, who was in that final podium spot, sent into a swirl from Riley Munro, and he's got some work to do now. So as been put back to near the back of the grid. Zach Starbuck on Riley Munro is going to try and take advantage of that spinnage, because when you get caught up in an accident like that, it's very hard to get back into the correct mindset to keep pushing forward, and that's when obviously you can see here Riley Munro has starting to lose some positions here, and that's when he's needs to get back in the game, and obviously thinking forward. There's Finley Hines there, all over the 22 of Adam Turek. So these drivers are finding their way through the Whilton Mill circuit. Obviously you can see there, using the wet to try and keep the tyres cool. So obviously the heat that's generated off these tyres can lose your grip. But so far so good. And I mean, what a start for. Oh, there's a spin there. That's number 34. That was George Fountain. So loses it and nearly gets collected there. But so far so good for our Rotax Mini Inters.
It almost gets collected. Drivers avoiding action very nicely there. Impressive stuff and heads-up driving from these very young drivers. The WM player of Zach Starbuck continues to side through. He did it in heat number 1. He's doing it again in heat number 2 here. Another person siding back through after an incident earlier on in this race is Warwick Milam. Now under a bit of pressure, though, from Riley Murrow in behind as well. They're battling over 6th place. Here we look back to the 3rd position driver of Benjamin Lawn. He's got Otis Cleary and now Zach Starbuck right in behind them. All these drivers still on those wet tyres, though. You can see very much a drying line now forming round this Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. I believe we've only got 2 more heats after this one before the lunch break. So this is now that sort of changing over point from the wet tyres back to the slicks. When are the drivers going to decide to switch back over? When is it dry enough to make that work? number 12 of Max Wheatley seriously slipping down the order, though. He got overtaken by Benjamin Lawn at the last part of the last lap, and now Zach Starbuck has managed to get through as well.
Now we do have to think if any drivers have taken that choice to go on the slick tyre knowing the track is going to dry out. Could we see any drivers fighting through? We'll have to wait and see, because I haven't spotted anyone yet, but so far so good for our Rotax Mini Inter drivers. I mean, there's a number 43 on your screen, so that was Miles Burton, who's managed to make up multiple places to get to try and find any way back to where he was before, obviously taking that podium in the first race. Leah Livings there also trying to find his way through, so he had that problem a few laps ago. Just trying to find some way through. Adam Turex, that's the fastest lap of the race, 59.25. So the times are coming down here at Whilton Mill. Leah Livings on the inside of another driver, and I can think that was the 127 of Connor Winfield. So see if he's done that move. Zach Starbuck on the inside of a Coles driver, that's number 85. So where is that for?
Move for second place.
So second place, Benjamin Lawn gets pushed back, and Zach Starbuck takes second place. So brilliant driving by Zach Starbuck, closed in on those last few laps and has got the move done.
I don't know what has happened to Max Wheatley, though. We were saying he was the closest contender to Finney Lyons in the first race of the day. Over these last couple of laps, he's been dropping like a stone down the order. On that last lap, as other drivers getting into the 59 seconds, he was in the 101s. So I don't know what's happening to Max Wheatley. He's now lost out 5th place to Adam Turasek, as Adam Turasek sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 58.8, whereas Max Wheatley in the 102s now. Max Wheatley going slower. So what has happened to Max Wheatley's pace here? I have no idea. Now it seems like he's just trying to hold on to it and carry on to the checkered flag of this race. You saw there, that was Harper Das moving to the outside there. Back marker allowing the rest of the drivers through and trying not to get in their way, and doing a good job of it after that incident. Up at a pretty similar position there, up towards Christmas Corner on the first lap of the race. Just over 2 minutes left to go on the time. We look back there, that was the 35 of Warwick Milam, now leading Miles Burton. Miles Burton's done a good job through this race of battling back up the order. Now finds himself solidly in the top 10, as there's a yellow flag into the boot section. We've got a spinner. It's the 139, it looks as though, has gone round there. That's Ruben Jenkins in 23rd place, just trying to work out these conditions as best he can as we head into the last couple of minutes. But now that Zach Starbuck has cleared Benjamin Lawn, he's almost put a second in between them. New fastest lap of the race goes the way of Zach Starbuck. He's only got a minute and 45 seconds here left to go. 2.8 seconds to close down on your leader, Finney Lyons.
Well, Finney Lyons got to get the hammer down now, because it's a 2.8 gap that can be closed very quickly, only if a few mistakes are made. I mean, these drivers have to drive so precisely every lap. Consistency is key in motorsport, in all aspects of motorsport, of course, and these drivers fully going at it here, battling with each other. There's Miles Burton, who's made his way past Max Wheatley. So battling from the first race, but obviously in different positions now. So Miles Burton on the inside, I think that was for either 6th or 5th place. Otis Cleary topping that top 5. So actually I think that was a move for P6. So Miles Burton doing brilliantly, although going off in that early in the race. Drives his way through and shows obviously he does have the pace to be at the front. But you can see most of the track is drying up. I think there's still some problems at that turn 2, but the turn 2 takes quite a while to dry up here at Kimbolton. But I mean the conditions.
Whilton Mill.
Here we are, Whilton Mill.
Yeah, you said Kimbolton.
Oh no.
This doesn't look like Kimbolton.
Oh god. Do not crucify me, chat. But Finney Lyons holding on brilliantly. There's a battle going on. Finley Hines, Max Wheatley. Oh, move there. That was the number 71 of Jack Baker. Tries to get on the inside of both drivers. Just about does Max Wheatley. Max Wheatley's going to sit there and, bide his time. Wait for an opportunity to open up
He's really struggling, is Max Wheatley. He's
that a
just
problem?
unable to... Has he got a puncture? Potentially. Max Wheatley's still unable to find the same pace as the drivers around him. Is still in the 1 minute mark, whereas we've now got Adam Turasek down in the 57 seconds, 57.67 now the fastest lap of the race. And I will say, we do want to have a look to our leaders. Here they are, coming down towards Ashby now. A cheeky attempt to move for second place here from Adam Turasek on Benjamin Lawn. This is the battle for third place. Down the inside still is Benjamin Lawn, but the up and under attempt from the 22 is on. He makes the inside as they now head towards the second of the left-handers, and through he goes into third place. Now Zach Starbuck has been closing over the last few laps on Finley Lines. He's maybe got one more opportunity here to try and go for the lead of the race, but I don't quite think he's going to be close enough. What a performance from Zach Starbuck, but he's going to have to settle for second place at this time of asking. And once again, Finley Lines sees the checkered flag first, and it's another lights to flag victory for the O-plated driver. Adam Turasek that finishes the race in third place there. He had the fastest lap for pretty much the entire race, but Zach Starbuck steals that away on the last 1,054 metres of this Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. 57.64 the gauntlet now laid down for fastest lap in the Rotax Mini Intermediate class there in the heat number 2. But now we've seen a good 2, 3, 4 drivers bring in the fight to Finley Lines. So their heats are done and dusted for the day. They'll be back for their final later on this afternoon after the lunch break, but I think it's going to be an exciting one.
Well, I think, yeah, many drivers in the chance for the win in the final. Well, we're going to have to wait till after the lunch break to find out what happens in that final. Finley Lines taking the win there. Zach Starbuck closed the 2-second gap very quickly, so don't count him out just yet. The WM plate knows how to win here at Whilton Mill. Adam Turek, I mean, he was setting multiple fastest laps, so obviously at some point in that race had a lot of pace to show. So there's the final results. Adam Turek takes that final podium spot, but it's Finley Lines yet again takes a win here in Rotax Mini Inter. Zach Starbuck, Adam Turek, Benjamin Lawn, Otis Cleary rounds out your top 5. Miles Burton, who drove from pretty much the back of the grid to P6, obviously had that problems at the start of the race. Finley Lines, Jack Baker, Warwick Milam and Max Wheatley dropped down the field. I think he had a problem in his last couple of laps. I wonder if he can get that sorted. But rounds out the top 10, George Fountain, Via Livings, Stanley Stanford and Zach Jennings rounds out your row 14, top 14 as I say. Nathan Ron, Connor Winfield, Drew Davidson, Riley Monroe rounds out your top 18. So brilliant racing in the Rotax Mini Inters there. For their heat 2. You were just saying a couple heats left. I think our next one up is going to be Junior Rotax Heat 3 A versus C. So Junior Rotax Heat 3 A versus C getting ready to rumble here at Whilton Mill. Charlie Cox takes a pole position spot from Alfie Thompson, Charlie Neve, Oliver Smith, Henry Cameron and Riley Bishop round out row 3. Devon Nolan, Oliver Meek, Thomas Hill and Dominic Parabot rounds out your row top 10. Ollie Auto and Shane Chandra rounds out row 6. Jensen Powers, Callum Goss, Harry Hurst Grover, Michael Dalton, Lucy Wilden and William Webb round out row 9. And it's Jaden Bennett, Ryan Rapini, Freddie Leppenwell, Harry Griever, Gorkanauf, Harry Russell, Harry Wilch, rounds out your row 12. Ben Morgan, Dan Callaghan, Autumn Hansford, Oliver Vouts, Toby Bedford, Rex Ashley, rounds out row 15. And on the final row in the grid, it's Xavier Solanchico and Dexter Collins. So, John, a strong field of drivers here. Let's see what happens.
Indeed, of course, it's the second time that we're seeing all of these drivers. This will effectively be their heat number 2 of the day. It's heat number 3 for the class. So all these drivers have been out for a race already, but both of those have been against our B group of drivers. This is the first time that the A's have versed the C's. And Charlie Cox, the fastest of the A group. Alfie Thompson, the fastest of the C group. But who's going to get to that first corner first? Not too long to wait and find out, ladies and gentlemen. The 87 there on the right-hand side of your screen now. The 1-1-2 of Charlie Cox on the left-hand side of the screen, and Charlie Cox gets to the front immediately here as we get this race underway. First time of asking then for the Junior Max Heat number 3. Up towards Christmas Corner they go. The 1-2-7 getting some great grip on the outside there. Ollie Ortu finding grip where no one else could. Round the outside he goes and takes a number of positions for his liking as well. And I will say, try not to commentate discussed it, they have all made it through this first half of the lap. Impressive stuff, and look at that, Charlie Cox already taking a monstrous lead out front as they all scrap over second place in behind. That's the 196, that's Thomas Hill already in second place. He started P9 in this race and Thomas Hill's already in second.
Well, a strong start from Thomas Hill. You just saw Alfie Thompson getting swamped like a fish there, falling back down the grid to about, I think that's about P7 or P8. Battling going on further down the grid. Drivers finding their field all the way through. Rubbin is racing here at Whilton Mill, and I think that was a 946.
That's Freddie Leppenwell that was, taking a little bit too much curb.
Well, yeah, and I think obviously showing it is single fire racing through there. Harry Hurst Grover, strong move there on Charlie Neve and the 127. So manages to do the 2 and 1 there. So obviously carrying that momentum, carrying that speed through, and obviously a strong start for him.
We saw how impressive he was in Heat 1, didn't we, Harry Hurst Grover? And he's carrying that on to Heat number 2 clearly.
Well, exactly that. So strong battling throughout the field. There's Oliver Meek on your screens. Gets overtaken by Callum Gosh. A late move there, and that's the sort of driving overtake you can do into there. You can kind of go late on the brakes, kind of get stopped in the corner, and then pull off. So far so good. Charlie Cox obviously setting that fastest lap. The 175 there on your screens. Driving brilliantly there. That's Henry Cameron. So just holding on to his P4 spot. Multiple drivers having the time of their life, shall we say, in this race.
I'm trying to keep an eye on people's tyres. I think most people still on wet tyres here. Yeah, they are. So these two drivers that are battling, 25 and 16, they're definitely on those wet tyres. 16 of Jensen Powers manages to slip through there. I'm trying to spot whether anyone has braved it on the slicks. I think now we're very much at that changeover point now. It's looking rather dry out there on circuit, so if anyone's been brave, they might be able to drive through the field here. We'll have to wait and see whether anyone has decided to call that. 56 there making some good moves. Whether he was on slick tyres though, I couldn't quite tell. That was Shane Tandaria, started 12th place in this race. And pressing on nicely is Shane. New fastest lap. Who's got the problem?
That's a problem for the number 35 there, Riley Bishop. So slowing down there. I couldn't work out what happened to him there, but yeah, coming to a stop there.
Yeah.
No throttle. So he's pressing at the throttle pedal and nothing's happening. So problems
then.
Yeah, exactly that. So problems for Riley Bishop there. He was running quite highly. You can see on the screens there, P6. So has had to drop down. But, I mean, there's quite a mixture here. Some drivers on those slick tyres, some drivers on those wet tyres. So it's a proper mixture here. But to be fair, the track hasn't fully dried yet. So some parts of the track are still going to be wet. Some parts will still be dry. So it's going to be a mix and match to who can find the most time out their tyres, whether it be on those wet tyres or the slick tyres. But I think for the next races, we're definitely looking at fully slicks. Otherwise, you'll be kind of dropping off the field if you're still in those wet tyres. Alfie Thompson setting the fastest lap of the race, 57.6. So the times are definitely coming down. I think we're about a second off what the times were yesterday. Alfie Thompson making that move there on Dominic Parabic, I think it was. Some good moves throughout the field. There's Shane on the inside of number 16 there. Jensen Powers tries to make the move but couldn't get it sticked. On the inside of Auschwitz, gets it done and holds on. So brilliant move there by the Pro Train driver.
Indeed, yeah, great battling throughout the order in this one. As you mentioned, yeah, definitely full slicks for the next race. So that's where we might start to see the issue of coming off of the racing line. It's a little bit wetter and suddenly it's rather difficult to make those overtakes work. Very close, a bit too close to comfort there between all these four drivers heading through the boot section. Really bold move there from, was that the 199? Chucking it down the inside. It must be the 899 of William Webb who's made that one work there in the middle of the pack. And pushes there through, yep, to 14th for William Webb. Shane Tandara and Callum Gosh working well as well, 11th and 12th place respectively. But these drivers battling so closely that the rest of the field is starting to scamper off at the front now. I hadn't noticed it all changed at the front of the order, with Charlie Cox getting dropped down to 5th place now, and Thomas Hill half a second at the front of the order. But in behind, Devon Nolan with a personal best, 51.7, a couple of tenths quicker than Thomas Hill. Alfie Thompson in 3rd place, a good 3/4 of a second quicker than Devon Nolan, almost a second quicker than Thomas Hill in the lead of the race. So don't count out these drivers just yet. We've still got 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Alfie Thompson and Devon Nolan very much doing with a shot here. Look how much they've closed in on that last lap alone. Both drivers within 4/10 of a second now. Alfie Thompson's already made the move on Devon Nolan, has taken away 2nd place, and now we look back to this leading battle. The 87 of Alfie Thompson all over the back of Thomas Hill, and look at this. Has he got slick tyres on? Has he got slick tyres on? To the lead of the race he goes, and Alfie Thompson takes the lead of the race. Through goes the 54 of Devon Nolan. Those moves were way too easy. Both these drivers definitely on slick tyres. Thompson to the front, now Nolan to 2nd place, and Thomas Hill, he did a great job on those wets, but he can't do anything against drivers on these slick tyres now.
Well, the wet tyres were working at the start, but over time the track has dried up completely, and Thomas Hill, you know, there's not much you can do about that, sunshine. So you're going to have to hold your time and wait for the finals to come up soon. Hopefully you just hold your spot there in that final podium spot. He's got a bit of a gap to Henry Cameron still, so maybe he can still hold on to that final podium spot. Wherever Henry is on, so Henry's on those wet tyres. The 112 there, Charlie Cox also on wet tyres. So definitely a mixed match here. And maybe we can see some slick tyres maybe further in the grid, maybe making some more places up in these last few laps. We'll have to see. But I mean, it's a mixed match race here. I mean, everything going on. We've got Alfie Thompson taking the lead there in those in that last lap. There's Charlie Neve. So I think Charlie Neve on slick tyres. So you can just see here the grip difference between Charlie Cox and Charlie Neve. You can see how much time he gained just in those few corners. And look at that. He's managing to carry the speed through the corners because he has the grip to do so. You know, these tyres are the main source of how these drivers are getting around the circuit. If they haven't got the grip, they're not going to be anywhere. And you can just see there how much speed he's got compared to the driver in front. Down the inside goes Charlie Neve. On the inside of Henry Cameron, that's for P4. And whether he'll catch up to Thomas Hill, I think he'll be soon. So maybe a last lap battle for the final podium spot. We'll have to see.
Well, that makes sense then why Thomas Hill scythed through so early on to the front of the field, starting around the bottom end of the top 10. By the end of that one was in the lead of the race, and that makes sense now as it's drying out through those drivers that were slipping back early on the slicks. Now coming back through, they're finding that tyre temperature coming to them as the track continues to dry out in the sunshine, and through they go to the sharp end of the order. Alfie Thompson, another fastest lap of the race. 49.05 from Alfie Thompson compared to 51.1 from Thomas Hill, the leader on those wet tyres. Now under pressure from the 60 of Charlie Neve, another driver on those dry tyres, siding through up into the top 3. Timer has now hit 0, and when Alfie Thompson comes through under the gantry, he will see that last lap board. And we'll go through to the end of this last heat of the day for our Junior Max drivers. Charlie Neve pressing on once again. Through he goes on Devon Nolan, takes 2nd place.
So, job done there for Charlie Neve. I don't think he'll be able to catch the 87 of Alfie Thompson, also on those slick tyres. Alfie Thompson managed to get through quite early and has pulled that gap. So, whether Charlie Neve will be able to do so, I don't know. And I mean, Alfie Thompson's just set the fastest lap of the race. So, maybe that says it all. But, I mean, brilliant racing in Heat 3 here for the Junior Rotax. For some of these drivers will be their second, well, mostly all these drivers will be their second heat. So, obviously, all drivers compete in 2 heats out of the 3. And then at the end, all the points will be calculated up. And we'll have some drivers in, well, we'll have most of our drivers in the A final. And a few in our B final, battling out for those top 4 spots. There's Harry Hurst-Grover having a battle with Dominic Parabic. But so far, it's been a brilliant race in the Junior Rotax Heat 3. Just shows the difference in the tyres between the wet and the slicks, especially when the track has dried up to the standard it has. The past couple of laps, it was very wet, but then also dried up. So it's very mix and match. So round the final corner comes Alfie Thompson. Alfie Thompson wins. There's Charlie Neve, comes 2nd. And Oliver Smith on that last lap gets to the podium spot. So the top 3 there, I'm guessing, were all on slicks. So Devon Nolan, actually your first of the wet tyre runners, gets into P4. William Webb, I think on a slick tyre as well, gets to the top 5. Thomas Hill, obviously you saw on the wet tyres, lost a lot of time in those last few laps. Drops to P6. Shane Chandari, who was on that slick tyre, got to P7. Henry Cameron stuck on the wet tyres, as well as Charlie Cox got to P8 and P9 respectively. And Harry Hurstgrover rounds out the top 10.
Great race there. We've seen so many different types of races today, haven't we? It's been a serious mix-up, of course, with the changing weather conditions, different tyre strategies. What an exciting day of racing it's been so far for round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. There are your final results. For heat number 3 in junior Rotaxes, Group A versus Group C goes the way of Alfie Thompson. Charlie Neven, Oliver Smith, your top 3, with Devon Nolan, William Webb, Thomas Hill, Shane Chandaria, Henry Cameron, Charlie Cox and Harry Hurstgrover, your top 10. Behind them, Dominic Parabot, Deshaun Bennett, Michael Dalton, Ryan Rapini, they're your top placed novice, 14th overall. Impressive stuff from Ryan. Behind them, Callum Gosh, Harry Russell, Ollie Orto, Oliver Meek, Jensen Powers and Daniel Callahan, your top 20. Then Oliver Vo, Autumn Hansford, then Ben Morgan, Lucy Wielden, Texter Collins, Haya Griever, Gokulnath, then Harry Wilch there, 27th place. And carrying on, 28th was Sava Solonchenko, then Rex Ashley, Freddie Leffenwell and Riley Bishop. Of course, we lost Riley Bishop earlier on in that race, sadly, and we will see him out later on today. But that's it for Junior Max for their heats so far today. They'll be back out for their final later on this afternoon after the lunch break, but thankfully we've been blessed with sunshine once again here at the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit, and we've been blessed with some unbelievable racing action out there on the black stuff. We've got one more race left to go before the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. That was the heat number 3 for the Junior Maxes. Out next, heat number 3 for Junior X30. So as the drivers get ready to go for their last heat of the day in Junior X30, as I mentioned, we've got this race before the around 40-minute lunch break. We'll be back for a couple of heats after the lunch break before we get into those all-important finals. So don't be going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you stick around for this afternoon's action as well. But before that, heat number 3 in Junior X30, Group A versus Group C. It's Rocco Shenton who lines up on the front row with Zach Green alongside him. Then it's Morgan Moore and Joey Brown there on row 2 with George Edgar and Taylor Orridge on row number 3. Archie Owen and Levi Sangera on row 4 with Alex Dawes and Sebastian Dew, your top 10 on the grid, with George Quartermain and Macaulay Guy just behind them on row number 6. Row 7 has Jack Moore and Aaron Richardson with Joshua Byrne and Harrison Leach on row number 8. Alexander De Benedictas and Zef Nurnberger on row number 9, with row 10 having Dylan Patel and Jacob Marples. Your top rated novice there in 20th place. Jacob Batchelor and Sasha Bagley on row 11 with Max Cooper and Henry Ryan there on row number 12. And finalising the grid are Finley Avon, Jamie Faggin and Sam Branston. 27 karts on the grid for this one. Once again, another pretty stacked grid. Once again, just the same as the last race. All of these drivers already having been involved in one heat so far today, but all against Group B. So Group B already done and dusted today. They've had their 2 heats of the day in the Junior X30s. This time, A versus C. Rocco Shenton, your fastest placed A driver. Zach Green, your fastest placed C group driver. But I will say in qualifying, 1/100th of a second different between those two. Fastest lap of Rocco Shenton, a 45.97, a 45.98, the fastest lap for Zach Green. So it can't really get much closer than that, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of names in this one that you can expect to be up near the sharp end of the order. I want to say, last time we saw these guys out on circuit, didn't Taylor Orridge take the win in very changeable conditions earlier on that GP plate? It's a lot drier now. Can he do the same again?
Well, it's going to be a lot different track conditions here. So heat 3 gets underway here, and Rocco Shenton drives to the inside and into turn 2. He'll lead the way. Zach Green has a look on Morgan Moore. I think he gets on the inside there. Yes, he does. So Joey Brown just sits there in 4th behind. Taylor Orridge on the drive through Crispus Corner. Has a look for Joey Brown into P4.
Whoa.
Oh my word, he was all over the brakes into there. I mean, call it aggressive driving style all you want. Oh, rubbing there between the 117. I think that's of Brine and another driver there. So moving through the field there. Driver's got his wetsuit on. I think it's time to take it off now because I don't think the rain's going to be coming back anytime shortly. There's George Edgar there trying to battle off the number 98 there. That's Sebastian Dew. So brilliant driving by all of these drivers in the first lap of the June X30 race. Rocco Shenton taking that lead there. Or should I say that? Zach Green on the inside takes the lead after the second lap. So Rocco Shenton's got some work to do now. He's going to obviously try and have a look back. But thinks better. Oh, big hit there by Taylor Orange. I think Taylor misjudges braking point. Oh, and straight to the inside. My word. Zach Green got very surprised there. I think the commentators ourselves got the surprise there. Taylor Orange, I mean, the man on the move right now. Rocco Shenton telling him to keep pushing. But oh my word, Zach Green dropped to 4th. Rocco Shenton, Taylor Orange, my apologies. My word, makes a move on Rocco Shenton and then goes straight for it on the next corner on Zach Green. I mean, no, John, what did you think of that?
I mean, the stewards clearly thought that maybe Taylor Orange was a bit egregious in that one. Contact warning for him on those couple of moves, but what moves they were. Aggressive from Taylor Orange, and he's always been such an impressive driver, a character both on and off the circuit. And when he announced through last season that last season was going to be his last year of racing and karting, we were all gutted to see that because he produces impressive moves and incredible races such as these. But thank goodness he decided, no, I'm going to bin that idea off. I'm going to go for it again this year. He's back again. He's back in the lead of the race, and he's bringing the fight to Shenton more.
Oh, Shenton and Orange!
They're off!
Oh no! So the top two drivers, the 86 and the GP plate, both off. So I mean, I wonder what happened there. Oh my word! So the top two there. So Zach Green is actually taking the lead there from Morgan Moore and Joey Brown. Oh, driver going off there, manages to hold it. But my word, what on earth happened there? The two drivers going into Osiers, colliding with each other, obviously getting stuck onto each other, take each other to the grass. Joey Brown on the inside of Morgan Moore, brilliant move there, was aggressive and got the kart stopped when he needed it to. But I mean, what happened there? I mean, the kart sat there. Driver's obviously gone to the marshal post, but I mean, what's gone on there?
I don't understand how they've managed to get to that part of the grass. Where have they made contact that means that they've ended up left on the inside curb? Someone's gone for a move on the inside, but then you'd expect them to barrel round and then go off onto the right hand side of the circuit. So I am completely perplexed as to how that has happened, but either way, it has happened. And just as we were speaking how incredible both Taylor Orange and Rocco Shenton are, both of them out of this race already then, and almost handing the win to Zach Green on a plate here. All he's got to do is hang on to it, but to be fair, in behind, Joey Brown making some impressive moves. He's gone through on Morgan Moore and now has his sights set on Zach Green ahead. Moves in behind though. Morgan Moore getting shuffled around here on the number 46. There's Alex Dodds involved as well. Moves galore, as in the background there, I see George Edgar getting through as well. I think he's moved himself up into 5th or 4th position. Lots going on in this heat. We've still got 4 minutes to go.
Well, I mean, I'm very a big shout out to Sebastian Dew, who's right up there, got the fastest lap of the race as well. George Edgar just sitting behind. He had the pace in that first heat, and obviously in this one, they've still got some time to gain. But obviously, it's these drivers are so consistent. Obviously, consistent is key, as I said earlier. But, you know, there's no margin for error in any sort of racing, especially these junior and senior categories, where these drivers, although their age, I mean, they're about 13 to 15 years old, but have a lot of years of experience, and obviously take as much time as they can to learn these tracks, and have taken much time to, obviously learn their karts as well. So I think that was a move there. Sebastian Dew on the inside of Morgan Moore. So that is for the final podium spot. So Dew on the podium. So driving brilliantly so far. George Edgar just right behind Morgan Moore. Will he have a look as well?
George Edgar has been very impressive throughout his time in cadets, like you were mentioning. Lots of drivers on the grid with lots of experience. George Edgar definitely one of those, part of the famous Edgar Racing family. Down he goes, down the inside of Morgan Moore, takes 4th place for himself, does George. I remember George, my first ever interview in the IAME O-Play a good few years ago now. George pressing on well. He's done with the cadet classes now, into juniors he goes, and he's showing why he's worth being in this junior class. Up to 4th place he goes. He's got a bit of an ask now to chase down those top 3 slightly further ahead, but he's got enough time to do it. We've got the 55 Alex Dodds, who's now pressuring Morgan Moore for 5th place. Morgan just struggling a little bit in this race to find the same pace as the drivers around him.
Yeah, so Zach Green there just set the fastest lap again. So 46.9, so the time's still coming down here. The track always getting better here at Whilton Mill. Number 777 there, Levi Shangari. So on that energy kart, doing brilliant job so far to hold on to P8. And obviously these drivers are holding on for what they can, because I mean the track conditions have obviously changed substantially from how they were in the second heat. And there's George Edgar right behind Sebastian Dew. Will he have a look for that final spot on the podium? We'll have to wait and see as they come through the final complex to round off another lap here in Heat 3.
He's closed up nicely, hasn't he, George Edgar? But he's dragged the other 2 blue karts with him. Morgan Moore and Alex Dodds now right on their tail. And maybe this has given that extra waft that Morgan Moore needed. He goes down the inside now, trying to retake it away from George Edgar. Squeezes him all the way to the grass on the exit. And Morgan Moore retakes the place. So maybe Morgan Moore can hear me on the channel here. Heard me say he just hasn't quite got the pace of the drivers around him. Suddenly, he does. And suddenly, back through he goes into 4th place. And George Edgar finding himself under a bit of pressure now. The 55 Alex Dodds thinking about it on the inside. A bit of argy-bargy there through Oshers. And George Edgar once again shuffled out wide. Through goes Alex Dodds, and now we've got Archie Owen trying it down the inside. A little bit too late, that one though. Archie just about able to keep out of the side pod of the driver ahead. Alex Dodds keeping it clean now into 4th place. To 5th place. Archie Owen following through into 6th. And Sangera, Levi Sangera on the 777 has now followed through. So George Edgar, in the space of 1 lap, drops from 4th to 8th place. Now he's trying to get back through down the inside at Christmas Corner. Gets it done. And that was actually Macaulay Guy had overtaken George Edgar. And that was Edgar repassing there at Christmas Corner.
Well, that just shows how much can change in just 1 lap and even a few corners. Oh my God, those 2 drivers getting right up against each other there. And that's Macaulay Guy and the number 58, I think that was Sam Branston. So up against each other, these 2 drivers are having a good battle here. Timer is ticking down though. We're just about to reach to 0 seconds left. So soon, this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Last lap of the race coming soon.
I think Zach Green just snuck across the line before the timer hit 0.
Yeah, so another fastest lap as well for Zach Green. There's some brilliant defensive driving from Sebastian Dew, trying to hold off Morgan Moore. Now Morgan Moore, he's been developing a lot as a driver in the past year or so, and obviously you can see he's developed quite well. He's at the front. So sitting P4 at the moment, but he is going to look for that podium spot. But Sebastian Dew is properly sacking up this grid. I see Alex Dodds there. There's Blockley. He's right in. Oh my word! Alex Dodds goes for about
it's gone wrong.
And Alex Dodds drives over the top of Dew. He thought it was all well and sorted, but Dew, I don't think Dew saw him. And Alex Dodds tried to sneak in on the inside, but unfortunately 2 into 1 doesn't go. And I mean, oh, what a shame for Alex Dodds and Dew. But now this is a new battle. This is for the podium spot. So Morgan Moore having to defend off. Who is that? That's Levi Shanchera. So who was near the top 10 about a few laps ago, now battling for a podium spot. So it just shows in June X30. Oh no, the 2 drivers. Oh, I was just talking well above the energy driver and driving over the top of Morgan Moore. But round the final corner comes Green. I mean, what a race. He has nothing to worry about. He's come across the line, takes the win. Brilliant driving by Zach Green. Pulls a 5.4 second lead from Joey Brown and Morgan Moore. I mean, I hope Morgan Moore's hold on. This is a brilliant battle. Zach Green getting that fastest lap on the last lap. Morgan Moore just about holds on to that final podium spot. Archie Owen, who was all over the back of Morgan Moore in that last lap, finishes P4. George Edgar just about gets the top 5 spot. Sam Branson, Harrison Leach, Macaulay Guy, all in that battle there, and Sebastian Dew getting pushed down to P9. So that race pretty much showed that, you know, anything can happen in a few corners.
Exactly. I think a few drivers there have Sebastian Dew to thank for closing everyone else up and giving them the opportunity to battle there for those top 5 positions. So great battling through the last lap there. Certainly a page turner, that race. A lot happened there, a lot of incidents, some we don't know how they happened, and of course, with things occurring like Taylor Orridge and Rocco Shenton coming together there in that race, that's going to seriously shuffle up the grid as we head into the finals later on today. And not only that, you've got to think about the fact that these have got such big grids that they're going to go into an A and a B final. These two now have a DNF on their record for the day. Could we see some seriously quick drivers such as Taylor Orridge or Rocco Shenton ending up in a B final because of these issues through the heat? You'll have to wait and see. We'll confirm that later on, ladies and gentlemen. But Junior X30 heat number 3 comes to a close. Do you want to take us through the full results of that one?
Yeah, so Zach Green takes the win there. I mean, you wouldn't have thought it a few laps ago. Obviously, Taylor Orridge and Rocco Shenton causing that collision between the two. Zach Green took full advantage of it. Joey Brown, 5.8 seconds behind, takes second place. Morgan Moore just about holds on to that top 3. Archie Owen, George Edgar, Sam Branson, Harrison Leach, Macaulay Guy, and Sebastian Dew all in that battle. And Levi Sangiera nearly had a chance for a podium, just got pushed off. What can you do about it? There's nothing you really can do. Alex Dodds finishes P11, followed by Zef Nurban Noonberger, sorry about that, Alexander De Benditz and Jacob Batcher round out your top 14. Sasha Bagley rounds out top 15, followed by Aaron Richardson, Jacob Marbles, Joshua Bryan, Max Cooper, Jamie Fagan, Finley Allen, Dylan Patel, and Taylor Orridge and Jack Mowat and Rocco Shenton all DNFing, followed by Henry Ryan, who didn't even start the race. But yeah, Taylor Orridge, Rocco Shenton, a massive talking point from that race. We're going to have to see what happens in the final.
Wow, what a race that was. Heat number 3 of the X30 Juniors, and that I know it's 1:30 already, but that brings us to the end of the sort of morning's action in quotation marks there. Most of the heats done and dusted now, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because after this lunch break, we'll have 2 more heats coming your way. One for the X30 seniors, one for the senior Rotaxes. Then we'll get into the B finals for the Junior Max and the X30 juniors, and then those all-important finals for all classes involved here today. My name's been John Ratcliff. He's been Charlie Ellis. We've had a great time commentating over this morning's action, and you'll be back with us very soon for those finals later on today. We should have around 40 minutes of lunch break coming at you, but we are a little bit late to go into the lunch break, so keep your eyes on the timer on screen as to when we're going back live for those finals of the heat. Join us very, very soon. What an exciting day it's been so far, and that's sure to continue after the lunch break. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. You once again join us for round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. We've already run through a lot of the heats today here for round number 3. We've only got a couple more of those heats left to go before we go into those all-important finals. It's safe to say we've seen pretty much all 4 seasons here today at Whilton Mill. It's been rain, it's been shine, it's been hail at places. We've had some incredibly exciting racing, some interesting incidents as well. Luckily all drivers all okay as we head into the afternoon. Hopefully we see them all back out on track later on this afternoon. But as I mentioned, 2 more heats left to go before we go into those finals. First up is going to be Senior X30 for their heat number 2. My name is John Ratcliff, once again guiding you through the action this afternoon here at Whilton Mill, and still alongside me is Mr. Charlie Ellis.
Yeah, just about here.
Just about?
No, yeah, really excited to get into the finals. I mean, the heat so far have been outstanding. I mean, yeah, obviously first time commentating here for the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and I mean, what a weekend to do so. Obviously, we've seen the first rounds, and I mean, they were all good, but this is just, you know, taking it up another level. The competition here is so fierce that, you know, we're going to see some real battles in the final.
Exactly, yeah. What races we've had so far, and such changeable conditions. Not only has it been exciting out there on circuit, it's been exciting off track as well, where we've been seeing weather drivers when they're going to be changing over from wets to slicks, and the opposite as well, from slicks to those wets. So there might be a little bit more of that this afternoon. It's been nice and dry for sort of the last hour and a half now. The track is, as you can see there, pretty much totally dried up now. I think you'd be crazy to be going out on anything but slick tyres, at least for these heats early on this afternoon, but we'll have to check the weather radar. But with how quickly it's been changing today, the weather conditions, it's definitely not out of the question that we might see some wet weather running later on this afternoon as well.
Yeah, I mean, that will definitely spice things up, but yeah, couple heats left to go, and then we'll get into those all-important B finals and A finals. Obviously, the B finals coming for the Junior Rotax and Junior X30 series. So keep tuned, and obviously you can watch all the racing live from Alpha Live. So obviously keep watching, and, you know, follow us till the end. We're going to be holding on to our seats, and hopefully you will be too.
Exactly, yeah. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It's been so exciting up to this point, and that will continue throughout the rest of today's action. Of course, if you're enjoying the live streaming here from Alpha Live, make sure you drop a subscribe on their YouTube channel. The whole rest of the Whilton Mill Kart Club season will be live on Alpha Live throughout the rest of this year, so you don't want to miss any of that. Make sure you drop a subscription so that that's immediately in your subscription box when we go live. Now, I mentioned about that weather. It's currently 2:15. We should be going live with this first race of the afternoon, in quotation marks, for this heat number 2 of Senior X30 pretty soon. Now, it says on my Met Office tracker 70% chance of a thunderstorm at 3 o'clock. So we could be seeing once again what we saw earlier, where it went from dry to very wet within about 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the thunderstorms will definitely throw a massive throwable into it. And we just got to see what happens. Obviously, sun is shining here at the moment at the Whilton Mill circuit. Just about to get some karts out on circuit as soon as possible. Leading us will be the Senior X30 Heat 2s. They'll be their final race, and then obviously the Senior Rotax Heat 2s for their last heat of the weekend, and obviously into the finals, the main finals, where, you know, you get your trophies, and this is where the drivers are gonna push their karts to the limit.
Exactly. You don't want to leave anything on the table through those finals. That's where, as you say, points mean prizes, and that's where you get your trophy to take home if you end up in the top 3 by the end of the final. Not only that, we might call a top 3 here on the stream, but then they get to the weighing scales after the race, they check the nose cones, things might all be awry, and the results might then change again. So to remind you, provisional results here on the live stream. If you head to results.alphatiming.co.uk/wmkc, see the full finalised, genuine finishing results for each races this afternoon. Well, not only this afternoon, from this morning as well. Here is your pole sitter for the next race. Cian Geraghty, race winner in heat number 1 here in Senior X30, lines up on pole position once again here in heat number 2. Can he do it again, though? Not too long to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the grid for heat number 2 for Senior X30. Let's go then, as I say, Cian Geraghty on pole position with Fred Green alongside him on the front row. Ryan Ekberg and Robbie Buckley are there on row 2 with Harvey Roth and Alistair Cresswell there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Micah Taylor and Henry Gregory, then it's Josh Jones and Keon Leon Gamiao who round out the top 10, followed by Harry Torpey and Jaden Gregg there on row number 6. Row 7 has Archie Heron and Josh Palfreman with Aaron Brown, Jensen Buckingham, Ollie Rands and Dylan Brearley in behind them. And rounding out the top 20 on row number 10 are Piotr Junovic and Katie Ashman. Then it's Harry Yule and Eddie Dimbleby on row 11 with Macy Hitter and Ollie Keenan on row number 12. Row 13 has Leo Robinson and Alfie Richards. Then it's Oliver Harris and Juan Pablo Gerard Diaz with Natalia Dabek and Hugo Haynes. Top 30 in this one: Kieran Barber, Morgan Hill, Jack Cox and Lewis Bird. Your 34 of 34 runners in this heat number 2 for Senior X30. As we mentioned, Cian Geraghty won heat number 1 by 3.5 seconds. What are we thinking, Charlie? Can he do it again?
Well, we're going to have to see in the next few minutes. I mean, if he can do it then, I don't see why he can't do it now. But obviously, the drivers have had their lunch break to regroup. Obviously, speak to their mechanics. Already slowing down into the Christmas corner. Going to bunch them up, get them ready to go racing at the end of this lap. But yeah, as you were saying, Cian Geraghty has obviously done the work in the morning, but you know, all these engineers and mechanics here at the circuit are going to try and get as much as they can out of the driver, see what sort of feedback they're telling the driver, the mechanics. And obviously these karts are going to be, you know, fine-tuned to the supreme, because obviously these drivers need the best machinery to win. So I think it's going to be quite a big, maybe we can see a difference in times and obviously results in this heat.
Exactly. Not too long to wait and see now. I will say, championship leader in this class is Henry Gregory. He's there on the 77 plate. He got a P7 in race 1, starting P8 again in this one. What can he do from there? Off we go and racing for this afternoon then, and immediately leading onto the first couple of corners is Cian Geraghty. A bit of argy-bargy in the background. Did anyone go off? There are some drivers off in the background, then 2 or 3 drivers not making it around the first couple of corners, maybe quite as quickly as they would have liked. Up to Christmas corner we go. There's still a bit more rubbing going on there. One driver nearly hopping up and over the back of another driver. It was one of the Vismo karts, potentially Jensen Buckingham, maybe even Katie Ashman there. Definitely started with a 5, with whoever that driver was. Either way, they landed back on all 4 wheels and they continue on through lap number 1, but that driver doesn't. Off exit stage right. That was a big off for a driver there down in sector 2.
Well, what a start by Cian Geraghty. There he is on your screens, already starting to put up a gap from Rylan Ekberg and Harvey Roth, but a big loss for Fred Green, who spun out on that first corner. An awful start by the Crop Promotion driver. He's got a lot to work for if he wants to get a good spot in the final. Obviously, these are the last chance for the drivers to gain as many points as they can in the heats. There's a late move from Morgan Hill on Macy Hitter, one of our female drivers, wearing her FIA Girls on Track suit. There's a move further in the field. Archie Heron being overtaken by, I couldn't see who that was. Scroll down to my screen. I think that was Harry Yule. So a brilliant move there. Speaking of Harry Yule, he's battling with Morgan Hill and pushes the car off. That's Dylan Brearley.
That was teammates.
Lewis Bird on the inside of Katie Ashman. So there's moves all the way through the field here.
Everything Crop Promotion as well.
Yeah, Crop Promotions all over Northamptonshire at the moment. So there's Fred Green on your screen. So at the back of the pack after the first couple of laps, he's got a lot of work to do now. If he wants to close in, you can see the 53, Katie Ashman, another one of our female drivers. Morgan Hill making moves through the field down the inside of Harry Yule, and he takes that place, more like granted to him through that Christmas corner. So Macy Hitter making a move there. Harvey Roth has made it past Rylan Ekberg. I think that was for second place. So Harvey Roth driving good so far, but this is all going to in favour Cian Geraghty, who's taken the lead. Well, he took the lead from the start and he's already pulling that gap. Will he have a bigger gap than he was in the first heat? We'll have to see. Maybe we'll see Harvey close that gap down. We'll have to wait and see. There's only a few minutes left. This race is really closing down.
Indeed, yeah, 5.5 minutes still to go on the clock. Kian Garrity continuing to build up that lead at the front of the field. 1.5 seconds when they crossed the line last time of asking. Now in the previous heat, in their first heat of the day, top three finished as they started. Garrity ahead of Green, ahead of Eschberg. I think we can assume it's going to be slightly different in this race with Fred Green having that spin on the opening lap. As you mentioned, he's got a lot to do in this race, but he's still got a bit of time to fight back through. And now that we're back in those fully dry conditions, it's the best opportunity for him to push back towards the front of the field, because of course in those wet conditions we often see the gaps building a lot quicker, and really the top 10 just eking away from each other very quickly. In these dry conditions is much less likely. Only 5 seconds separating the top 10, and that's a bold move to the inside there from the 13 of Robbie Buckley. Doesn't quite get the drag up towards the Christmas corner there to make the overtake. However, in the background, Harry Torpy does, and through follows Henry Gregory as well.
Well, Gregory took that last minute, I have to tell you. Through Boxing Day, managed to go round the outside of Mikey Taylor. Strong move there. Yellow flags are out in this sector. We'll have to see what happened. I think this is in the Osiers. So we'll have a look at our timings. Can't really see who's gone off as yet. There's a late move there by Blockley. Gamio down the inside of Taylor as well. So moves through the field. This is why Steam X30 provides some of the best racing. There's Alfie Richards, who's had some problems at Osiers and is now coming back onto the circuit, so he's going to have all work to play out for. Moves there by Rylan Ekberg. Blockley did not want to didn't want that gap to be opened, so he tried to move over, but Rylan Ekberg just got the run, managed to take it. Cresswell throwing signals to Blockley, telling him, come on, we need to work together now. Cresswell on the inside. Now, are they going to work together? Will he throw the signal? Yes, he does. So telling the tapping the head, saying, we've got to think together. We've got to work together, catch up to the guys in front. Obviously, Rylan Ekberg could be able to catch, but I don't know about Kian Garrity. He's already put in a bit of a gap so far. Harvey Roth trying to pull away as well, trying to get in that bit of the slipstream if he can from Kian Garrity. Speaking of Kian Garrity, fastest lap of the race, 46.210 from the guy in the lead. Brilliant driving so far by Jaden Gregg on the inside of Michael Taylor. Brilliant driving by the CX30 lot.
Yeah, really good racing going on already. Kian Garrity building up a 2.75 second gap at the front of the order now. Harvey Roth did a good job to get back through on Rylan Ekberg, and he's already put a nice second between himself and third place as well. But here we continue to watch this gaggle headed up by Alistair Cresswell now as he side through past Robbie Buckley. There's a move. There's the move from Harry Torpy. The torpedo is back, ladies and gentlemen. Through the boot they come and takes away 6th place. That is from Harry Torpy. Harry versus Henry, and it goes the way of Harry this time around. Once again, Garrity with a new fastest lap. First driver down into the 45s in this race. But drivers needing to be heads up in this one. Think about it long and hard, because if you're going to go for a move, it's got to be clean in this one. All drivers super close on pace. Great to see as well the 99 of Kian Gamiao back involved with this one. Of course, Kian got a mechanical flag in the first race that saw him drop right down the order and out of the running pretty much. But we know he's a quick pedaler, and he's back involved with this leading group. How many have you got now? 4, 5 karts line astern from 4th back to around 8th place now. It's all still to play for as we head into the last 1 minute and 45 seconds of this heat.
Well, you talk about that move from Torpy. The finer, bold move, and his name's written all over it. So, brilliant move by the Torpedo to make it through on Gregory. Gregory being one recently quick driver. That's one of the green drivers off.
It's Fred
51
Green.
Off Fred Green
who's off. So not only is he not going to be able to get up to the heights of P2 that he had in heat number 1, he's not going to get to the checkered flag at all. It'll be a DNF on the finishing results then for Fred Green, and that's really going to scupper his grid position heading into the final later on.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do for. I mean, he losing it on turn 1 at the start of the race, he already had a bit of work to do just from there, and obviously he's now losing it. So yeah, he's got a lot of work to do from there. I can't remember how he did in heat 1, but I don't think his heat 1 was good either. So
second place, I believe.
Right. So okay,
second place as
good
it was,
result then.
Yeah, indeed. Yep, started second, finished second. 3.5 seconds off the leader in that heat one for Fred Green, but equally a good 3/4 of a second ahead of Rylan Ekberg in third place. So was holding his own very well in heat number one. Of course, it's not someone that we need to validate their pace. We know that Fred is incredibly fast, but something's gone awry in this one. Of course, he had that issue at the start of the race, but something else has gone awry there as well. Whether he's come together with someone as he's trying to get through the pack, or whether something has simply gone wrong with the kart, we do not know. 15 seconds on the clock as Cian Geraghty comes under the gantry to start a new lap of the race. This will be the penultimate lap then, and it gives a little bit of extra opportunity to some of the drivers in behind. Robbie Buckley hasn't had the best last lap. Through has gone Torpy, Gregory and Gamiao then. Buckley down to 8th place as we're on to the second last lap of heat number 2 in Senior X30.
Well, Cian Geraghty, look at the times here. 4/10 quicker than any other driver out on circuit. So the final's going to be very interesting to see if anyone can try and make a move on him before he could try and get away, because obviously this is showing the second he has that opportunity, he just goes. And there's Harvey Roth on your screen trying to defend off the charging Rylan Ekberg. He's going to come through the final complex.
He's only got one more lap to try and hold on, hasn't he now? Final lap's been started by Cian Geraghty. 1,054 metres left to go. Can Harvey Roth hang on to this second place?
There he is on your screens. Cian Geraghty, the man on the move. Oh, Harvey Roth is defending from Rylan Ekberg. And I think he's starting to feel the pressure now. Rylan Ekberg, will he go to the outside? Yes, he does. Harvey Roth on the inside. Moves over. Right, the drivers are side by side. Rylan gives him the space, gives him the room. Tells him, go ahead. I'll get you back later. And watch out for Cresswell. The TWM duo are at it. And Rylan Ekberg just about holds on to that podium spot. But round the final complex comes Cian Geraghty. Make it 1 heat win. How about 2 heat wins for him? Cian Geraghty on top in heat 2. This is a brilliant battle. And it looks like Harvey Roth just about manages to hold on to second place. Rylan Ekberg rounds out that podium spot. Alistair Cresswell gets that P4 that he closed the gap on the top 3. Couldn't get it done though. Harry Torpy rounds out the top 5. The Torpedo doing a brilliant job there. Henry Gregory.
No, they switched places on the last lap.
All right, well, my timing stopped turning up then.
Gregory got past Torpy on that last lap to steal away that place in the top 5.
Well, brilliant driving there by Gregory. Gamiao rounds out the top 7 there, and we're talking about Buckley. He was all over it. He was all over any other driver he faced with on track, but only could do 8th. Ollie Rand's got P9, and Micah Taylor ran out of the top 10. So all drivers, having the time of their life. There's the bistro, and obviously the fans and all that lot standing on top of the bistro. So there is your results then. Senior X30 Heat 2, Cian Geraghty on top yet again. Harvey Roth 5.4 seconds behind. So Cian Geraghty knows how to pull a gap here in these Whilton races. Rylan Ekberg rounds out the top 3 there. Alistair Cresswell. Henry Gregory rounds out your top 5. Harry Torpy. Cian Gamiao, Robbie Buckley, Ollie Rand, Micah Taylor, as I said, rounds out the top 10. A 10-second gap almost between the top 10, so kind of spacing out here. Lewis Bird, brilliant drive by Lewis Bird, who started last on the grid, manages to get his way into P12, so he's had to work hard in the heats after bad qualifying. Archie Heron, Aaron Brown rounds out your top 14. And it's Harry Yule, Jensen Buckingham, who rounds out your top 16. Morgan Hill, who drove through the field as well. Watch out for him in the final. Josh Jones, Macy Hitter, Petra Jivitz, rounds out your top 20. Ollie Keenan, Oliver Harris, Jack Cox, Katie Ashman, Josh Palfrium, Juan Pablo Girard Diaz, and Natalia Debeck rounds out your top 27. Hugo Haynes, Dylan Briley, who had that problem on one of the laps. Leo Robinson, who had to pull off for 5 laps left. Fred Green, who started at the front, had troubles on that first lap, and obviously ended in tears for him. Eddie Dumble, and Alfie Richards rounds out your 33 karts. So a brilliant race there in Senior X30 Heat 2. John, what were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, great race. Another really good one. Our second to last heat of today's action here at round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It certainly just didn't disappoint that one. But wow, can anyone stop Cian Geraghty leading from the front in both of those heats today then? He's got to try and do that all again in the final though, and with a couple of drivers having some issues in that second heat of the day. Might jumble up the grid a little bit into the final, and that is only going to help Cian Geraghty and continue to press on at the front. Can he make it 3 from 3 in the final later on? You'll have to stick around with us to find out. But as I mentioned, only one more heat left to go today, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, heat number 2 for our senior Rotax drivers.
So, the final heat race of the weekend here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club round 3. It's time for Senior Rotax Heat 2. So soon we'll be getting the grid up where we can tell you guys where each driver will be starting. There we go, starting grid up. Spencer Brown, hopefully he can have some good luck in the first heat. He starts from pole position, followed by Ethan Martin, Jack Collins, Harry Bloor, Charlie Webb and Stefan Kazmarski. Rounds out row 3. Followed by Zaki Hussein, Lewis Wild, who managed to get onto the podium in that last race. Ross Tyler, Louis Weaver, Elliot Thomas, Dalton Morris, rounds out your row 6. And following on from Lord McFarquhar, Mac McFarquhar, rounds in P13, Stephanie Hobecker in P14, James Tester, Dylan Norris, Jack Spencer, Finley Hayes, round out your row 9. And it's Samuel Cook, Ronnie Bradley, Ollie Owen, Daniel Archer, Luca Mann, Molly Griffiths, rounds out your row 12. Miles Roby, Jack Wilch, Lucas Theo, JG Hind, Andrew Ngwa, Matt Davey, rounds out your row 15. And on his own is Brief Madison, who rounds the 16 rows out on his own. So there's obviously we'll going through earlier, strong field of senior Rotax drivers. And it's all to play for here at Whilton Mill, the second heat of the day for the senior Rotaxes. Spencer Burham, will he have the troubles that he had in the first heat? We'll see shortly.
Indeed, yeah, great to see now with the sun back out, at least for now anyway. Good to see so many people out in the bistro building, enjoying the sunshine and enjoying the fantastic racing that's unfolding in front of us. Yeah, as you mentioned, Spencer Brougham, of course, started on pole position for heat number 1 as well, but it all went wrong in that first heat for Spencer Brougham. Found himself stuck out on the grass. He got back underway in the race. I think managed to get back up to around P11, but then after the race as well, has got himself, I believe, a front fairing penalty, has then dropped down to P15 as well. Yeah, incorrectly positioned front fairing, plus 5 seconds for one of those drop nose cones. He drops down to 15th place by the end of it all. But of course, because these heats, the finishing result of the previous heat doesn't have anything to do with the next heat that's coming. That will only determine the starting position for the final. Once again, he's back on pole position for this one, is Spencer Brougham. I'm going to be hoping for a little bit more luck coming his way in this second heat of the day. It was Jack Collins who took the win in the first heat of the day, up from P3 on the grid. And what a race it was from Ronnie Bradley. P6 at the flag, started 20th place, and is your highest placed novice in that first heat of the day. So he'll be looking to try and replicate that once again.
Yeah, exactly that. Just speaking about Spencer Brougham there, the most Motorsport UK Academy driver, he needs definitely get as many points as possible in this final heat, because at the moment it's not looking very good for him in the final starting positions. And we know he can drive through. I mean, if you look at round 2, he went straight from the back of the grid to the front. So, I mean, I'll speak to him in the week. He knows how to do it. It's just about, you know, if he's stuck in that situation again, doing it again. And obviously, if he's at the front, that just helps him out even better, because he knows how to battle. Obviously, his racecraft skills with all these senior drivers have developed after so many years that, you know, they know what to do in every scenario, every situation. So it's all to play for here.
Exactly, yeah, well, Spencer will be hoping for a similar race to what Cian Geraghty had last time. Start at the front, break away immediately, and just hold that gap for the rest of the race. It's as easy as it can be in a karting race, and that's exactly what you're hoping for. So we'll see if he can do that from the front row of the grid. Plenty of challenges around him, though, to try and scupper that run through to an easy win. As you mentioned, Jack Collins won the previous heat. He'll be starting in P3 for this one. Harry Bloor, another well-known face there, in 4th place on the row for this one. And of course, as we've said so many times, you can't count out Mac McFarquhar, can you?
Oh no, Lord McFarquhar, you can never count out. Not in a million days or nights.
Exactly. We can never be shown to have any bias in the comms box, but when it comes to Lord Farquhar, we're allowed.
Favoritism is not a thing.
No, exactly. He is just the ruler of the kingdom, so we can't say anything rude about Lord Farquhar. But hopefully, we'll be getting out on circuit relatively shortly. A little bit of a hold-up from our previous race. Of course, the last heat of the day for the senior X30s. Rotax is out on circuit next, and then that will be all of the heats done and dusted for round number 3. We'll be swiftly moving on to the finals, and like you mentioned earlier as we came back in from lunch, we'll be kicking that off with a couple of B finals, firstly for the junior maxes and then for the junior X30s. And the excitement of that is, of course, if you get a top 4 finish in one of those B finals, you then get a place on the A final. So not only do you basically get a free race out of today, you also then get onto the A final and you get the opportunity to get even more points towards your championship tally, because even if you finish, say, outside of that top 4, you finish 5th in the B final, you're not finishing 5th. Over the point score, you're effectively then finishing 35th, because the bottom 4 will then go onto the back of the A final grid and be able to then get more positions up, whereas you're stuck there in 5th place, 35th in the overall finishing position of the round, which means you get whatever points that is for 35th place to add to your championship total. So getting into that top 4 in those B finals is oh so important. And with the B finals being the same length as the heats, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, whereas the main finals are a little bit longer in 12 minutes plus 1 lap, it can get pretty fast and frenetic with those drivers battling out trying to get to those top 4 places.
Exactly that, and obviously, yeah, as you say, they're not going to be very easy B finals. I think we'll see the most action in that probably. Well, we at least hope so.
There's quite a few drivers that we can expect to be a bit out of position as well, who potentially might have just been shuffled into the B finals with DNFs and things going wrong. So definitely stick around this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some fantastic action coming your way, and as I mentioned, at least according to my weather tracking, it is looking like we might have a bit more heavy rain coming at some point this afternoon, which could really throw a spanner in the works. And as I can see, a lot of people still donning their coats, I think just in case it suddenly falls down upon us. I think understandably so. As we were mentioning earlier, I think we're pretty happy to be stuck in the comms box today.
Oh, exactly that, yeah.
We get a nice roof over our head.
Yeah. I mean, we would love to be out there, because, I mean, they must be having the time of their life.
Very true, very true. I'm more than happy now moving up to cars and being enclosed by 4 walls where I never get wet.
Oh, yeah.
It's quite nice.
No wetsuits needed.
Exactly. Yeah, we were mentioning earlier, some drivers were still in wetsuits after the rain had stopped, and they were, I think, more becoming sweatsuits rather than wetsuits at that point, getting way too hot and sweaty. But equally, you want to be protecting that race suit, especially if you've only got one to hand for the weekend. If you get that soaked, you've got to then put that back on for the next heat or the next final. It's not a pleasant experience. I think you know from experience, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've definitely had the experience of that. But, you know, these drivers have to brace for everything. You know, that's the fun of it, pretty much.
Exactly. I think if that's the worst thing that happens today, it's gone all right.
Exactly that. Well, yeah, because there's a lot more worse things that could ever go wrong.
Oh,
but
dear.
now,
it's
so
looking
all
as
the
though
drivers
are hopping up and out of their carts, and
so is this the big telling off?
Having a big telling off potentially. I think what we like to call it in the comms box is re-education. Bit of re-education for the drivers. Just getting a telling to by the fantastic staff here at Whilton Mill. And hopefully we can get a little update as to what these drivers are being told down in the dummy grid, as to whether it's something from the previous heat that we've just seen that they need to know about, or whether this is something from their previous heat earlier on this morning, as to whether some drivers have been a little bit too naughty and maybe need to rein things back in a little bit. We're not so sure. I'm afraid we just have to sort of speculate at this point, because sadly, although the camera that we're looking at the moment does have a microphone on it, it's quite zoomed in at the moment, so not a chance we'll be picking up any conversations around the pit lane. But hopefully we'll be heading out for the final heat of the day very, very shortly. And as we were talking about, totally dry lines now. I think we'd be silly to think that anyone will still be on the wet tyres that we saw earlier. Definitely full dry conditions out there on circuits at the moment, but when is that going to change? I'm not so sure. So drivers still in the dummy grid then, and we are hearing that drivers are taking their helmets off, and there you go on your screen. Drivers' helmets coming off, some drivers' suits coming off. I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, we're not so sure in the comms box right now as to what the hold-up is, but you can see there Spencer Brom in his Team UK race suit. That was from the Rotax Max Grand Finals out in Bahrain that Spencer was racing for Team UK, still donning that race suit. Clearly worth half a tenth of a second there at least for Spencer Brom, wearing his little UK-branded suit. But it gives us a good look at the drivers, because often we can, especially for myself in the comms box, often you get so used to, I can see a driver in their helmet suit combo and be like, oh yeah, that's that person. But then actually when I see their face, I haven't got a clue, because you never see that on the street.
Exactly that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing people forget, is that, beneath, beneath the helmet, beneath the suit, they're just normal people.
Exactly.
They're just normal people. They have the same instincts that any other person would. They just, they just get to race cool machinery every weekend.
Very true. They're very, very lucky, as are we very, very lucky to have the privilege to be shouting men over the top and get excited about all the racing that's happening out on circuit. But as I say, we'll try and give you an update as to what the hold-up is here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club at the moment. But final heat of the day should be coming up shortly before we head into those B finals and then those A finals and whatnot later on this afternoon. But lots of people still enjoying the sunshine. As I mentioned, the longer we wait really here, the more opportunity there is for some adverse weather conditions to suddenly turn up at the circuit.
Exactly that. I mean, we can see, thunderstorms, lightning coming soon. But as you can see there, drivers taking their suits off because these drivers are going to get really hot under their suits, fireproof, so they have to be heat ventilated. So all these drivers trying to get all the cool air they can before they put on their suits, put on their helmets and get racing. So yeah, I mean, quick of a bit of a delay here at Whilton Mill Kart Club for round 3 of their championship. Slowly we can look at getting racing soon. So drivers just preparing themselves once again, getting ready to get underway shortly. Sorry for the inconvenience, I can't really work out what the delay is for, but hopefully so we can get racing. So just
okay, ladies and gentlemen, a slightly odd situation, this one. This is going to be a weird one to you as well, Charlie. So for the moment, the meeting is postponed because all radio communication has been lost. So the marshals cannot communicate to each other across the circuit, and obviously that's sort of necessary for a meeting like this to be held. So for the moment, while this situation is trying to be sorted, the meeting is going to be postponed for the moment. We're going to hopefully be going live with this last heat of the day and obviously into the finals later on this afternoon, but at the moment we can't give you any concrete information about that at all. I've just been passed on this information about the radios all basically going fucked here at the circuit. They'll try and find a solution. If they're not able to find a solution, then we may see the meeting be cancelled. Now, we have got some movement, so potentially all of this has suddenly been fixed and we do get back underway and racing. I can see drivers putting race suits and helmets back on, so let's hold fire for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see whether this kicks off and goes underway. Now, we were passed this information about the radios only a moment ago, so unless they've done an IT crowd and tried turning it off and on again, and we're back underway shortly, we'll have to wait and see. But a very odd situation, but as we say, understandably so. You need to have that communication between different areas of the circuit for the meeting to make sense, because otherwise things can't be called between race control, the people out on circuit, and thus penalties can't be given correctly, and altogether the safety of the meeting is put at jeopardy, because if something happens at one section of the circuit, they're not going to be able to radio forward to say we need a yellow flag here before other drivers come in and a bigger incident happens as well. So at the end of the day, the safety of the drivers is paramount, and that's what has caused this stoppage. But it looks as though we might go under racing soon, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll keep you updated as soon as we can.
Well, as you were just saying, communication is always key in every aspect of motorsport. People tend to forget how diverse, how much
is going on behind the
scenes.
scenes.
Exactly that. I was struggling to get my words out then. But yeah, no, I mean, you got the scrutineers, you got the marshals, you've got the officials, clerk of the course, and you all need to have some sort of communication around, otherwise it's all going to be kerfuffle.
Exactly, and you only don't have to think about it because it all goes so smoothly. You never have to think about it. You just think, oh, they just head out on track and go racing, but you didn't hear the 15 people all conversing, making sure everything was correct for this race to head out on track and everything to get started. So there's so many fantastic people working super hard behind the scenes to make sure everything goes smoothly through this day of racing, and it looks as though we might have got everything sorted as the drivers get back into their karts. Hopefully we'll be underway and racing soon. That's definitely a first for me though. A hold up for the meeting for a bit of difficulty with radios, but there we are. Drivers back in their karts. How many do we have on the grid for this one? Was it 27 karts on the grid for this one? Yeah, about 27 I believe on the grid, so we'll wait and see who's able to get to the front of it as more people scurrying around. I can see one of our head scrutineers there, Chris Derrick, just hot-footing it down the dummy grid. And hopefully we'll see that gentleman fly that green flag pretty shortly. The drivers heading back out on circuit. Beautiful shots here of Whilton Mill up in Northamptonshire. If you're watching on the live stream and you've never watched the Whilton Mill Kart Club before, you don't know what we're all about. Of course, up in Northamptonshire, we're only about 20-25 minutes from Silverstone, the home of British motorsport. And, well, I think the racing here is even better than at Silverstone.
Oh yeah, I would definitely put a big fight against it. As we see karts on circuit. Brilliant stuff here at Whilton Mill. Spencer Brougham leads the way in senior Rotax on their formation lap. This is the lap where they can get all the tyre temps, get the engine temps up, and obviously get themselves prepared for the final heat of the day.
Well, it's been so long. We've had such a gap between when we've read the grid to when it is now. Let's just remind you quickly of the grid as we go into this one. Spencer Brown and Ethan Martin are on the front row. Then it's Jack Collins and Harry Bloor on row 2. Charlie Webb and Stefan Kashmashik are on row 3, with Zaki Hussain, Lewis Wild, Ross Tyler and Louis Weaver, your top 10. Then it's Elliot Thomas, Dalton Norris, Mahmoud Farquhar, Stephanie Hebecca, then James Tester, Dylan Norris, Jack Spencer, Finley Hayes, Samuel Cook and Ronnie Bradley, your top 20. Ronnie Bradley, incredible performance in heat number 1 to go from P20 to up P6. Let's see if we can do it again here in heat number 2. Ollie Owen and Daniel Archer there on row number 11, with Luca Mann, Molly Griffiths, Miles Roby, Jack Wilch, Lucas Theo, JJ Hind, Adriel Ingua, then Matt Davey and Bryce Madison. 31 karts on the grid, my apologies, not 27. Over 30 on the grid for this one. The last heat of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and looks like we've sorted out all the little gremlins that were stopping us from going racing. Heat number 2 of Senior Rotax. Take us away, Charlie.
Right then, so the final heat of the day. Let's not get racing. Oh well, that's a shame.
Always had to happen. We had all that waiting, and the drivers want to have another go.
Well, why not? Oh, there's a driver on draw. I couldn't see who that was, but there was a driver on top of another. So obviously, all drivers not seeing the full start, because obviously it's quite hard to see if you're, because in that race start you've got so much adrenaline going on. You don't spot out the obvious things. Just making sure that it's a full start or not. So the drivers having to reset, and this will play in their minds a bit, because obviously they've had the one full start. They don't want to go again because obviously might get stopped and get a talking to. But obviously these top 2 drivers, they know how to drive Whilton. They've done it for many years. Spencer Brougham doing it since his cadet days back in 2018. So he's definitely knows his way around this circuit, all through his junior ranks and senior ranks now. Shown strong dominance here at Whilton Mill, and soon we can get racing.
Yeah, he knows it very well, doesn't he, on that CRG chassis. He's always enjoyed the CRG, remains on it for now, starts off this one at the sharp end of the field, but it's the Lando Norris car alongside him, Ethan Martin, that's going to try and do something into the first couple of corners here. We do go to green lights, and we're underway and racing then for the final heat of the day for round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024, and all drivers just about making it through, but already an issue for the number 50. Out of this race already for Dylan Norris, it seems, before we barely got underway and racing a couple of corners, and it looks like Dylan's already having to pull to the side of the circuit. Down to Ashby we go. That's a late move to the inside. That's Ethan Martin trying to make up some positions that he's lost on this opening part of the lap. Was he able to get it done though into 3rd place? I think he did just about get it done, and that's a bit too much contact there. 87. forced out wide. That's Mahmoud Farquhar. What a start Mac had to get up towards near the top 5, but now gets shoved off of the track already as we come towards the end of lap number 1.
Well, Lord Farquhar's got some work to do from there. Big strains of oh, there's another driver off there.
That is Mac Farquhar.
No, that is Lord Farquhar. Lord Farquhar off again. Mac Farquhar is going to have to do a lot of work from there. Charlie Webb, there he is, holding off that podium spot. Spencer Burham taking the lead there, followed by Ethan Martin. There's a driver off there to your left there, but many moves into the Ashby complex. Brilliant driving so far. We're about 3 wide going into this corner, going into Ogier's. Will they all make it through? I can see the Lewis Wild in there. Steffen's in there as well. Ross Tyler. There's so many drivers in this pack. It's brilliant racing so far. There's a 67 Louis Weaver just about holding on in a very high spot. See where they are when they come through. Oh, the 57 off there. Well, that's Finley Hayes, so unlucky for Finley Hayes. I think he had problems in the first heat as well, so not the best of days here for Finley Hayes. There's Ethan Martin on the screens. Dropped a couple places, as you know, stayed in 3rd, so on that final podium spot. Jack Collins, I forgot to mention, in P2. So right behind him now, Charlie Webb, Harry Bloor, the 2 precision drivers. Gonna look at making their way through. Matt Farquhar. His Heat 2 has come to an end quite early, suffering damage. So Louis Weaver, there he is on your screens, just in front of Stefan, behind Zaki Hussein. Will he try to make a move on the Croc Promotions driver? We'll have to see. That's Rubbin there. That's Dalton Norris, and I think it was alongside Samuel Cook. So rubbing all the way through this race so far, only a couple laps in. There's Harry Bloor on the inside of his teammate Charlie Webb. So far so good for the 2 precision drivers. There's Ethan Martin, who's holding on to that final podium spot just on your screens there. Harry Bloor signalling to his teammate, we've got to work together, get this final podium spot, just be good for us. But so far so good for the top 5. There's Lewis Wild on the inside of Louis Weaver. Ross Tyler's going to try and look through as well, gets the job done. Louis Weaver drops back 2, but so far good racing here in the senior Rotax, the final heat of their day.
Indeed, yeah, final heat of the day continues. I do just want to quickly apologise. I don't recall saying this, but apparently I've said a very naughty word on console. I really apologise if I've offended anyone. It must have been a total slip of the tongue from me there, and I really just want to apologise if I have offended anyone with my statements there. So serious apologies from me, but we continue on. We've got a couple of drivers off in this heat number 2. 4.5 minutes left to go in this one. Yellow flags up towards Christmas Corner, so one of the best overtaking opportunities now closed off to the rest of the drivers.
Yeah, I looked like Jack Spencer was off there on the right hand side. Couldn't see who else that was. I think that was Stephanie Herbecker. So problems there. Oh, big move there. I can see that was Dylan Norris. Dalton Norris, my apologies. And I think that was Ollie Owen on the inside. So brilliant move there by Owen. Manages to get through. Spencer Burham, fastest lap of the race. Watch out for Spencer. He's already trying to pull a bit of a gap. He's got 7 tenths of a second so far. 47.07 for the drive on the CRG kart. He's been here many years, as I said before. Yellow flags out, so no overtaking in this sector. Otherwise, you could be receiving those penalties, which, in this state of the race, could be the difference between you in the A final and you in the B final. This is a good battle going on. There's that's Stefan Kazmarski, Zaki Hussein, James Tester, Lewis Wild just sitting behind. Will Tester go for the move on the inside of Zaki Hussein? Looks at the move, gets the kart stopped, but couldn't do it because Zaki Hussein holds it around the outside. So far so good. Oh, James Tester basically floating over the curbs. Ethan Martin, fastest lap of the race, 46.7. So watch out for Ethan Martin. He's only about 5 tenths behind Jack Collins, another 8 tenths behind Spencer Burham. So maybe moves later in the race. Or on the inside, Lewis Wild is trying to hold off Ross Tyler, pushes him wide, says goodbye, and Louis Weaver right behind now. Will he take advantage of this? Not as yet. But so many battling through the field so far. That's the 373 yet again of Ollie Owen. Trying to, who's he behind? That's Samuel Cook on the Kart Republic kart. Louis Weaver just holding on for all he can. Ross Tyler, who's making some strong moves in this race so far. got a lot of work to do from Lewis Wild, who's sitting right in front of him. He's got to try and catch up to James Tester. As I say, Spencer Brum makes a 46.49 seconds. So the times are coming down here at Whilton Mill. And obviously we saw I think the rain clouds have disappeared for now. And obviously clear skies for the rest of the day, hopefully, for our drivers. So far, so good for Spencer Brum here. And there's a move from Ralph Youngling. I'll see who that was on. I think that was on Dalton Norris, my apologies. Number 17. So doing God's work there to get on the inside and take 14th place. So just inside the top 15 there. Ross Tyler just on the back of Lewis Wild. He's closed in on the last lap. As I say, Spencer Brum makes another fastest lap, a 46.32. He is on it at the moment, slowly pulling this gap. So I wonder if his tyre pressures weren't meant that the tyres weren't coming in till the very end, because obviously now he's pulling away. He's got a 1.5 second lead so far. So far, so good for these senior Rotax drivers. There's a move. That's Dalton Norris on the inside of Ralph Youngling. So brilliant move by Norris to get on the inside, and hopefully Norris today in the F1 Monaco Grand Prix can do well as well. I don't know if the race has already been on or not. I haven't been paying attention, but that's because we've got better racing to watch here. Look at this battle going on. Samuel Cook, Louis Weaver, Ollie Owen. So there's Tester. Tester defending from Lewis Wild. So on that last lap, managed to get through on Wild. Ross Tyler barges his way through on Wild. So brilliant driving so far by these three. Wild stipulates, throws his hand in the air, says, you know, what was that? I kind of got pushed out the way there, but that's racing. So far, so good. Oh, Ross Tyler using all the entry curve. Here's a battle at the front. Jack Collins, Ethan Martin on the move right now. This was second and third place, but right behind there is the battle for about top 10-ish with multiple drivers in this field. There's Ollie Owen, Dalton Norris. A bunch of drivers battling their way through the field in this final heat of the day.
Indeed, yeah, heading into the last 10 seconds on the clock. Then we've just had a driver pulling off into the pit lane there as they head through the boot. The rest of the drivers continue on for another lap. Spencer Brum starts another lap before we hit 0. And that means this will be the penultimate lap of the race. 1.8 seconds, the gap between Spencer and Jack in second place now. And this is a great little battle that we're watching as we head up into Christmas Corner. Lots of pressure being applied at the front of the group. And now we look to this battle. This is Jack Collins, Ethan Martin, and they have switched in the middle part of this lap. The 75 of Ethan Martin has snuck past Jack Collins. Up into the second place goes Ethan Martin. And now he's only got one more lap to try and hold on to this, but that will have lost a bit of time for both of them, Spencer Brum. So it is looking like Spencer is going to make up for the issues in heat number 1, and looking like he will take maximum points here from heat 2.
Well, so far, a strong performance by Spencer Brum. Yeah, as you said, had that problem in heat 1, but it's just about managing to hold on. For all he can, there's about a 2-second gap from him to Ethan Martin. Ethan Martin's doing a good race so far. I think he had problems in the first heat, trying to find his way through. There is Spencer Brum on your screens on that CRG kart. You know, it looks like he's driving slowly, but slow is quick in these matter of stages in the race. Jack Collins right behind Ethan Martin, can't close in. As you know, Ethan Martin's so precise as you need to be in seniors. One small mistake can cost you wisely. As I say, Spencer Brum hasn't made any mistakes. He's come through the final corner and takes a win of the final heat of the day. Second heat for senior Rotax. Spencer Brum wins with that fastest lap as well. He was obviously one of the quickest out there, 46.32. They said earlier in the race. Ethan Martin gets the second place from Jack Collins, Harry Bloor, Charlie Webb, and Stefan Kazmarski rounds out the top 6. Zaki Hussain, Ross Tyler, Lewis Wild, James Tester. Those 3 drivers all battling throughout that race, and obviously just to stay in the inside of the top 10 is, you know, it's a hard challenge in whatever category you're in. But senior Rotax are definitely putting a fight to the table. So far, brilliant racing in the heats for all our classes and senior Rotax. And there you go, actually Spencer Brum setting another fastest lap on that last lap. So he definitely showed he had the pace all the way through that race. And as we were saying, Ralph Youngling in P14, he had a good drive, made some good places in that race. Dalton Norris rounds out the top 15. So a bunch of good drives through the field, and you know, on to better things with the B finals and A finals coming up.
Indeed, yeah, heats done and dusted then for the day. Another good race to cap off the heats, and well done to Spencer Brown. 2.5 seconds, nearly the gap that he held out there for the win in heat number 2. I do just want to say again, I'm really sorry about my slip of the tongue earlier on. I don't understand how all that happened, so again, I apologise about any offence caused in the chat earlier on, but I hope you're enjoying the racing here at Whilton Mill. As we say, heats now done and dusted, and we're moving on to the finals. Now we kick those off with a couple of B finals. It'll be the Junior Maxes first, then the X30 Juniors, and we'll be looking at those all-important top fours. It's the top 4 who will then get that opportunity to move up into the A final and get themselves even more points towards their championship tally. So as we move on to those B finals then, wait and see as well how big these grids are, because of course automatically the top 30 from the heats earlier on today, all the finishing positions and qualifying positions will be equalised heading into the finals. That'll then determine those grid sizes, and the top 30 from each will be going through into the A finals automatically, and then the rest of the drivers battling it out in those B finals. But as the drivers who maybe that race didn't quite go as they were planning, and they're getting wheeled back towards the pit lane as they make their way back over, we'll soon be seeing the B finals heading out on circuit, and the first of those will be the Junior Max. Right then, Junior Rotax B final. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Who is going to be involved and who is going to make it up into that A final later on today? Autumn Hansford and Harry Griever Gokul are there on row number 1, with Dexter Collins and Ben Morgan on row 2. Rex Ashley and Jensen Powers on row number 3. Row 4 sees Riley Morgan and Harry Wilch. Then it's Molly Pugh and Oliver Vaux on row number 5, rounding out the top 10. And then it's Jack Saunders and Freddie Leppenwell there on row number 6. Row 7 sees Sava Solonchenko and Joel Dixon-Cohen. Behind them, Lucy Wielden, Charlie Wolfert and Toby Bedford. 17 drivers on the grid for this B final. Only 4 making through to the A final. It's sure to be a bit of a scrappy one, I think.
Well, it's going to be 13 sad faces and 4 happy faces coming out of this one. But it's all about who's going to be those 4 happy faces. As I can just hear, rain is coming in at Whilton Mill, so we were talking about how the rain may affect these races coming up shortly, and it definitely is. So whether it will come in the B finals or the A finals, we'll have to see, but this is going to shake up to what's going to be a very exciting B final and A final. Obviously the B final for the Junior Rotax and the Senior Junior X30s. So far, yeah, as we were just saying, brilliant racing in the heats, and obviously Dave's going to have shaken up the grids. So all the points that have been counted from the heats will now be put into the final. And these are the drivers who, you know, didn't get as many points as they had wanted, but still have that chance to get it into the A final. You call this the last chance race because this is their last chance of the weekend to find their spot on the final grid in the A final. So the green flag's been drawn. Oh, there's a chain guard off there. Can't tell which driver that is. But yeah, I'm going to watch out for Joel Dixon-Cohen in this one, because I know he's quite a quick driver. I've seen at different circuits, and I know here as well. He's quite quick, but he's had, you know, quite an unlucky and unfortunate day so far. So watch out for him driving through in this race. But, I mean,
he's not had the best of luck, has he?
No, he hasn't. And I'm saying that, well, I hope he does, otherwise it makes me look a bit silly.
Well, I hope for your sake that he does manage to side his way through in this one. Then it's Autumn Hansford on the 75, Hayagriva Golkanath on the 81, who's going to lead us to the lights. Not quite this time, though. Chevron flag comes out, and the drivers will get another lap to try and warm up those tyres. And they'll get back into 2x2 formation for a second attempt at the race start.
Yeah, 81 got a bit excited there. I think he went out of channel just a bit too early, and that's you know, caused a full start to come out. Obviously, it may not just be him. Obviously, some drivers having some problems, but you know, maybe this is yeah, I mean, we've seen it in past races the drivers will try and get that extra lap just for that extra temp, in the tyres, in the engine, because it can make quite a big effect with the temperature. If your engine's too cold, it's not going to run as right. If it's too hot, it's going to not run as right. So it's finding that optimal performance.
It's very true. It's very true. It can be a little bit cheeky to try and press on for another warm-up lap, but we've seen crazier things in karting. It's not out of the question that a driver might try that. I'm sure I wouldn't expect that from any of the drivers here in this B final for Junior Max, but as we say, who are going to be the top 4 that make it into the A final? Only 8 minutes plus 1 lap for this B final. Let's see if we can get it underway and racing. Second time of asking. Yes, we can. To the first couple of corners we go in already. Round the outside goes Autumn Hansford. Takes the lead of the race early on in this one, but fighting really close. So that's Dexter Collins to the outside, trying it all the way round the outside and getting it done. What a move for Dexter Collins around. Round goes the pole sitter, spun by the 81, that is. That is our 2 front row sitters. Autumn Hansford gets spun by Hayagriva Gokul, and both drop to the back of the field.
Oh, well, it's gone from glorious to tears for Autumn Hansford, who had the lead at the start going into Christmas, got overtaken round the outside and then spun out. So that's, I hope that's not her weekend ruined, but so far it's looking like that's the way. Here's a couple drivers on our screens. That's the 37, the Ben Morgan. So I think he's had a good start. He's into the podium spots, I believe. There's Lucy Wilden getting the fight on early. So as we come around turn 1 to see the result.
Wide.
Oh, whoa, wide there from Ben Morgan. Well, I was just actually, that was a driver in front of him.
Riley Morgan,
yeah, Riley Morgan. So the 2 Morgans having a brilliant battle there. Dexter Collins manages to get round the outside of Christmas Corner, takes the lead of the race. And I mean, look at this, brilliant battle so far. That's Molly Pugh on Rex Ashley. Ben Morgan, as we said earlier, he's trying to find his way through. There's a novice driver, Harry Wilch. He's going to try and find his way through as well. But so far, so good in the Junior Rotax B final. There's Joel Dixon Cohen, and I think he's just taking his time at the moment. He's got, 6 minutes to find his way through, so he's going to try and pick them off one by one if he's got the pace to do so, but he's going to have to fend off a few quick drivers here this weekend. Dexter Collins has already started to pull a gap, so whether he'll hold the lead, we'll have to see. But Joel Dixon Cohen, he's doing a brilliant job so far. Has made about 7 or 8 places.
Down the inside for second place.
So brilliant move for second place there, and I think that's Rex Ashley who's made his way into second. Yes, he has. Riley Morgan's dropped down to third on that X-Kart chassis, and Ben Morgan is just trying to find his way through into that final podium spot so far. Oh, wow, late move there by Jensen Powers. Will he get the move done? Yes, he does. So this is actually the battle for the last spot on the A final grid. So it's all to play for here in the Junior Rotax B final. Molly Pugh is sat there in 5th. And Joel Dixon.
Full course yellow.
So full course yellow. So full course yellow is out, and we're going to... I don't really know why. We're trying to see on our time and see if anyone has dropped down.
It is Battenberg flag out, confirmed on your cameras then. So just before we went to Battenberg flag there, a bit of teammate on teammate action between Powers and Morgan. Powers slipping through to 4th place. It looks as though I've got red flag now. Red flag now on our timing. So red flag out there on circuit. Drivers will come to a halt down on that back straight. Now, we've not seen what's caused this red flag, but either way, the stewards feeling that there's something worthy of bringing a stoppage to this race. So hopefully any drivers involved are all okay. There is Dexter Collins at the front of your train. I can see Rex Ashley is there in 2nd place. And it's at the 52 of Riley Morgan now behind in 3rd place. So maybe that changing in the early part of that lap before we went to Battenberg conditions, because obviously if that happened after they went to Battenberg conditions, they're going to have to switch that round again.
Well, exactly that. Just look at the timers as well. I was saying about Joel Dixon Cohen. Has got the fastest lap of the race so far. So was so far looking good for him. Obviously will it help him or not? We'll have to see in the next few minutes. But obviously we hope that everyone who is involved with what's ever gone on is okay. Hopefully we can get sorted and going racing soon, but obviously this is going to take time, 'cause we don't want to rush drivers who are maybe injured or in pain during this process.
No, exactly. Yeah, as we've said many times already today, the safety of our drivers is the #1 priority. So, making sure that everyone is okay with whatever's happened out there on circuit. We'll try and give you an update as soon as we can. But only 3 minutes and 15 seconds into our first B final of the day. And we've got about 5 minutes left to go on the clock. Hopefully, if we get this one restarted under Battenberg conditions, we probably will get about 4 minutes of racing action to finalise this. I'm hearing through my ears that the driver involved in the incident is sitting up in the kart and is seemingly all okay, which is obviously fantastic to hear. But this will create another interesting scenario as well, because, of course, Dexter Collins, he's pressed on by about three and a bit seconds early on in this race, and that gap has now been reduced to 0, effectively.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a happy face underneath that crash helmet. So he's gonna, I mean, how long have we got left? About 5 minutes. So he's got 5 minutes to try and get some sort of gap. And you can see there's a couple of drivers hanging around the front of another cart. See what they're up to. So Dexter Collins sat there waiting patiently. Oh, what's he pointing up to? I think that's the clouds. Yeah, so the drivers involved in that kerfuffle was Sava Solencio and Hagriva Golkanov. So those drivers being rescued too, and hopefully they are okay, and hopefully soon we can get back racing.
Hopefully, indeed. We saw the ambulance car, the medical vehicle, heading back round the circuit, back towards their usual waiting point, which I think is down on the exit of the first corner and the second corner. Fastest part of the circuit is usually around where they sit on the access road. So hopefully heading back now, and hopefully all drivers involved all okay, and able to continue on to the following round, because of course now that they're out of this race, that's it for the B final, and that's of course it for their day of racing. They haven't made it through to the A final, and that's going to be it. It's going to be packing your bags and heading home, sadly. But it looks as though drivers starting to feed on round back to the starting grid for this race. But what order they put them back in, I'll have to wait and see. We can assume it's the order that they finished, or effectively finished the race in there when the Battenberg flag came out. But we'll wait and see as they head back round to get all of this restarted. So there is Hayagriva Gukulnath at the back of the queue on the number 81. So potentially the 555 of Sava Solenchenko, the one being seen by the medical staff then after that incident midway through this first B final of the day. But it's certainly been an intense one in terms of incidents today, hasn't it? We've had a couple of Battenbergs and now 2 red flags, sadly, as well, with a few incidents happening at this Whilton Mill Kart circuit, but all being sorted and being sorted to a fantastic, they've been done a fantastic job, haven't they? All of the Whilton Mill staff, all of the crew, and the medical crew, they get us sorted here and are able to make sure the drivers have as high a level of safety as possible, and we're able to get the racing back underway as quickly as possible as well. But it does look as though everyone's sort of getting rejigged on that back straight here at Whilton Mill, and as you say, hopefully not going to be too long until we hear those engine notes rise again and we head back under green flag conditions. Yeah,
we'll just see what happens to the grid here, because there are multiple scenarios they can take, and obviously move the carts around to where they should be, referring to the red flag. But yeah, what has Dexter Collins got to do here from obviously from the pole spot? He had that gap, and obviously due to the incident that's gone on, he's been bunched up to the rest of the pack, and obviously has to try and do it again. But I mean, Riley Morgan is not going to lose this opportunity. If he's got any chance to go for a win, he's going to take it.
Yeah, that's just the racing driver way, isn't it?
Exactly. And then obviously you got Rex Ashley there on the Zip car. Obviously Ben Morgan as well in that MS kart, who's going to well, this is your top 4, so these are your A final protagonists at the moment. Molly Pure is the first person that can change that outcome, but so far it's been an exciting one so far. Obviously the red flag hasn't helped and has brought everything to a close, but not for not for the rest of the race. We've still got, you know, 4.5 minutes left. Hopefully we can get some racing going.
Hopefully we should, yeah. Of course, the last red flag that we saw, I think we saw the whole field go around and do one sort of warming up lap, didn't they, under Battenberg flag, and then we went back to green flag conditions. So I think we can assume that that's what we're going to see again here today. Just as we say that, the drivers do get moving and underway, and I think that is what we're going to see. Back to Battenberg flag conditions, potentially for a lap, and then back to green flag conditions. As already your leader's trying to put a nice gap between himself and the rest of the field, despite going back to Battenberg conditions. Hopefully that should update. There we go, on the left-hand side of your screen. So back to yellow flag conditions for the rest of this lap. There is the Battenberg on the gantry as they head through onto another lap. I've seen in the live chat as well, Lord Farquhar, the man, the myth, the legend, is in there saying, thank you for the sympathy in the last senior race, boys. Steering column was bent, so I had to retire.
That's not very good.
It's never ideal, that.
Yeah, maybe get that sorted.
Yeah, Mac, if you can get that sorted for the next race, then that's probably going to help things. But sad to see you heading home early, or potentially heading home early. Hopefully we see Mac back out in the final later on. I don't know how quick and easy a steering column change is.
Depends who you've got on it.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Well, we'll wait and see whether Mac heads out for the final later on today in the seniors. But timer is already ticking down. Of course, as soon as we head out of red flag conditions into the yellow flag Battenberg conditions, the timer starts to tick once more, and it is looking like it will be just under 4 minutes left to go in this Junior Max B final. And as you say, this is where it all gets a little bit scrappy here. I think we've got a 4-minute quick run to the checkered flag here, with only the top 4 making it through into the A final. We're back underway in racing. A very subdued start from your leader there, Dexter Collins. Maybe just thinking backing up the rest of the pack is the way to go here as we head on to the restart. Up to Christmas corner they come. Top 4 line astern. There's a move, though, back in the pack. That's for 6th place, I believe. The 167 of Joel Dixon Cohen. That is moving through on Jetson Powers. That was for 7th place, that one.
Yep, so Dexter Collins, if he needs to push, he needs to start pushing now, because these laps needs to be some of the best laps he's ever done this weekend, because he's got the charging Riley Morgan and Rex Ashley right behind. There's Joel Dixon Cohen. I said watch out for him. He's now in P5. All he needs to do is make up that one spot. And on Ben Morgan, there's a late move there. Whoa, boys. Oh no! It's Riley Morgan into a spin. Rex Ashley's gone on a spin as well, and this is going to mix up the grid. We're going to have to wait till they come round again. But I mean, guys, you know, you could have got that A final spot, and that's the chance that you've got to take in this sort of race. So unfortunately, that's their race ruined. Dexter Collins already setting that fastest lap. Joel Dixon Cohen defensive from Jensen Powers. Joel Dixon Cohen now has that final spot on the A final, so we knew he's going to have a good chance, but obviously the events that have just gone on has led him into that spot. So there's your timings there. Dexter Collins obviously leading the way. He's got about a 1.4 second lead so far. There's Joel Dixon Cohen battling with Ben Morgan. So Molly Pugh has actually managed to get onto the podium spot. So brilliant stuff there by Molly Pugh. Managed to take advantage of the incidents that occurred.
In the space of one lap, Ben Morgan has fallen from 2nd place to outside of the A final, potentially. He's down to 5th place now, trying to hold on to the back of these 3. But yeah, Molly Pugh with a good move through. Maybe just knocked Ben Morgan out of alignment here. And he tries to get back into the rhythm, but already the top 2 pressing away. It's all a bit close on comfort. Get really close at the apex there as the 167 of Joel Dixon Cohen tries to push through. But again, like we were saying, you don't need to go for these moves now. You're in the top 4. You're in the A final. But equally, racers will be racers, and they want those higher positions. Late move down the inside this time from Jensen Powers. But up and under goes Joel Dixon Cohen. And they remain as they were on the exit of Osiers.
And watch out for Ben Morgan, because although they're battling, they've got that A final spot. So in this situation, would you really want to be battling? Well, I mean, Ben Morgan is in the perfect prime spot here, because if anything happens between these lot, he can go straight through and take that final spot in the A final. But so far, Molly Pugh, well, these carts aren't very wide, but she's making that cart as wide as possible. Joel Dixon Cohen is trying to find any way through. I think for the time being, he's just going to stick there, because, you know, there's no need to battle now. You've got the A final to do that if you're able to get through. There's Rex Ashley trying to make up the ground he once lost down the inside of Harry Wilch.
Harry Wilch has got a broken rear bumper, though, has Harry Wilch. So he will be getting a mechanical flag pretty soon. So although he's still involved in that battle in behind, he won't have an opportunity at the A final. I think we can see him called in pretty soon, and if not, he'll be discounted on the results later on. These drivers still battling at it though. The 121 of Molly Pugh just getting shuffled back ever so slightly, and now under pressure from Ben Morgan. As Ben Morgan goes a little bit wide himself off the last corner, kicks up the moisture out of those rumble strips on the exit of the final corner. And Ben Morgan still there in 5th place, now pressuring Molly Pugh, and it's between these two in 4th and 5th respectively for who gets the last of the spots in the A final. Now we say that's obviously all provisional at the end of the day. We don't know if anyone's going to get any nose cone penalty and things like that, and that could still all change things after the checkered flag.
Exactly, and Lucy Wilden's just gone and set the fastest lap of the race, so that just shows that there's quick drivers all through the field. There's Molly Pugh on your screens, just about holding on to that final spot in the A final. That's pretty much the spot we need to watch at the moment, because Ben Morgan is the one man that can change that. Molly Pugh sliding across that last sector, and it's just about holding on. Yeah, there's the 77 mechanical flag for Harry Wilch. So unfortunately, that's his weekend ruin. He can't, even if he goes in and gets that sorted, it won't be enough to hold on to that final top 4 spots. So Dexter Collins, Joel Dixon Cohen
I think
makes the fastest lap. Yeah,
the start of the race was good.
Yeah, well, I've seen he obviously he's quite a quick driver, and obviously unfortunate instances in the heats has led him into the B final, but he's managed to make his way up to 2nd. But the main man on the move, Dexter Collins, we saw him make that move round the outside at Christmas on the 1st lap, and around the final corner wins the B final. He'll be happy about that one. He thought he was going to have problems when the red flags came out, and he was bunched up again, but managed to pull away. Dexter Collins wins the B final, and all importantly, takes that final, that first spot in the A final. Joel Dixon Cohen takes P2. Jensen Powers rounds out the podium spots, and Molly Pugh takes that final spot in the A final. So the drivers who will be going home, unfortunately, Ben Morgan, Rex Ashley, Freddie Leppenwell, Harry Wilch, Haygriver, Gockenhauf, Ollie Vaux, Autumn Hansford, who was starting from pole and was looking for a good race, but obviously tails have turned, and there's your final result. So Dexter Collins, as I was saying, takes the win. 2.3 seconds managed to pull on those last few laps. Joel Dixon Cohen drove through the field perfectly, got to 2nd place. Jensen Powers rounds out your top 3. Molly Pugh takes that final spot in the A final. So the top four, we'll see him later in the A final. Ben Morgan, a brilliant race, but not enough for that final A final spot. Rex Ashley, Freddie Leppenwell, Harry Wilch, Hager, Gorkenhauf, and Ollie Vaux rounds out your top 10. Autumn Hansford, I was saying, starting from pole, had problems, has finished down at the bottom, but that's racing, that's how it goes. Riley Morgan had a good opportunity to take the win there and take the top 4 to get in the A final, but he was just too aggressive, and that caused him substantially that he couldn't get into the final. So unfortunate for Riley Morgan. Jack Saunders drove a brilliant race. Lucy Wilden, DNF, 2 laps left. So unfortunate for Lucy Wilden, who actually set one of the fastest laps earlier.
I was going to say, she was pressing on really nicely there, wasn't she, during that one? But sadly, it all going wrong just in the dying moments then. It looks as though we're done and dusted with the Junior Rotax B final, already heading out on circuit as our Junior X30 B final. So right then, as the drivers already heading out onto the circuit, let's run you through the grid very quickly for this Junior X30B final. Dylan Patel and Jacob Marples are on the front row for this one. They're only separated by their fastest lap. They're on identical points heading into this one. Charlie Blenkinsop and Isabel Banks are on row number 2, with Max Cooper and Lewis Payton on row 3. Katarina Wing Thung is there on row number 4 alongside Henry Ryan, and it's Laith Khan, George Quartermain and Riley Cranham there. 11 karts on the grid for this one. There was Marshall running over quickly there to the edge of the circuit. I don't know if that was just to get out of the way of the other cars coming through, or whether someone had dropped off of the circuit. But there is your grid on screen then for this B final. Sure to be an interesting one as well. Laith Khan has had lots of issues today. They're in 9th place, and Riley Cranham as well in 11th place. We'll see. Hopefully all of them taking to the start in this one, but a quite shuffled up order here with some drivers that maybe we wouldn't expect to be in the B final.
Yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting one. Leif Khan has the opportunity to make up those places, and obviously that top 4 is all important here to get yourself into the June X30 A final. Of course, these will be some of the last finals today, so the drivers are going to have a chance to get those karts sorted once they've done the B final and get themselves ready for the A final. So watch out for Dylan Patel, starting on your pole spot. He's a quick driver and has some unfortunate scenarios that have put him into the B final. The number 28 alongside Jacob Napples. We'll see what happens as they come around the final corner. Will we go racing? No, we won't. So full starts come alight for the June X30 drivers in their B final, and they go around again. So this will obviously give another chance for the drivers to get the all-important heat in the tyres, obviously heating the engines and stuff, get them up to optimal, and hopefully next time round we can go again.
Indeed, hopefully so. Well, as we have a little bit of a relax in the comms box before we get all out and crazy again for another B final. I've been saying on the stream already today how much of a lovely bloke Macaulay Guy is, and he has come and dropped us off some fudge.
Oh,
so we've
nice.
each got a box of fudge to take home with us. So there you go, sir.
I was hungry as well. So
there you go. You can tuck into some fudge from Mr. Macaulay Guy. Well, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Macaulay. We really appreciate that here. Yeah, nice one. we appreciate that here in the comms box, keeping us going and keeping us ready and raring for the racing that's coming at you for the rest of this afternoon. Of course, if you're enjoying the live stream here from the Whilton Mill Kart Club, make sure you subscribe to Alpha Live so that you don't miss any of the future rounds of the rest of this season. Right, Dylan Patel and Jacob Marples line up side by side for this B final. The top 4 once again go through to the A final. Who's going to make it through then? Big chop across there for the 28 of Jacob Marples, but he can't stop Dylan Patel from getting to the front of the order. They're already starting to break away and get a little gap here up towards Christmas Corner. Looks to be the 87 of it is Max Cooper who's made it to 3rd place. Great start for Max Cooper, up into the top 4 positions for him, and now he's looking to hold on as well. But if he tries to go defensive like he was on that first part of the lap, the top 2 could already scamper away here as one driver scampering towards the green stuff on the outside of the track. Is that Charlie Blenkinsop from 3rd on the grid? I think it might be. Oh,
bad start then for Charlie, but Leif Khan has driven a brilliant race so far. I think he's into either P4 or P5, so far made up a couple places, and we know Leif Khan is quick, but all of a sudden it's just those 4 spots that he needs to get if he wants to have a chance of getting into the A final later today. Dylan Patel just holding on. I don't think he really had to defend that first lap. He kind of started to pull a gap from the first karts. Oh, that's a late move there by Leif Khan. Who was that on? That was on the 113 of Katrina In Wong. So he's going to... Oh, wow. Late move from Leif Khan. I was mumbling my words there. Leif. And Leif Khan makes his way down the inside of Katrina In Wong and makes his way into what that would be 6th place. So he's got a couple places left to catch up to the top 4, but so far so good.
Indeed, yeah, not going so badly. I mean, we were expecting Leif Khan to come through the order in this one. A very quick driver who's had some serious bad luck here at round number 3, and Leif Khan showing why he's nice and quick. That was a bit of a moment through the first couple of corners. So Leif Khan, though, already, commentary curse him as I'm saying it, loses the place immediately goes back down the inside at Christmas Corner, retakes the place away again from Katarina Wing Thung there. Back down to 5th place goes Katrina, and Leif retakes that top 4 spot. Now, they're a good second or so away from the top 3. However, it looks like it might get a bit tasty between the top 3, because Max Cooper in 3rd has just set the fastest lap of the race on a 48.92. So if these drivers start to make a bit of a scrap out of this, and we see what happened in the last B final happen again in this B final, maybe some drivers who are now outside of the top 4 might be able to creep their way in by the checkered flag.
Well, we'll have to see what happens in the next few minutes. Jacob Marples sets the fastest lap of the race, a 48.04. So a strong start from Marples. Just sitting behind Dylan Patel. Dylan just holding on. I don't think he's pushing as hard as he would, because obviously if he's in that leading spot so far, all he's got to do is hold on. So so far so good for Dylan Patel. Jacob Marples on that fastest lap sits there in 2nd place. And obviously we have to look out for P3 as well. Max Cooper, who had a good start And it's just holding on from Leif Khan behind. Leif Khan taking that final spot into the A final, and he's definitely one to watch out for in the next few laps.
Definitely is. Still quite a bit of time left to go in this one. Of course, these B finals still only 8 minutes plus 1 lap, just the same as our heats earlier on today. It will be all slightly extended when we head into the A finals later on. They're 12 minutes plus 1 lap, so more time to make up moves, but also more time to be overtaken as well. So it can work out to be a positive in the longer race, or it could also work out to be a negative. It depends how that race ends up playing out for yourself. Here are more drivers pressing on very nicely. There is the 42 of Dylan Patel, still at the front of the order. Jacob Marples attempting to chase him down. They have built a nice little gap now out to Max Cooper, who had the fastest lap for a while. That's now been taken by Leif Khan, who got released after overtaking Katrina Wingdang. And now, fastest lap of a 47.47. Personal best across the board, though, for all of the drivers in the top 5. And another fastest lap for Leif Khan.
Well, that just shows how much the track conditions can change about. You know, the track just gaining a temperature can just, that could be a couple temps almost. So obviously watching and monitoring how the track feels is always important for the drivers. And obviously they'll feel it through their bum. They'll feel every bump, and they'll know if the track's going quick or not, and they'll know how to place their car where it should be. There's a move from Leif Khan. I said watch out for him in the next few. Oh, watch out, boys. You have made it into the A final, so watch out. Max Cooper just about holds on from Leif Khan. Although loses the place, it's better just to sit there and watch out, because a 113 is coming in. So maybe Katrina will have a look at maybe getting a podium spot. Yeah, I say that. Yes, they do. So Katrina on the inside manages to get into P4 and takes that final spot in the A final.
Within the space of about half a lap, Max Cooper has gone from being well and truly in the A final to not being in it at all now, down in P5, as Katrina slips through with a lovely move up at Christmas Corner. It's followed Leif Khan through very nicely, and Katrina not immediately back under pressure from Max Cooper. So potentially, if these two able to continue driving away from this, that might see our top 4 locked into the A final then. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock left to go in this one. 0.7 of a gap still separating the leaders, but it was the fastest lap of the race so far for Dylan Patel on that last one. 47.13 for Dylan. And he is having an absolute storm of a race at the moment.
Well, it's the best feeling in the world being at the front. There's number 20. Oh, wow, that's a number 27.
That's Blenkinsop.
Yeah, so looks like he tried to get on the inside there, and Rubbing is racing. And so, making contact with one another. Thankfully did not go off circuit. That was very, very close. And you can see the marks it's left on the 89's side pod there. So Henry Ryan, he's going to be going, well, hopefully he's not going to be going home, but if he does, he'll be going home with Charlie's scrape marks.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you referred to them as scrape marks rather than anything else. But he manages to get through. Does Mr. Blenkinsop. We mentioned earlier he wasn't able to stop. He was able to stop just about that time and made the move stick.
That's probably my worst pun I've ever
It was
done.
great. I saw his mum in the chat was loving it. Loads of laugh emojis.
Thank God.
She loved it. So that's all that matters, I think.
Thank God for that.
Well, anyway, as we say, he made it stop that time. Up to 6th place he went, and Henry Ryan has to concede that position for the moment anyway. Here we look back to Leif Khan and Katrina E. Wing Thung on that 113, and Katrina has been impressive throughout this race, has held right onto the back of Leif Khan here, not getting dropped at all. And these top 4 looking to bring it to the rest of the drivers when they get to the A final later on today. Just over 30 seconds left to go on the clock then, so I think potentially this will be the last lap. The penultimate lap of the race, and next one we should go on to the last lap, but it's going to be pretty close to call. We'll have to wait and see as they come through the final section as to where that timer is at. There is the number 113 of Katrina, still chasing down Leif Khan. It all looks like it's going to remain as it has been for the last couple of laps here.
Yes, it looks like Leif Khan has been the man on the charge in this race so far. Dylan Patel's drove a brilliant race. He's basically lights to flag finish, so you can't go wrong with that. It's got a 1.1 second lead, so not much to worry about into the final lap. Here we go. No, second to final, penultimate lap, I mean. So, yeah, Dylan Patel, there he is on your screens, number 42. Really chucking the kart around. I say that, Leif Khan gets the fastest lap of the race, 47.06. So the times are still coming down, even in the later stages of the race, where you know, you may think the tyres have started just to go off that bit, but obviously the tyre pressures and these mechanics will obviously be testing, you know, testing the tyres and what the tyres can do, because obviously you never know how a tyre is going to react in any sort of condition. But so far, it's going well for Dylan Patel so far. He's managed to lead from the get-go around the final complex. He's looking good for gold here in the B final. Comes down the start-finish rate, takes the win in the B final, followed by Jacob Marples. Leif Khan, of course, took that fastest lap of a 47.06. Brilliant driving. Katrina Ewing Fung finishes in P4, followed by Max Cooper, Charlie Blenkinsop, Henry Ryan, Isabel Banks, and Lewis Payton rounds out our 9 karts. But obviously, more importantly, Dylan Patel, Jacob Marples, Leif Khan, and Katrina Ewing Fung makes it into the A final.
Indeed, yeah. As you mentioned, that's all that really matters at the end of the B final there, is getting yourself through to the A final. But sad to see some of the drivers heading home after that race, that being Max Cooper, Charlie Blenkinsop, Henry Ryan, Isabel Banks and Lewis Payton there. Sadly, we won't be seeing them out on circuit again today anyway for round number 3, but hopefully we'll see them back in round number 4. Hopefully next time, a bit more luck and a following win there for the drivers. Hopefully they'll make it up into the A final. But that's it. All the heats and all the B finals done and dusted. All races that are 8 minutes plus 1 lap are finished. We'll move on now to the proper finals, and this is where it all matters, ladies and gentlemen. 12 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for all of these upcoming finals. And as we mentioned earlier, this is where points mean prizes. This is where you get yourself up to the top 3 and you go home with a lovely little trophy.
Well, this is where we're going to see this is when the drivers are really going to put the karts on the line, put themselves on the line.
Exactly.
And, well, we'll see what happens. There's obviously, we can't, you know, obviously put expectations on any drivers, because, you know, you never know what's going to happen in these sort of races, the finals. Anything can happen.
Here we go then. Finals are coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. First one to kick us off are going to be the cadet classes for both Rotax and IAME. Right then, first final of the day. Let's kick it off with a good and A. Starting on the grid, we'll start off with the Rotax Micros, of course. Charlie Page and Dian Singh Pahal line up on the front row, with James Devereaux and Xavier Ramsey on row 2. Then it's Elliot Travis and Elijah West on row number 3. Then on to row number 4 is Lewis Herbertson and Dewey Hockridge. Then it's Finley Beals and Darren Dimitrov. Behind them, Maximilian Abrahar and Dimitar Uzanov. Row number 7 has Teddy Higgs and Ruja Gokulnath. Then it's Harry Knight. That ends the Rotax micro grid with Harry Knight. Chester Fawkes is your pole sitter in the IAME Watersmith Restricted. Behind him, Daniel Ferguson and Oscar Kenny. Then it's Mike Roots and Harry Chapman rounding out the top 20 overall. Then Ilya Sami and Alessandro Salas, followed by Philip Petro and Mason Hibbett there on row number 12. Row 13 has Henry Algar and Roddy Kempson. Behind them, William Crombie and Reggie Chandler. Then George Wielden and Max Dunn. Huge grid for this split grid race. Then on the back few rows of the grid, just the back one row, is Cody Vertigan on 31st place overall, but already looking to go for a start. Then in the Rotax Micros, Charlie Page and Dian Singh Pahal side by side for the final start of the day for these drivers. 33 immediately takes the lead of the race. That's Charlie Page with a great start, heading up towards Christmas corner already. A couple of drivers trying to go 2 by 2 in the background, the 62 and the 65 side by side. There's more drivers to the inside line there, just making that defensive line work. Keep position and holding on through this first lap of the races. Now the Watersmith Restricted go for a start, and that's not the best start we've ever seen, but because the other starts already got underway, I don't think that we can go for a false start there in the Watersmith Restricted, and they carry on up towards Christmas corner as well. But battles galore. That's always a difficulty in this split grid. Charlie, you're not really sure where to look as they go 3 wide into the corner. That's never going to work. Somehow they all managed to escape that corner relatively unscathed.
Well, you say relatively unscathed. I was very surprised about that. There's the 46 on your screens, James Derevix. and he has been up there all weekend. Oh wow, it's very much it's getting all tangled up here in the IAME Water Swifts. There's number 32, Harry Chapman. He's been trying to fight his way through, and obviously not had the best of luck so far. But on our screens right now, there's the 94 of 99, my apologies, of EJ West, who's trying to find his way through. He's in P13, and so far both classes getting away quite nicely here. Charlie Page holding on in the lead so far. He's got a 7/10 gap from Dion Singh Pahel. Elliot Travis on your that's the micros. So that is the battle for Lewis Herbertson and the 114 of Exeter Ramsey. This is the IAME battle. This is for the lead. This is Chester Fawkes versus Daniel Ferguson. So the two drivers here pulled a bit of a gap from the others in here in their certified category. And the 38, oh right, the 67 Dan Ferguson right on the back of the number 38 Chester Pokes. There's a move on your small screens there. That's the number 63 of Harry Knight. I think that was on the inside of Darren Dimitrov. But these two are right on it.
Of course, these two, your two race winners from the heats as well, trying to find an opening alongside, and Daniel Ferguson's found it. Daniel Ferguson through into the race then, and IAME Water Swift Restricted moves in behind as well. The 48 getting shuffled down the order. That's Oscar Kennedy losing out to, I think, Mike Roots, and Alessandro Salas trying to get involved there as well. But change at the front of the field in Water Swift Restricted. Of course, Daniel Ferguson won heat number 1. Chester Fawkes won heat number 2. And now Daniel Ferguson gets past Chester Fawkes to take the lead of the final.
So, different winners all the way through this class. Charlie Page just saw there, setting the fastest lap of the race. So far so good for Charlie Page. He's been unstoppable this weekend. Who managed to win both heats. Oh, new fastest lap for Maximilian Abrahart, 53.33 to the driver in 7th place in the Rotax Micro. So far so good. Dihan Singh Pahel on your screens, having to defend off Elliot Travis. Well, I say defend. Elliot Travis on the inside into the boot complex, takes it from Dihan, and Dihan's going to have to work and try and find his way back through. Of course, this is still in the podium spots, but obviously you want the highest place you possibly can. So there's Charlie Page just making the move on the inside of another driver. I think that was one of the back markers there, George Wilden. Maximilian Abrahart sets another fastest lap there, 52.9. So the driver with the fastest pace on circuit, and he's got his work to cut out for him as he starts from 7th place. Yeah, he's quite quick compared to the other drivers on circuits. Charlie Page is just holding on, but on your screens here, Chester Fawkes has lost the lead. So in the last lap, Dan Ferguson has managed to jump his way into the lead from Chester Fawkes. And these drivers are really putting it to the floor here at Whilton Mill. That's number 48, Oscar Kenny. So he's one place off one of the podium spots. He's got to try and get past Mike Roots. But there's the micros and the IAME drivers both putting on a show here at Whilton Mill. There's Chester Fawkes yet again, just sitting behind Dan Ferguson. Wants to try and make a move through, but he's going to have to bide his time, wait for the chances to come. They don't come easily here on a track where it's a very technical circuit, so you have to wait for mistakes to be made. Number 21 there on your screens, just trying to hold on. The number 48 as well, so that's Mike Roots. Oscar Kenny, Alessandro Salas in 5th. There's your driver Dan Ferguson, number 67, Chester Fawkes 38, holding on to the top 2 here.
Indeed, close battles through both of the classes out on circuit at the moment. That NASA panel has been moved somewhat there on the 23 of Dian Singh Pahal. Still though, they chase Elliot Travis for 2nd place, and there has been a change in behind. James Devereaux losing out to Maximilian Abrahart. We saw Maximilian was one of the casualties to the big puddle earlier on today, and ended up about in another postcode off on the grass as that puddle dragged everyone so far out wide. But Maximilian doing a great job in this final so far to get back up to 4th place. Has the fastest lap of a 52.9 for the moment, does Maximilian, but is around 2 seconds off of the top 3 now. So here are the top 3. He's going to be hoping that Dejan Sibrahal and Elliot Travis really start to have a battle here and just allow Sir Maximilian to claw back that time and get back involved with that battle. But 12 minutes plus 1 lap these final. We're now over halfway through the first final of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Still Charlie Page leading the way in the Rotax Micros, and in the IAME Water Swift Restricted, still Daniel Ferguson leading Chester Forks, but across the line last time, just over a tenth of a second between them, so still absolutely nothing in it at the sharp end of the field in the Water Swift Restricted.
Well, Abrahart, he's got the pace as it shows. He's got the fastest lap, but it's just trying to close in. And obviously, if these 2 drivers up front start to battle, I would say about battling, that's Chester Forks right on the back of Dan Ferguson, who has been in this situation for the past few laps. He's going to try and see if he can find some sort of way through. He's just going to have to bide his time for the time being. Chester Forks all behind Dan Ferguson. There's your driver in 3rd. That's Mike Roots, and then sitting behind him, Oscar Kenny and Alessandro Salas, the WM plate winner. So obviously, the Salas knows how to win round here at Whilton Mill. And the number 21 there, Mike Roots, just holding on to that final podium spot. Dan Ferguson slowly pulling a gap here from Chester Forks. Maximilian Abrahart sets another fastest lap, 58.82. So far, so good. It's looking for the drivers in both the IAME category and the Rotax category.
Indeed, still 4.5 minutes left to go though. Like we were saying before, it's quite, even though it is only 4 minutes extra, it feels like a lot longer, doesn't it? It gives that extra opportunity for things to occur in these races, and particularly with these younger drivers. It's quite a long race to actually get completed, isn't it, for younger drivers like these? Of course, they're very used to racing and they're very good at it as well, but it's still a long time to be out there on circuit trying to remain consistent and keep your head up, especially after you've already completed a full day of racing.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why these drivers have to train their bodies. I mean, yeah, you think of, their young age, 8, 9, 10 years old, but these boys train like athletes. I mean,
exactly.
They need to be, otherwise they won't be at the sharp end. I bet you Charlie Page has done all sorts to try and make sure his body is always fit and ready for racing, because obviously, yeah, you say about the finals, 12 minutes plus a lap, you've got about 13, 14 laps there.
Exactly.
Because you have to be consistent. You can't make a mistake, otherwise it'll cost you. It costs you massively.
It can do. It really can do. And this track, a very physical circuit as well. Not much time to rest, and quite a bumpy track as well. So really, a lot of time you're gripping onto the steering wheel for dear life and trying to hang on to things. There are our top drivers heading through past a few back markers. Dejan Singh Pahal had already got through earlier on, I think at the end of the last lap, on Elliot Travis. And Elliot Travis is held up a little bit there by the back marker. Abrahart able to side through a little bit easier, and Abrahart now almost right on the back of these 2 drivers. And like we said, this is the final. Top 3 going home with trophies, and Max looking to try and grab one for himself.
Well, I mean, why not? He's got the pace to do so why not go for it? And yeah, so fastest lap of the race, Abrahart, that number 61. There's a new battle on your screens. That's Harry Chapman on the 15 kart there. That was William Crombie. So that's the battle for about in the top 5, 6th, 7th place area. So battles all the way through the grid here in the IAME categories and Rotax categories. But yeah, so far so good for in the IAME class. It's Dan Ferguson, Chester Forks still on that battle. But brilliant battles here from Harry Chapman and number 15 there, Crombie, just about holding on there. And this is all shaping up nicely for Charlie Page, as we spoke about earlier. Managed to pull in that gap in the Rotax category. There's number 25 there of Rudra Guggenhauf. Just finding, trying to find any time he can. These drivers are always going to be learning how to find a bit more time around this circuit. even in the finals.
Gokulnath, one of our novices as well, so just getting up to speed, and good to see them out there getting involved with some battles as well, and learning the racecraft at such a young age is always good to see. Now this battle, I believe, is 7th place in the class at the moment in the Waterstiff Restricted, with Harry Chapman still trying to get past William Crombie, still unable to do so though on that Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. Look how sideways the drivers get through those last couple of corners. Just about managing to hold on to those slides and continue on to new laps of the race. Abrahart is through into second, I've just seen on the timing tower as they now cross the line. So with a minute to go, Abrahart not only is through on Travis for third, he's also got through on Singh Pahal for second place, 3 wide into Christmas corner there. There was a driver off on the exit as well. It's all happening as we head into the last couple of minutes of this one. And these drivers through. Ashby they come then, who's off and out of the race. The 26 has parked it up at the side of the road. Trying to spot on my timing who they are. It's Ilyas Sami. Ilyas Sami won't be seeing the checkered flag, sadly for him in this one. He parks it up at Christmas corner. I don't know whether he's been helped into an incident there or whether the car has just gone fut at the end of that one, but either way, that's it.
Yeah, so the Rotax is so far on your screens. Well, that's the IAME karts on your screens, and I say that's the 47 there of the Reggie Chandler, 27th overall in the top 10. So a strong finish for him it will be. But there is the main man on the move, Charlie Page, in the Rotax category, just about holding on here at Whilton Mill round 3 of the club championship, just trying to get through the back markers clean and safe, and that's the way to go forward. Some brilliant moves in the field, both in the Rotax category and the IAME categories. So there he is, 33, Charlie Page. I wonder if he got that 33 from Max Verstappen, where he's definitely as dominant as Max Verstappen. And obviously just trying to get through the back markers. Obviously they'll be given the blue flags and warned to get out of the way for the quicker driver. So he gets a bit tangled through there, but surely he'll see the driver. There we go, lets him through. Brilliant driving by the back markers to let Charlie Page through. I say that to keep battling with him. So this is definitely playing to Charlie's race. Dion Singh, Maximilian Abrahart is into second place. Got a 3.5 second gap. So it won't affect Charlie Page that much. Has to go on to the final lap of the race. So Charlie Page, he's had a strong race all through this event. There he is on your screens, Charlie Page, round the final complex. And it's been a dominant heat 1, dominant heat 2. And as he comes round the final corner, takes the win in the final here at Whilton Mill, round 3, our first club, first final is crowned by Charlie Page. Wins here in Rotax Micro Inter. Brilliant driving by Charlie Page. Maximilian Abrahart makes it to second place. Obviously got that fastest lap. And there is the battle on your screens. Chester Fawkes has managed to get through on Dan Ferguson in the last couple of laps, and Chester Fawkes will win in IAME Waterswift Restricted. So brilliant driving by Chester Fawkes, getting through on Dan Ferguson in the last few laps. Mike Root stays for a podium spot there in the IAME class. Alessandro Salas makes it to P4 in class. So brilliant job by Salas, the WM plate holder, to hold on to the race win to P4 there. But yeah, brilliant driving by all our drivers here in the first final. And it's Charlie Page who was going to walk home with some gold silverware. So there is the screen, there is the results on your screens. Obviously these are provisional, don't take them straight away. Charlie Page takes a win. Maximilian Abrahart 2.3 seconds behind. Obviously the back markers help Abrahart close in on Charlie Page, but just wasn't enough in the end. Dihan Singh Pahal makes it to the top 3. Elliot Travis, Harry Knight, Aximia Ramsey, James Durex, who's been driving brilliantly all day, so brilliant jobs by James, the 46. Dewey Hogridge, Lewis Herbertson, AJ West rounds out your top 10. Finley Beals, Darren Dimitrov, Dimitar Uzanov, and Teddy Higgs rounds out your top 14. And going into the IAME Victor, Chester Fawkes managed to get through on the last couple of laps there. So brilliant driving by Chester. gets to the lead and wins in IAME. Dan Ferguson finishes second, followed by Mike Roots, who rounds out the podium spots. Alessandro Salas, the WM plate holder, gets P4, followed by also Kenny, Mason Hibbert, Ruger Kokenau, Harry Chapman, who had a brilliant race in Heat 1 earlier, managed to not been able to quite get it right in the final, William Crombury. And there are your final drivers. So Cody Vertican, Max Stern, George Wilden, Ilyas Sami. And to round out a brilliant first final there, the Rotax and the IAME categories getting all the fun. I mean, the drivers had all the fun in the world there, and obviously some of them walking home with silverware.
There we go then. First final done and dusted. Definitely exciting one. Of course, the only split grid of the day, so double drivers getting trophies to take home then. But we're done with one. We already move on to another one. Next final already out on circuit.
So IAME Waterswift Inters take the grid, and it's going to be Will Green. He's been dominant all day, takes the pole position spot. Harry Williams, Zach Champney, Austin Newstead, Suskani, Kira and Freddie Wood round out row 3. Henry Clark, Colby Patterson, Ariane Newa, Yarlif Sayer, Austin Gibson, Teddy Porter round out your row 6. And it's Jonty Restrick, Lorenzo Petronio, Enzo Putarasi, Night Measures, Alfie Taylor, Simeon Stone, George Clark, Charlie Clow, Arlie Musk, John Stewart, Chris Kobe, William Tomlinson, George House, Andy Stewart, Jason Ackerman, William Hayes, Henry Johnson, Jesse Bartolos, Joseph Davis, Xavier Fonje, Max Mason, Orion Mater. Rounds out your 32 cars. And we're getting ready to go racing here. Round the final corner. Will it be go first time? Yes, it is. And Will Green will take them into the first 2 corners. A clean start there by most of our drivers. Thankfully, wasn't commentator's curse there, and manages to hold. Will Green manages to hold on to the lead into Christmas corner. Didn't have to defend there. Managed to get a bit of a gap already, and a strong start by Will Green.
Very strong start. Drivers getting very close to comfort there down at Ashby. One driver nearly off on the grass, and they are off on the grass. Up and over the bumps on the outside there. That was the 44 of Ian Nayar. Just going for a little bit of grass cutting there. Thought he'd help out the groundskeeping staff here at Whilton Mill, and heads off onto the grass on the exit of that corner at the bottom of the hill. Austin Newstead under a bit of pressure. Through goes the 63s, trying to fight back into the boot section. We've been saying through today that it's a bit of a single file section of corners, but clearly those 2 drivers disagreeing with us there, and they try and battle nicely through that section of the circuit. Once again, 12 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for this race. Will Green already taking centre stage at the front of the order. There's more moves going on at the boot, then back through goes Austin Newstead on the number 63, that is. Back through, they battle. Austin Newstead retakes the place. Harry Williams drops back to 5th place. Colby Patterson with them as well. Also interesting to see that Sukmani Kira's looking quick at the front of the order. Was all over the back of Zach Champney at the start of this lap, but just looks to have slipped off ever so slightly through the rest of this second lap of the race. And here comes that secondary pack now, headed up by Austin Newstead. 63 of Harry Williams in behind. Then another one of the Ollie Ronan Motorsport teammates behind them as well, that being Colby Patterson. And then Freddie Wood right at the back of the train. Don't count out Jarla Sayer though. He is a very quick driver there in 9th place. So is Austin Gibson in 10th, to be fair. And both those 2 pushing forward towards the sharp end of the order.
Well, Austin Newstead, we're just talking about him. Sets the fastest lap of the race, 51.4. Obviously the times will come down later in the stage when the tyres are up to temperature. But so far so good for Will Green. He managed to get away in both heats, although getting pushed back in different scenarios, but always managed to get that gap in the end. Zach Champney, the WM plate winner, just holding on for what he can in that 2nd place. He's got a 4/10 gap from Will Green, but 5/10 behind is the charging Kira, number 9. Watch out for her in the Fusion kart. She's going to be battling off Henry Clark, who are hopefully going to be working together to try and catch up to the top 2 here. We'll see what happens in this race. Austin Newstead on the inside, That's a brilliant move there. He's on the inside of Henry Clark. So that's for P4. And those two drivers going to work together. Oh, driver off and into the pits. I wonder who that is. That's a 42, George Clark. So problems for Clark there. And that's his race ruined. So no signs of silverware anytime soon for George Clark. And that's be a race not to remember anytime soon. Austin Newstead still holding on there, followed by Harry Williams. Henry Clark is just holding her side with his teammate. Just trying to close in onto the top three here. Will Green sets the fastest lap of the race, 51.02. So the time is driving brilliant. The driver of the Will Green is driving brilliantly so far. Zach Champney, that WM plate winner, he's just holding his time. He's slowly losing a bit of time to Will Green. But Kira has got all it takes to sort this final solution out. And Kira, there she is. Kira on Zach Champney, just slowly closing in. There's a WM plate driver, and actually gets defends from Kira. There's a big, strong pack of karts here. About 7 or 8 of them. There's a mechanical flag for Enzo Butterazzi. So a shame for Butterazzi. He'll have to come into the pit shortly. He was in P18. There's a move for second place. And that's Kira on the inside of Zach Champney. So brilliant move by Kira. Gets on the inside. And will this be a good opportunity for Austin Newstead to maybe look at a move on Champney? We'll have to wait and see. He's just a couple kart lengths behind. But you know, you can surprise the driver by making some late moves. Kira's just about holding on from Zach Champney. Got through on that last lap, and now it's got to work with the driver behind. And I mean, there's quite a big train forming behind, so watch out for the rest of this race. 82 there. Henry Clark just holding aside. He's going to try and close in on his teammate here, Austin Newstead. There's a strong chance of a podium here if he plays his cards right. A late move there. That's the 829 being overtaken by the number 63, Harry Williams. Austin Newstead on the inside of Zach Champney. Couldn't get it quite done. But I mean, so far this race has been quite exhilarating.
It's been a good one, hasn't it? Yeah, that was two Ollie Roder Motorsport teammates going side by side there. Just about Harry Williams getting the best over Colby Patterson, but still super close at the front of the order. Great to see that Newstead has closed that gap to the front too. But again, no one, seemingly at the moment anyway, quite able to touch Will Green at the front of the order. 1.5 seconds now across the line, and it's extended by another 1/10 of a second. That time, once again, Sugmani Kira from the Alpine Race Her program, showing her worth here near the sharp end of the order in P2 at the moment. In behind though, double overtake up at Christmas corner. Down the inside goes the 63, so Harry Williams takes away 5th place from Henry Clark, and in behind, Jarla Sayer makes up a place on Colby Patterson as well. So as one Ollie Roder Motorsport driver makes up a place, another one loses a spot, and they get a little bit further away from each other. And now Colby Patterson is under pressure from Freddie Wood as well. 5.5 minutes left to go in this final, and still I have no idea who's going to be on the podium here. And all it takes is a little bit of drop off in pace for the rest of the field to catch up with Will Green as well, and potentially we won't see a clean sweep from Will Green today. It's looking good for the moment. He obviously won Heat 1 and Heat number 2. He's in the hot seat for the final at the moment there, but lots of pressure on him. He needs the drivers behind to work together, and they're not doing that. Down the inside goes Austin Newstead on Zach Champney and relegates Zach Champney to 4th place. Of course, I got mixed up there, sorry. Will Green doesn't want the drivers to work together behind. He wants them to fight as much as possible. They need to work together to chase him down.
Well, yeah, exactly that. Will Green he'll be looking behind every lap, trying to work out his gap. If he could hear me, his gap is 1.6 seconds, but obviously inside that crash helmet, he's only going to be able to hear the engine noises screaming at him. But yeah, no, Will Green so far is looking dominant, but 1.5 seconds can be closed in very quickly if you make mistakes. And you know, no matter how good of a driver you are, mistakes can creep in As I say that, he sets the fastest lap of the race, a 50.9. So already a tenth quicker than the drivers behind. So no time to... Oh, wow, late move there by 38 on 82. That was Freddie Wood having a look on Henry Clark. Couldn't get it sorted. There's another move on the inside. I think that was Austin Gibson on the inside of Colby Patterson. I couldn't really see who that was. But there's your number 8 there. That's Jarlath Sayer.
Already
so I forgot about Sayer all through this race. Sayer is having a cracker of a race.
Jarlath is a little cheeky chappy, is Jarlath, and he just sits back and waits for the perfect opportunity, and suddenly he's there. Suddenly he's taking the spoils, and now he's at the front of this order, chasing down that pack in front. That's all switched around. Newstead now into second place, Kira down to third, and Champney in fourth. And that bit of battling should allow for the group in behind to close in as well. But now the 82 of Henry Clark is losing out. Down the inside goes the 63 of Harry Williams. So that's a change for 6th place. And in this train, Jarlath trying to press on now seemingly on his own. Freddie Wood goes for an absolute send there down at Ashby. We love Freddie Wood on the Whilton Mill Kart Club stream. Is that been a problem for Henry Clark there? He seemingly was just getting going there at the back of this train now. Is he still involved? We'll see when they come across the line to end this lap then. Sukmani Kira, though, we look back to this sort of leading pack that doesn't include Will Green. As they head through the final couple of corners, Kira was all over the back of Newstead. But again, they need to work together if they want any chance of the win here. The gap seemingly staying around the same there. And there, confirmed on your timing screen, dropping down the order was Henry Clark. He's dropped all the way to 12th place.
Oh, well, that's definitely not going to help him in the long run. But you're saying about Will Green, he's in a different postcode at the moment. There's a move. Oh, wow, there's a driver on top of another. And that was the number 12. I couldn't really see who he was battling with. But, yeah, the driver's having some sort of problem there. That was Jensen Ackerman. There he is.
Yep.
All over the back of George House. So, George House... definitely saw better days with Jensen Ackerman, and Jensen tried to look for a move in Crispus corner, ended up on top of the driver.
George House was another one that lost out from those issues earlier on. We had a large accident at the first couple of corners. George House was one of the drivers involved in that. So starting further down the order than we would expect. George House, another one of those drivers involved in British and European karting. So shame to see him so far down the order, but getting involved in the scraps. But I think the other driver involved there, Ackerman, was able to hold it round the outside. However, the rest of the lap, he must have got back again, because George House has moved through into 13th place. It's relegated Jensen Ackerman down into 14th. But we keep an eye on this battle near the front of the order. And we press on towards the end of the race. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go on the clock then. The second, third and fourth train still as they were. Of course, one of the drivers in this train not going to be going home with a trophy. If it ends like this, it won't be the WM plate of Zach Champney. But I can assume through this last bit of the race, he's going to do everything he can to try and change that situation.
Yep, so not long left in this race. Just the timer ticking down. About 40 seconds left on the clock. So this will be the penultimate lap, and soon enough the checker flag will be coming out, and we'll be crowning some podiums and some winners here in the second final so far. The IAME Waterswift Inter. So far, Will Green, the man on the mission right now, has been dominant all day. Austin Newstead, who's had a brilliant drive so far, got into second place, and he's been battling his way through. Recently got past Kira on those last couple of laps, and obviously Kira, one of our female drivers, really showing it up against the men.
Impressive stuff in behind as well. Freddie Wood's now got himself to the front of that train. He's through on Jarlath Sayer for 5th place. The time has hit 0, but of course Will Green has already gone through. I will say that last lap was the first lap this entire race that the gap between Green and Newstead has actually gone down. Less than 2 seconds once again. However, we're on the penultimate lap of the race now. 2 seconds is a lovely gap to have heading on to the final 2 laps, and that's exactly what Will Green wants to see. Down the inside goes Sukmani Kira, retakes second second place away from Austin Newstead then, but Newstead trying to fight back already. Bit argy-bargy, and there you see Sugmani Kira knows he's there, goes defensive but leads herself open to the attack on the exit though, still trying to squeeze that door open is Newstead, and he's forced that door open. Down into the boot they go. Newstead back to second place, but look, there goes the WM play. Potential for the double move here. They're going to get squeezed to the apex. Over the curve they go. Up and under goes Sugmani Kira. What a move. Back to second place she goes. Onto the last lap we go. And look, everyone else has now got back involved with this second place battle. This is going to be an unbelievable last lap.
Well, Kira out of nowhere. You didn't think she was going to hold on to that P2, and she only went and did it. And this is a very, very close drive, and there's Saya. Oh, and is that a problem for Green?
No.
Why is he slowing? This is a problem. Is that Will Green? Is that the O plate? Now slowing down. It is! Oh my word! Will Green on the final lap has slowed down and is out of the race. So this means Sugmani Kira out of nowhere. We've just seen her battling for 4th place. Now on the final lap has come round the final complex and will win in IAME Water Swift.
Wow, a crash on the last corner. Jarlath Saya! Jarlath Saya's off. We got more people coming together on the exit of the corner. Sugmani Kira wins the IAME Water Swift Intermediate Final. What a race that was, ladies and gentlemen. And it's all kicked off in the last couple of corners. What even is our top 10 then? Zach Champney and Austin Newstead, your top 3 in that one. Teddy Porter finishes in 4th place, with Colby Patterson 5th, Harry Williams in 6th, Harley Muss 7th, Austin Gibson 8th, George House 9th, and Jensen Ackerman in 10th. Wow, to say that one crescendoed is quite the understatement, and there is the cause of that crescendo. Will Green finally comes across the line and finishes in 27th place. I don't know what happened there, but something on his kart decided it didn't want to work anymore. He manages to crawl his way over the line, but what an end to the final that was.
Well, that was either a problem for Will Green or it was confusion. These are the results of the final in IAME Water Swift. Of course, provisional, so don't go, don't leave it all yet. But Sugmani Kira, oh my days, what a brilliant drive that was for the number 9 car. Zach Champney manages to get back onto that podium spot, takes 2nd place with the WM driver. Austin Newstead, a brilliant drive through, not even just the final, just today in general. Takes that final spot on the podium, a well-deserved top 3 there. Teddy Porter, brilliant driving, so in that final, got to P4. Teddy Porter, brilliant drive. Colby Patterson rounds out your top 5, so brilliant stuff there. Harry Williams, Harley Musk, Austin Gibson, George House, Jensen Ackerman rounds out your top 10. You would not believe that a couple laps ago. Henry Clark, Christian Kobe, Arian Nea, and Lorenzo Di Petronio rounds out your top 14. So brilliant stuff there from our top 14. I mean, the top 10 there, you see some of the names in there, they weren't even in the top 15. Here we go, here comes on the top 15. Max Mason, Millen Tomlinson, John T. Restrick, Knight Measures, Andy Stewart, Alfie Taylor rounds out your top 20. John Stewart, Joseph Davis, Fonge, William Haynes, Henry Johnson, Simeon Stone, Will Green, P27. Oh my word. Well, what happened on that last lap, we'll never know. Wow. But that was a very eventful final there, especially those last couple of laps.
Oh my goodness. I mean, there was fantastic racing throughout the final. Don't get us wrong, the whole race was great, but what happened there on that last lap? It was like a chain reaction, wasn't it? Suddenly, out of the race went the leader who'd been leading the entire time, and then it all kicked off in behind as well, as everyone suddenly realised, because all these drivers all know each other. They will have gone past him and known, hold on a second, that's the leader. Suddenly, we all have an opportunity here to get a really good result, and some of them maybe grabbed that a little bit too eagerly. And then there were those incidents in the last couple of sections.
Well, you're not going to miss out on an opportunity like
that. No, I don't blame them at all. I know we would do exactly the same, wouldn't we? When that opportunity presents itself. But either way, what an end to the race, and that's got to be race of the day, I think, so far.
Oh, so far, definitely.
Wow, well, there you go then. That is it for, I believe, race number 20. That was, yes, IAME Water Swift Intermediate Final, done and dusted. Sadly, we don't get a breather after that one, despite how crazy it was. We move straight on to another final, race number 21. The Rotax Minis are out for their final. Here we go then, green flags out on circuit. Let's have a look at the grid for your Rotax mini final. Of course, Finley lines the O-plate, starts on pole position again. He's had a great day so far. Will we see him go lights the flag in this one, or is he going to drop back in the pack and have to make some Euro moves to get back through? We'll have to wait and see. Miles Burton starts alongside him on the front row of the grid with Zach Starbuck and Benjamin Lawn on row number 2. Zach's been super impressive there. Let's see what he can do from third place. Max Wheatley, not his best heat number 2. He was flying in heat 1, but heat 2 just didn't quite go his way. What can he do from 5th place on the grid in this one? Alongside him is the other Finley Hines. Then it's Adam Turris second, Warwick Milam on row number 4 with Jack Bacon, Riley Morrow there rounding out the top 10. Then it was Drew Davidson and Akil Nangianon there on row number 6. Row 7 are Stanley Stafford and Connor J. Winfield. Then Leo Livings and George Fountain with Eton Rye and Zach Jennings on row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 are Harry Bell and Nathan Rond. Behind them, Otis Cleary, William Kidd Glass, Arthur Brooker and Harper Das there, finalising the top 24. Then it's Jensen Smith, Ruben Jenkins, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Soren Gallagher and Lucas Esser. 29 karts on the grid for this one. And if it's half as exciting as the last final, then we're going to need new voice boxes, I think, by the end of the day.
Oh, well, I think mine's already going already, so...
Welcome to the Whilton Mill Kart Club, sir.
Lovely. Well, Finley Lyons, I mean, what a day it's been so far. He's definitely had to work for his spot in the final, and his pole position spot in the final, shall we say. The number 43 there, Miles Burton, he had a very rough heat 2 and had to work his way through. And he's done a good job there to get himself starting on the front row alongside Mr. TCR UK man, Finley Lyons. Will we get ready to go? First time here in the...
He's telling Miles Burton to slow down. He's telling him to slow down, man. Miles not slowing on the inside of the grid. Miles is going to have to wait, or this is going to be a false start.
And we are off and racing.
We are off and racing. Off onto the exit already was Miles Burton.
Finley Lyons manages to get the lead there early on. Miles Burton has got his work cut out for him in this race. Actually, is he slowing down? I think Miles Burton has got a problem.
I think you might be right.
So Miles Burton troubles there on the first lap. But as he watches to the front of the grid, there's Zach Starbuck, who's got into second place. So brilliant start there. Max Wheatley, I think, has taken that last podium spot. So brilliant start there. There's battles all the way through the field. There he is. So I think that's Adam Turek, who's managed to put himself into P4. So good start there by Turek.
It is.
And there he is. So Max Wheatley right behind Zach Starbuck, already loading him into the boot complex. And they're going to be right behind each other all race, trying to catch up to Finley Lyons, because we know Finley Lyons has the pace. And you see him launching the curves.
Finley Lyons only taking off there.
Wow, that's going to have done the kart some a waking up call.
It's definitely woken up the driver, that's for sure. On to lap number 2 they go then. Top 4 still line of Cern already. Finley Lyons trying to break away here, trying to put a good bit of air between himself and the rest of the pack. Late move down the inside, slightly further back that is. That's the 34 trying to make some moves there. That's George Fountain, our top place novice at the moment, trying to make up more positions. Not able to do so on this time of asking. Back to the front we look though. Wheatley still all over that rear axle of Starbuck for second place. They just about are starting to drop Adam Turasek in 4th place at the moment, and here we do look at it. There's the move down the inside into the boot. Late to the inside goes the number 12, gets it all sliding over the inside curb there. I thought potentially there could be an opportunity for a T-bone there on Zach Starbuck, but Max is able to keep his kart out of harm's way, and they all stay as they were for now. But the fastest lap goes from Finley Lyons to Finley Hines, takes it away this time.
Well, the two Finleys are on it. And Max Wheatley all over the back of Zach Starbuck. He has got to take his time. This is a long race. We've got just over 10 minutes. So he's got a bunch of time. You know, that's about 10 or 11 laps around the Whilton Mill circuit. So he's got enough time to make his way past if he knows he's got the pace. And I say that is the number 12 down the inside of WM plate. That's Max Wheatley on the inside of Zach Starbuck. Will Max look to cover off? I think he does. Zach Starbuck just sitting behind for now.
He gave the most aggressive point forward I think I've ever seen after making that move. So knows he's got the pace to chase down Finley Lyons. He was doing it earlier. There you go. Finley Lyons takes fastest lap with a 50.39, but a 50.35 from Wheatley sees him take it back. And he got that fastest lap while still making an overtake on that last lap. So Wheatley has got the pace here. There's still only a second in it. Moves going on in behind there. It's Finley Hines following through on the 1-2-2 of Riley Murrow. Both of them get through on Benjamin Lawn. So now Riley Murrow in 6th, Finney Hines in 7th, and Benjamin Lawn down into 8th place. But Wheatley is now going to be hoping that Starbuck can push them both on towards Finley Lines and not let him scamper away in this race. Just less than 9 minutes left to go.
Well, the slipstream effect round here, especially going up to Christmas Corner, it's going to be so effective, and especially when you create that train, not only is the car in front going to catch up to the driver who is leading the way, Finley Lines, it's also going to bring up some more karts. Another fastest lap there for Max Wheatley, a 50.12. He's showing what he can do around this Whilton Mill circuit. There's Riley Munro having some troubles there. He's having to actually pull over. So Riley Munro, I think that's him going to be out of the race, maybe into the pit lane, because he's obviously struggling with something, which means he can't keep driving to a consistent pace.
Well, that's gutting.
So there's Riley Munro having to get out of the way. Brilliant driving by Riley just to get out of the way, not cause any drama.
Really smart driving from such a young driver as well, yeah. Fair play to Riley Murrow for getting out of the way of the rest of the drivers, not getting involved in anyone else's races and ruining the action for other people. Just getting out of the way, realising I've got an issue here. There's no point in carrying on with this. Let's put it back in the pits and call it a day. And that's also a very mature way to look at the racing. So fair play to Riley Murrow.
Brilliant job there. On our screens there's Leo Livings right up behind Benjamin Law. So the driver in the Coles car, as I say, Max Wheatley, another fastest lap, 49.9.
Wow,
so
okay.
Taking some time.
There is Riley Munro.
There's Riley Munro, but taking some time out of Finley Lines is Max Wheatley. He's got about 8 tenths to make up to be right behind him. There's a little bit of a move being looked at there by the driver behind the number 39. That was Connor Winfield. Couldn't get it done though. There's Leo Livings on the inside of Ben Lawn. Gets it done, gets it stopped. Brilliant move by the number 77.
Yeah, nice clean move there from the 77 of Leo Livings. Gets it done now on the last lap. This time it goes back the way of Finley Lines. I was going to say the fact that Finley Lines was 3 tenths faster than anyone else, but Max Wheatley was still 2 tenths faster than him on the previous lap. But now it flips the other way. 50.1 for Max Wheatley, a 49.9 for Finley Lines. So once again, extends that gap back from 6 tenths to 8 tenths between the two. But a little bit of luck and a prevailing wind here for Max Wheatley could see him start to battle for the win here. And finally, we might see someone challenge Finley Lines today. He's had a perfect day out there on circuit so far. He's hoping to get the triple here, round 3, which would be quite fitting of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But hey-ho, Max Wheatley is looking to stop him. There's Miles Burton on the number 43. After having that challenging start, he's there in 13th place at the moment, is Miles. Slowly but surely picking his way back through the order, but I think getting back to the lofty heights that he started in, I think is a little bit too much to ask for the rest of this final.
Well, it's a day of what could have been for Miles Burton.
It is.
But there he is on your screens, Finley Lines, the number 0 plate, the man on the mission in the Rotax mini series. And watch out, because Max Wheatley is slowly closing in. He only needs to be a couple tenths behind just to have that little look of a move. And I think in the next few minutes, this could be very interesting.
This could be, and it'll be interesting as well to see when Max closes up, whether they continue to try and work together or whether immediately Max goes, nope, I want to battle now. And then potentially we might see Zach Starbuck, Adam Turasek, maybe even more drivers getting re-involved with that leading battle. That was close down into the boot section, late down the inside from the 228. That's Akil Nangianon trying it on Stanley Stafford, but a little bit too late that one. Luckily both drivers making it out of the corner as well. And the third was the 35 of Warwick Milam, that they were trying it down. So actually Warwick made up the position on that last lap. It was a re-attack from Giannone, but didn't quite work out that time of asking. But yeah, like we say, that gap between Finley Lines and Max Wheatley, it's sort of ebbing and flowing now, isn't it really? It drops down to 6 tenths, it goes back up to 8 tenths, it drops down to 6 tenths. They're just trading times at the moment, and realistically, that's all Finley Lines needs to do at this stage.
Well, that's the beauty of consistent driving. You can make the driver behind think you're catching, but you're really just biding your time, waiting to catch yourself pretty much if you're leading the way. Finley Lines holding his time here at Whilton Mill, round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and I say Finley Lines takes another fastest lap, 49.85 by Finley Lines.
Just waiting for the timing to update. It hasn't updated from second place down just yet. There we go, it now updates. stays about the same. It was new personal best from both of the leaders. 300 slower, though, was Max Wheatley.
So it's going to be close here. Leo Livings, on the other hand, has got other plans. 49.79, so quickest driver out on circuit. Has got his work cut out for him if he wants to, have a look at a podium spot. There's Adam Terrick on your screens. He's having a little battle with Jack Baker and Finney Hines.
Leo is living's the dream right now.
Oh, God.
Give you that one for free.
You know what?
I beat your worst pun of the day. There you go. I thought I couldn't do that to the new commentator. I've got to have the worst pun.
Thank you very much. I'll take that. I'll take that with pleasure, actually.
No problem at all. No problem at all. But yeah, Leo doing a great job there. Still with the fastest lap of the race. 49.79 currently that gauntlet set by Leo. He's on the back of a trainer. He's right at the back between Hines, Baker and Turasek. And this is who we're looking at the moment. Thinks about it into Christmas corner. Does Finley Hines. But it doesn't work out this time of asking. Down to Ashby they go. Downhill braking is difficult at the best of times. But all of them keeping it line astern, staying as they were for the moment. 3 minutes left on the clock now. But now that gap between the two leaders, so keep double checking it every 10 or 20 seconds or so. It is still just under a second now, so it might have even extended a little bit now. Finney Lines doing such an impressive job, and hey, that's not unexpected from Finney Lines. He is an unbelievable peddler in a kart. It's Finney Lines. He's doing just that again. Now it's extended to 1.1 seconds, so it's looking like the triple is on today at round 3 for Finney Lines.
Well, that just shows what one mistake can make, and just a couple attempts can lose you big time. As I say, Adam Turek gets pushed wide there by the number 71. That was Jack Baker. And looks like Finley Hines managed to find his way through as well. Leo Livings just sat behind. Obviously our fastest driver on circuit. Is he going to have a look on Adam Turek? He's definitely got the pace to do so. It's just about finding his way through. It's all good being the fastest on circuit, but you haven't got the racecraft. And I say racecraft, Finley Hines on the inside of Jack Baker. And Leo Livings actually gets down the inside of Adam Turek. So a bunch of moves through the field so far. It's been a pretty good race.
Good bit of battling. I was going to say exactly what you said, almost to the word. It's one thing chasing someone down, but then getting past them is a whole another ball game, and we found that out. But then Leo Livings proved us wrong. Down the inside immediately on Adam Turasek, who relegates him to 7th place now, and Hines and Baker swapping for 4th and 5th as well. Minute and a half left to go on the clock then. These four battling still, though. Will that allow for Benjamin Lawn, Drew Davidson to get back involved as well? And then I think it's Stanley Stafford who leads that next little train of karts as well. That being Stanley Stafford, Warwick Milam, Miles Burton all in the train too. Here is Finley Hines still on the 57. Sadly for him, though, he's the first of the drivers who don't take a trophy with them. That was a huge bit of curb there from Leo Livings. Nearly over the inside bit of grass there. He took so much curb and was nearly the next Ryanair flight to Cyprus, I think, there for Leo Livings. He should maybe think about being a pilot when he grows up. That was impressive stuff. Less than a minute left to go on the clock then.
Well, Finley Lines, we were saying about maybe that gap was closing in. Never mind. He proves us all wrong. Sets the fastest lap of the race. 49.75 for Finley Lines. And it's just holding his gap wisely. He'll be checking now and then, making sure Max Wheatley is actually there and he's not racing on his own. And Max Wheatley just trying to find every inch he can on circuit. But whilst doing that, maybe he's making mistakes, and just one simple mistake can lose a tenth or two, and soon enough he'll be dropping back from Finley Lines. So it's all to play for here in the last couple of minutes. Well, I say minutes. We've got 15 seconds, and Max Wheatley. 49.72, only just gone quicker than him.
The problem is it was only 400ths quicker than the leader.
Yeah, exactly. And there's Leo Livings on the inside of Jack Baker. Will he get the move done? Brilliant stuff there by Leo Livings. He's been one quick drive all weekend, but just couldn't get the kart where he needed to be at the right time. And that's all it's about in motorsport, is getting the car or kart at the right place at the right time.
He's shown his prowess in this final, though, hasn't he? Impressive, very impressive from Leo Livings. Takes another spot for himself up into the top 5 in this race. And here we go then. Here is Finley Lines. On to the final lap he goes. Now, we'll have the 21 to contend with here as they head through the first couple of corners. Luckily for him, though, Jensen Smith doesn't hold him up. And Finley will be able to slip straight through. So although Max Wheatley did go a little bit faster than that last lap, Finley Lyons immediately replies with another new fastest lap, 49.55. And the thing is that on that last lap, Max Wheatley was well off of his usual pace. Well, I say well off, about 2-3 tenths of a second off, but still, it was half a second off of that last lap from Finley Lyons. So Finley Lyons winning heat number 1 and heat number 2. The O plate is pressing on once again, and like you said at the start of the stream, he won that O plate here at Whilton Mill. He knows what he's doing round this incredible 1,054 metre circuit, does Finley Lyons. He's dealt with the pressure across this final. It's a Heat 1 win, a Heat 2 win, and now a final win for Finley Lyons as he takes a checkered flag first and maximum points from round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Max Wheatley finishes in second place, and Zach Starbuck takes a podium place for himself as well. They're nearly 3 wide across the line there to finish out the top 10. So close in that race between many, many drivers. Finley Lyons, the first of your drivers to sadly not take a trophy home with them, of course, pending any penalties post-race. Leo Livings, still, after overtaking Jack Bacon, chased down Finley Lyons over that last lap and was only about 2 tenths off of him as they crossed the line. So Leo Livings nearly getting himself a 4th place there. Has to settle for 5th though. Adam Turasek was in 7th with Drew Davidson 8th, Benjamin Law 9th, and Miles Burton in 10th. Well, that is another cracking final.
Well, Finley Lyons proved us wrong.
He did.
Every time we said, oh no, maybe Max Wheatley's closing in, bang, fastest lap, bang, fastest lap. So that's all you really have to do here to win a final here at Whilton Mill, and there is the final result. Not only provisional for the time being.
Yes, very provisional.
We still have post-race inspections. Finley Lyons takes a win here, the O plate, by a 2.1 second lead from Max Wheatley, Zach Starbuck, Finley Lyons, Leo Livings round at the top 5. Leo was actually quite quick this weekend, so well done for him. Jack Baker, Adam Turek, Drew Davidson, Benjamin Law, Miles Burton takes on the top 10. Warwick Mylan, Stanley Stafford, Akil Nangioni, Otis Cleary rounds out your top 14. Connor Winfield, Ayrton Ray, George Fountain, Nathan Ron, Zach Jennings, Harry Bell, Arthur Brooker, William Kidglass, Ruben Jenkins, Harper Das, Jensen Smith, Riley Munro, who actually DNF'd earlier in the race. You saw him slowing down, having some mechanical faults. So these quite a few mechanical faults here this weekend. So the karts are not behaving how the drivers want it to be, and obviously resulting in DNFs, which you never want to see a driver DNF because you know they're losing out on so much track time when it could be out enjoying the fun here, which Finley Lyons definitely did in the Rotax Minis. So Finley Lyons, I mean, proved us all wrong in that race, and every time we thought he wouldn't be there, he definitely was there and does it in the end. Takes his 3rd final win here in the Whilton Mill Kart Club, only 3 rounds, so he's a dominant driver so far.
Incredibly dominant, yeah. Well, another incredible performance from Finley Lyons. So we're just trying to work out what's going on with the races this afternoon, just getting lots of different information in my ears that we're trying to work out. One thing I will say, I've not heard this from any sort of official source, so don't be 100% on this, but in the live chat, we're being told that Will Green thought he saw the checkered flag.
Oh.
That was why he had slowed down on that last lap.
It didn't look like a mechanical
Exactly,
fault.
yeah, because he still carried on.
I mean, and when he came round,
it was so odd, wasn't it?
When he came round to Ashby, he was like looking around because he was seeing drivers overtaking. He's like, well, what's going on here?
Yeah, exactly. And they were all pressing on as if nothing had happened, because of course nothing had happened. But
that is why you always got to pay attention in racing.
We don't know that for sure, ladies and gentlemen. We're just hearing that sort of through the grapevine at the moment. But that seems to be the talk of the paddock at the moment, is potentially that thinking that they saw the checkered flag first. Now, whether that's their fault, obviously they'll say, well, they were holding out the checkered flag. The person with the checkered flag will say, no, I wasn't. So it's all a bit difficult. That's why we've got CCTV here, to make sure that those kind of things are sorted. And mentioning that, all the new CCTV was added by Alpha Live at the start of this season to make sure that they could have camera clocking for issues just like that. So that's why we're perfectly suited now at the Whilton Mill Kart Club to sort such issues, and those things will be sorted in due course. But Rotax Mini into final. What a race that was. Finley Lyons taking the spoils once again. But we're just trying to work out at the moment
which race is actually coming next, because we've heard on my ears that the Junior Max A final will now be the last race of the day. Now what we're trying to work out is whether it's up next and is the last race of the day and that is it, or whether it's simply getting shifted to the bottom of the schedule. We're just working that out at the moment, so we'll let you guys know as soon as we've got the finalised information as to what's going on, because of course we've had a lot of stoppages throughout today, so potentially some shifting around of the schedule, and of course with that camera clocking and whatnot, that can sometimes mean that the grid for the race isn't ready yet because there are still issues being sorted out by the stewards, and that then means it needs to be reshuffled slightly so they have more time to sort those issues to then make the finalised grid ready for the final.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, actually, we've got some kart on circuit.
Have got karts
that
on
is Junior X30.
It is.
So, Junior X30, who had their B final earlier, getting set and ready for the A final here.
There we go then. Let's talk us through the grid then for the Junior X30 A final. Here's your grid. Zach Green and Joey Brown line up on the front row with Morgan Moore and Mayan Patel on row number 2. Harrison Leach and George Edgar are there on row number 3. Then it's Archie Owen and Max Yule row 4. Sky Parker and Aaron Richardson round out the top 10 with Monty Brathwaite and Taylor Orridge there on row 6. Of course, Taylor Orridge down the order from that issue earlier on today. The crash with Rocco Shenton. That's why he lines up 13th on the grid. What can they do from slightly further down the order? F. Nürnberger's alongside Rocco with Macaulay Guy, Harry Woggs, Sam Branson and Sasha Bagley there. Rounding out the top 20 are Alex Dodson, Josh Parker, then it's Levi Sangera, Aston Sharp, Alexander De Beneditas and Jacob Batchelor. Sorry Alexander, I've totally butchered that one. Jacob Batchelor's alongside on row number 12. Row 13 has Jack Mowat. Alongside him is... losing where I am on the thing now. Jack Mowat and Vinny Allen. Then it's Sebastian Dew and Jamie Faggin. Then Jake Brook and Joshua Byrne. Then behind them, Dylan Patel, Laith Khan, Katrina Ewing Thung and Max Cooper. Those 4 all from the B final earlier on today. So Dylan Patel, Laith Khan, Katrina Wing Thung and Max Cooper all getting an opportunity for another race. All getting an opportunity for more points in this one to come. But yeah, like we mentioned, that accident between Taylor Orridge and Rocco Shenton earlier on puts them 12th and 13th. What can they do from further down the order than they thought? And of course, we have no favourites in the commentary box, but Macaulay Guy lines up 15th, and he did bring us free fudge. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
Might have to. That's gonna be hard to say, but on the front row of the grid. Zach Green on the inside line, Joey Brown on the outside line. Let's see who gets away. Oh, they bang wheels going into turn 1, but it's the Green that takes it way into turn 2 and up to Christmas corner. Here we go. So Green doesn't even have to defend at this point. Joey Brown right on that inside line, defends fully on the white line and manages to hold on to his second place, or is he? We'll have to see when we come around. Morgan Moore into that third spot, manages to hold it on the inside. So brilliant driving so far. And multiple drivers finding their way through the field. Rocco Shenton there, watch out for him. He's just about to jump into the top 10. He's going to have to work with Taylor Orridge, which is quite confusing, saying they just took each other out in the race before. George Edgar on the inside of Morgan Moore pushes him wide. Oh, and that's going to push Morgan Moore back a couple places. Watch out for Taylor Orridge. Rocco Shenton, they're side by side. Hopefully no carnage is being caught 3 wide into turn 1. Never goes well. So, I mean, hopefully they get through all right. Yes, they do.
Just about. This is already getting feisty. Down the inside goes George Edgar. Is that into the lead of the race? No, sorry, it's only into P2. They're already getting super close into the outside, and off the track goes the number 16. That's Aaron Richardson. And off as well around the outside there. Is that Morgan Moore going off? Was that with Taylor Orridge, or was that Harrison Leach that went off with him?
I think that was Joey Brown, the Fusion driver, going off wide there, going through Inkerman. So that's definitely going to have ruined their chances of a race win. Well, I say that. I mean, we looked at last race, drivers coming through the field in all the finals so far. Alex Dodds there. Actually, his birthday today. So happy birthday to Alex Dodds. Got a new helmet for him as well. So he's going to be... hopefully that's got him a few temps.
I was going to say, at least half a second. Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant battling through the field. Saw the 23 there, Jack Mowat, trying to find his way through. Macaulay Guy, well, we're not favouritism, but he's doing well so far. Rocco Shenton on the inside of Morgan Moore. So Morgan Moore, he went off on that last lap, brought the grass onto the circuit, as you can see there. But there's Taylor Orridge. Rocco Shenton runs a bit wide, hits that grass, and you can see the grip levels. The second you hit the grass, you're kind of sliding off. There's George Edgar into second place. He's got past Mayan Patel a lap or 2 ago, and Mayan Patel, we haven't really spoken much about him recently, but he's been there or thereabouts here in the June X30 grid. Rocco Shenton just holding on for Morgan Moore. And who's that behind him? I think that is Archie Owen. So Archie Owen doing well. Monty Breathwaite side by side with the energy driver. Will he make a move? I don't think so. I think it's very hard to overtake into that final sector, especially once you've got past the first 2 curbs in the boot complex. There's Dylan Patel, so one of our B final drivers.
Just about to mention him.
Driving through pretty well here. He makes a move, and yeah, he's doing a good job so far.
Doing a really good job here, already up to P22 from a P32 start is Dylan Patel. So 10 places gained already in this race, and we're only about 3 minutes into it. So let's see if he can continue that upwards trajectory towards the front of the order. Speaking of the front of the order, here it is. George Edgar still ahead of Myron Patel, then heading through the last couple of corners. Harrison Leach now with Taylor Orridge and Rocco Shenton for company. Well, I say for company. Taylor Orridge has already got through on Harrison Leach. Now it's Rocco Shenton just behind, and it is an interesting one, the fact that they now have to work together after getting in a bit of a scrap in heat number 2, like you mentioned. Aston Sharp as well had a couple of issues early on. I think we was in the race. I think it was this class where we had the huge downpour earlier on, and Aston Sharp got shuffled down the order ever so slightly. Back up into the top 10 at the moment as Aston now takes the fastest lap, 47.2 for Aston Sharp. Here are your second and third drivers though. Check over the shoulder from Mayan Patel, just working out how much of a gap that they have back to the fourth place driver, which just so happens to be the GP plate holder of Taylor Orridge. Of course, the GP plate meaning that he's won Kart Masters in the previous year. And he's proving why he has those kind of accolades on his CV as he presses towards the sharp end of the order. Check over the shoulder from Orridge. He's also working out how much time he's got to play with, and it seems to be quite a bit for his liking. There's George Edgar and Mayan Patel losing a lot of time to Zach Green at the front of the order, and someone has lost their side pod.
Well, that's you kind of need that round here, especially in this junior X30 field, because you're going to overtake using a side pod. That's the way of racing. Rubbing is racing here at Whilton Mill.
I don't think the stewards will like hearing that.
Oh no. Well, anyways, George Edgar battling with Mayan Patel, holding on to second place, but I think Mayan Patel had a look for a move there, and this is all working in favour of Taylor Orridge, that GP plate. We were just talking about him earlier, Zach Green. We've forgotten about him. Zach Green has got a 3.5 second lead, a 46.82. Hopefully he doesn't forget when the checker flag comes out like his brother did in recent races. George Edgar just holding on. I don't think he'll like me for that one.
No, he's not going to like you for that one. Here's the battle for second place. So Taylor Orridge, the only driver also in the 46s alongside Zach Green. Taylor Orridge trying it round the outside. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. Taylor Orridge immediately down the inside. 2-for-1 deal for the Orridge man. And he is through into second place.
Well, call that aggressive. That definitely was aggressive. Late on the brakes. Got the kart stopped when he needed it to. Taylor Orridge into second place. There's George Edgar trying to fight his way back. He's side by side with Morgan Moore now into turn 1. Lets Morgan go through. Rocco Shenton behind. He forced the move on. Oh wow, Rocco Shenton through in turn 2. He forces his way through. And Rocco Shenton, well, he starting from 13th. He had a lot of work to do, and he's definitely making strides through the field.
He is definitely George Edgar a little bit bullied on that last end bit of the lap. And then bullied once again through the first corner by Rocco Shenton. Forces the door open through the first couple of corners and takes a spot away for himself. Moves down Adocious as well. Has George Edgar got a problem here? Loses another spot on the exit there. I think that was that Joey Brown that was slipping through. Potentially Aston Sharp as well. There is Aston Sharp already through. So yeah, it was Joey Brown. Sky Parker as well on the 125 trying to get involved as well now. So potentially an issue, potentially just some negative momentum for George Edgar. You can often find that you start losing 1 or 2 places and you just start slipping down the order and you can't work out why. And that moment where you can try and turn around the momentum for yourself and get back to that positive momentum. Obviously, you're trying to do that as early as possible, but sometimes it just doesn't quite happen. And still, George Edgar under pressure there through the middle section of the circuit from Sky Parker.
Zach Green, we've forgotten about him all race, and he's just about holding on. Well, I say just about. He's got a 5.5 second lead to play with. So George Edgar trying to defend from Sky Parker. Sky looks at the move, forces Edgar off, and round the outside, the birthday boy Alex Dodds makes 2 in 1 round the boot. Brilliant driving there, and Macaulay Guy's made it through. So no favouritism whatsoever George Edgar has dropped a few places. He's not having the best race so far. Rocco Shenton sets the fastest lap of the race, 46.79. Oh, that was a problem there for one of the Endy drivers. He couldn't get the kart pointing forwards and lost a lot of front end grip there.
That was quite the wobble, wasn't it, on a corner where you really don't want to have a wobble. Scary moment there for one of our drivers, but I do believe manages to grip up at some point through that right-hander and continues on into the rest of the race. Here we look back to the sharp end of the order. This is Rocco Shenton pressing on in 6th place, now with the fastest lap again of 46.79 for Rocco. But I don't think that really matters to Zach Green at the moment anyway. 5.5 seconds still, that gap at the front of the order. Taylor Orridge has moved through on Mayan Patel for 2nd place as well then. So Taylor Orridge now the closest challenger to Zach Green in the lead of the race. But Zach Green has done a perfect job in the opening part of this race to create that gap early on and press on nicely at the front of the order. George Edgar continuing to get shuffled back, sadly for him, though that's Jack Mowat now relegating him to 14th place. So it goes from bad to worse for George Edgar. He just has to have something has gone wrong here with the kart here. Maybe an earlier incident has dislodged something and caused something to go awry, because we know that George is faster than he currently is out there on circuit.
Well, yeah, exactly that. That's not how George drives. So Aston Sharp climbing the curbs here at Whilton Mill, especially in that last complex. Rocco Shenton, he's going to have to watch out. I say Aston Sharp. Maybe it's a commentator's wonder, because it's Aston Sharp who's got the fastest lap of the race, a 46.69. He's right behind Rocco Shenton, and maybe he's got the balls to go for a move here. We'll have to see. Into the Ashby complex, here they go. Rocco, however, on the inside of Harrison Leach. I couldn't see if he got that sorted. I think he did. He managed to get the kart stopped. Oh, there's a driver off there, the 146.
That's Alexander De Benedictas, who has gone off the circuit, and it looked to be a mechanical failure there for him.
Yeah, so unfortunate there. Yellow flags are out, and I just saw, did Morgan Moore just make a move through? Oh, well, they're side by side through the complex, but there was a yellow flag the whole time there.
You're right. You're so right.
Harrison Leach and Morgan Moore get some sort of penalty for that one. We'll have to see after the race. Of course, you can see all the results once they are published live from the Alpha Live timing. Obviously the results, if you go on to there, you can see the final results later today. But that was interesting. Aston Sharp on the inside of Rocco Shenton. That was a strong move. Couldn't get it out the corner though. So Rocco Shenton on the cutback. I mean, the cutback manoeuvre is so good round here. There's loads of opportunities where he's do so. Oh, Aston Sharp. Well, he's obviously not very happy with Rocco Shenton, so I don't know what's been going on there. But yeah, yellow flags are waving. And I wonder if Aston Sharp was stipulating there, saying, well, why are you overtaking under yellow? I mean, I couldn't see where the yellows were first pointed out. But so far, there could be some penalties looking at after this race.
I think definitely potential there for Morgan Moore. And was it Joey Brown who was involved in that scuffle through the final corner when there definitely were yellow flags? You're totally right. I think there Aston Sharp was more pointing forward, wanting to maybe work together, but he'd just gone down the inside of Rocco Shenton, so that also doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. But anyway, often karting drivers don't really make a lot of sense, so we'll try and make the most of it as we can. Here's Morgan Moore now attacking ahead round the outside of Aston Sharp. He's trying it, but it's not going to work out this time at Osiers, and that brings even more drivers back involved in this battle. Joey Brown there now getting involved, and Harrison Leach not far off this as well. Late down the inside from Morgan Moore. There's still a yellow flag. Morgan Moore, there's still a yellow flag, and Morgan, I don't know what he's doing, whether he's seen it and is ignoring it. I hope that's not the case. Hopefully he just hasn't seen it, but equally it's been out for a good 3 laps now.
I think he's in that adrenaline rush. And we say Aston Sharp, Rocco Shenton side by side, touching pods, and Aston Sharp on the inside. Morgan Moore's going to have a look at going through. Oh, wow, Rocco Shenton. Well, use all the track, mate. Morgan Moore just about holds on there. Rocco Shenton late on the brakes. Will he get it stopped? Aston Sharp, Morgan Moore off the circuit. Oh my word, so much has gone on in the past couple corners there. There's Macaulay Guy, the toffee guy. He's through on Sky Parker. We're having so much fun here, John.
This is great, isn't it? There was one driver forced out. I think Morgan got forced out wide, and Aston Subject just followed him off in sympathy on the exit there of Ashby. But now we've gone from 2 or 3 drivers involved in this battle to 8, 9, maybe even 10 drivers here. So we've got now 6 seconds separating Mayan Patel in 3rd and Rocco Shenton in 4th. Mayan Patel and Taylor Orridge still pretty close to 2nd place here, but we can't watch that at the moment. This battle is too exciting. Macaulay Guy, that is down the inside, takes 6th place away from the 79 of Harrison Leach. So through goes Macaulay Guy, trying to follow through now as the 55 of Alex Dodds. He gets it done this time down at Ashby, and to the outside gets sent Harrison Leach. I think it is. So Harrison Leach losing 2 more places there at Ashby. Trying it back down the inside though, so aggressive through on the 125 of Sky Parker, but takes the place away for himself.
Well, the funny thing about that is there's no, the final lap of the race has just come out. So, I mean, the funny thing about that is they're not fighting for any podium positions. This is the battle that we need to be watching. This is the battle for 3rd and 2nd.
It's all points, though.
And there is Mayan Patel. Yeah, points is all we need to watch out for in the championships as it comes to later in the year. Zach Green, we haven't spoken much about him, but this is the battle that's on. Taylor Orange, having to defend from Mayan Patel. I mean, Taylor has won races here at Whilton. He knows how to defend off any sort of driver. Oh, blocks.
What a block.
Mayan Patel has to go into the back of him. And so far, so good for Zach Green. He's dominant here at Junior X30. I mean, there's so many drivers here. He takes the P1 spot. And Junior X30 have crowned a winner, and it's going to be Zach Green across the line. We'll have to see who it is. It's a drag race to the line. It's Taylor Orridge who gets 2nd place, followed by Mayan Patel. Rocco Shenton rounds up P4 from 13th, so brilliant drive by Rocco. Joey Brown, Macaulay Guy, well done, Fudge Guy.
Fudge Guy.
So Alex Dodds rounds out P7. Harrison Leach, Sky Parker, Morgan Moore rounds out the top 10 there. I mean, there was so much tussling throughout that race. You couldn't really plan who was going to be where.
Honestly, that suddenly kicked off in the second half, didn't it then? Yeah, fair play to Macaulay Guy. 15th to 6th place in that race.
No favouritism.
No favouritism at all. He just gave us very kind gifts, so we have to cover him a little bit more than we would do normally. But big shout out to Macaulay Guy. He's a lovely bloke and has had a great race there. What a great race it was overall. Not only for the drivers out there, but for us in the commentary box. What an exciting bit of action. But Zach Green, nearly 10 seconds he won that race by. That is unbelievable. Taylor Orridge and Mayan Patel are the 2 other drivers that will go home with some silverware today. Only a 10th of a second, less than a 10th of a second. 800ths separated those 2 across the line, with Rocco Shenton and Joey Brown rounding out the top 5, as you mentioned. Macaulay Guy, Alex Dodds, Harrison Leach, Sky Parker and Morgan Moore, your top 10, with Jack Mower, Aston Sharp, George Edgar and Sam Branson there, your top 14. Fair play to George Edgar for getting back to 13th there as well, so well done to him. Interested to see whether there was an issue there or whether it simply was that momentum, that backwards momentum that just sent him going further and further and further backwards. Archie Owen and Levi Sangera 15th and 16th, with Dylan Patel, Jacob Batchelor, Zeph Nurnberger and Aaron Richardson, your top 20. Behind them, Joshua Byrne, Monty Brathwaite, Josh Parker, Sebastian Dew, Laith Khan, Max Yule and Harry Walsh there, your top 27. Compare that to earlier, where we had often around 30 seconds separating the top 10. 30 seconds pretty much separating the top 30 in that race. Finley Allen, Jake Brooke, Katrina Wingdung, Sasha Badley, Jamie Fagan were our finishers in that race. Behind them, De Benedictas and Max Cooper not making it to the finish, sadly, in that one. But as we come to the end of the A final in Junior X30, the juniors are off. They're done and dusted for the day in X30, but their older brothers and sisters, the Senior X30s, are out next for their final.
So Senior X30 is about to get underway. As John said, the brother and sisters of the junior category. And if it's anything exciting, this is your starting grid. King Garrity, the privateer, starts from pole position. Ryan Exberg, Harvey Roth take off your row 3. Top 3, shall I say. Harry Torpy, Henry Gregory, Alistair Crespo round out your top 3. Micah Taylor, Robbie Buckley, Ollie Rands, Lewis Bird, who's had a brilliant race day so far, rounds out your row 5. Jensen Buckingham, Morgan Hill rounds out your row 6. Aaron Brown, Fred Green, Josh Jones, Jaden Gregg, Josh Palfreen and Piotr Jurovic rounds out your row 9. And Macy Hitter, Keon Leon Gamio, Archie Heron, Oliver Harris, Ollie Keenan Katie Ashburn rounds out your row 12, followed by Harry Yule, Jack Cox, Leo Robinson, Dean Briley, Juan Pablo Girard-Diaz, Eddie Dimbleby. And to round out your finals grids, it's Natalia DeBeck, Hugo Haynes, Alfie Richards and Kieran Barber rounds out your row 17. And a strong grid here in Senior X30. And the senior class is always showing that you always have to be very consistent. There's no margin for error, especially around this Whilton Mill circuit. So these drivers getting the 2 formation laps just to get all the temp in the tyres as they possibly can. And for that engine temp as well. You know, the engines need to be running at such a standard. You know, you can't have them too cold, can't have them too hot. So these mechanics and engine builders have to be really on it to make sure they're at a good standard. So the drivers just coming through to start their 2nd formation lap. And then at the end of this lap, we can look at getting racing. As you see here, Keane Garrity really slows them up here, and we'll obviously speed off. And we'll let them do their thing before we get to the end of the lap. Well, hopefully we can get racing underway first time. Obviously that's always good to see if we can get racing underway first time. We don't like seeing full starts because it means the drivers have been a bit naughty on their start, a bit too aggressive. But here we go, Keane Garrity, Ryan Echberg, the top 2, just about. They've been at it all day here at Whilton Mill. They've been at it all season long, whether it be at different circuits. It's time to see what they can do now in the final for round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Indeed, can Keane Garrity make it 3 from 3 then? He's been super impressive so far today, and he leads us to the lights then. We get it underway, the Senior X30 final, and immediately taking to the front is Keane Garrity. In behind, they're all battling at it to see who can get track position early on in this race. Immediately moving to the inside as one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport karts holds onto it through the first couple of corners, and through Christmas corner they come then. Another Tim Wilson Motorsport, one of their teammates, I think that's Harvey Roth, who's still holding form there in 2nd place, and one driver getting shuffled out wide there on the exit of Ashby. We've seen that happen a couple of times. You can try and move around the outside down at Ashby. That leaves you open to someone shoving you off onto the grass just like that. There's the 273 of Ryan Echberg still pressuring Harvey Roth then for 2nd place. And in behind, Harry Torpy and now Henry Gregory are the ones pressuring, as Alistair Cresswell has just lost a position or 2, literally 1 position, down to 6th place he's gone on the first lap of the race. But still, Garrity leading the field.
Now there's been some strong moves through the field. I want to point out Macy Hitter has made a few places on that first lap. There's Lewis Bird on the inside of Alistair Cresswell. Micah Taylor just sitting in behind. Micah's going to look at going for the move. Can't get it because the Cresswell defends into Ashby. And Ashby's a really good overtaking opportunity and a good defending opportunity. So, oh my word, Ollie Rands went airborne. Call up American Airlines, they'll be on their way. Morgan Hill on the inside of Micah Taylor. Gets the job done nice and simple. There's a lot of action already, and we've still got loads of time left. So what more can we ask for? There's a driver in such a struggle there. That's number 37. So down near the back of the grid, he's got some work to do. That's Ollie Keenan in the Croc Promotions kart. Down the inside goes Ryan Lexberg on Harvey Roth. So this is the battle for 2nd place. Already heating up, but this is all going to work in Keane Garrity's favour as he leads the way. Keane Garrity just holding his time. He's already set the fastest lap of the race. Ryan Echberg's going to have to watch out for Harvey Roth.
Yeah, already starting to build that gap, isn't he? Already building a nice, almost a 2nd on the last lap. And now that we've seen this change for 2nd place, you can only assume that that gap will have built out even more over this last lap, giving the potential opportunity for Harry Torpy and Henry Gregory in the background.
Oh.
Big off in the background. Big impact into the barrier. And that's Keon Leon Gamiao on the 99 there. Just about keeps his head on attached to the rest of his body as he clatters into the barrier backwards, but it looks as though that car isn't going any further and he won't continue on with this race. Archie Heron there, that was getting a good exit off of the first couple of corners, I believe taking away a place for himself there. Great camera shot as you see the drivers on the edge of grip there as they fly through that right-hander, but it looks as though, as you pointed out, full course yellow out on circuit, Battenberg conditions. Of course, seen a couple of times today. You guys should be pretty used to this right now. Battenberg conditions, meaning sort of effective safety car conditions. So the leader, which now is Cian Geraghty, must slow down to a much slower pace than he would be in usual race conditions, and basically drive round as the effective safety car, holding up the rest of the pack as the fantastic marshals and medical crew at the circuit deal with whatever the issue is that has caused us to go into Battenberg conditions. So we'll be continuing on like this for however long it takes to get the issue sorted. However, the difference between the Battenberg flag and the red flag is under red flag, the timer stops. On the Battenberg flag, it does not.
So if I'm Cian Geraghty, I want to be slowing these cars up because I want to spend as much time on this lap.
Yeah.
You know, the longer the better in a safety car scenario. And obviously, you know, with a safety car, they have to go to a normal standard speed.
They have to go to the speed.
You can't really do it with this. So unless someone puts an earpiece in Cian Geraghty's head, starts shouting at him.
Exactly. I mean, he sort of is able to go to the pace that he desires. Obviously, there's sort of a bandwidth in which
so that's why
is the understandable amount. Now, yeah, 29. Who is that?
It's Morgan
Hill. Yeah, who's off at the side of the circuit. So Morgan Hill out of this race. There he is on your big screen now, as the rest of the field come through. Lovely transition there from Johnny, who's the cameraman, out on the final port of the circuit. But it looks like we're going green flag conditions already. Cian Geraghty makes the jump early on there. Unlike we've seen earlier, some drivers really waiting at that last corner before they go for it. This time, Cian goes early. Will that benefit him, or will that be a hamper? We'll wait and see. There's a cheeky move. Is that Archie Heron once again on the 159 making a move? Yes, it is. Through on Jensen Buckingham, this time for 11th place.
Well, I don't know if Archie Heron forgot that four wheels is better than two, actually. Managed to get through on turn 2, pretty much on 2 wheels. So a good move there by Archie Heron. There's Harry Torp on the screens, trying to chase down Harvey Roth. But this is all really not going to work in Cian Geraghty's favour, because he's got that big gap that he gained at the start all gone to fall, and now he's going to have to redo it again. Obviously, with the opportunity for Ryan Ekberg to even look at a lead change. I mean, hopefully we can see that, and I mean, it'll work out in Ryan Ekberg's favour.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you said about that. 4 wheels works better than 2, but it's not quite stylish, is it? We'll have a bit of 2-wheeled overtaking, and so do the drivers out there as well, it seems. 51 of Fred Green makes the move down the inside on Alistair Cresswell. That's the move for 7th place then. And through he goes. More points for his championship tally by the end of this race. 6 minutes and 20 left to go. Late move from Henry Gregory, but possibly a little bit too late there. Anyway, thoughts of Harry Torpy coming out of my mouth. But Henry Gregory, anyway, makes up the position. Through follows Lewis Bird. So Gregory up to 4th, Bird up to 5th. Torpy down to 6th place, and now he's got Alistair Cresswell for company, same as Fred Green, Michael Taylor, Ollie Rans, all of these drivers in this train. Now we saw Cian Geraghty build out a nice about 1.5 second gap. He's starting to build that out again with a new fastest lap of the race, a 46.37. The drivers around him in the 46.6s, 46.5s. So Cian Geraghty doing all he needs to at the front of the order. The change on your screen, down the inside goes Lewis Bird, takes 4th place away from Henry Gregory.
Well, I mean, Henry Gregory, that move was later than the word late. So the driver of the number 77 on that Vismo kart doing wonders so far in this race. Watch out for Fred Green. He's been at it all race, and obviously the Green family having just won the Junior X30 final, going well so far. Obviously, want to take another crown to take home. I wonder how it is driving home with your siblings who have just raced with you. I wonder if they'll be shouting at each other, wondering.
Oh, almost certainly.
Probably Zach Green going, "Oh, I've got a trophy."
Perfect.
Oh, he'll hate me for that one.
Yeah, that was lovely. That's exactly what he sounds like.
Oh God,
poor lad.
Well, anyway, let's get back to the racing, shall we? Yeah, brilliant racing so far by all I've seen X30 drivers. Fred Green just closing in on Henry Gregory. Will he look at a move anytime soon? So far, it's just going to have to be a game of waiting. It's almost like a game of cards. You can't always go for it on the first minute. You kind of have to bide your time and go for the win at the end of the race. Saying the end of the race, still got 4 minutes left, so a lot of time. Cian Geraghty makes the fastest lap, and Fred Green goes on the inside of Henry Gregory.
Nice
so Henry Gregory has got his work cut out for him. He's had a Obviously had a good few laps, but obviously wasn't enough to match Fred Green's pace. And now he can try and pull away with Fred Green and try and catch up to the guys in front. There's Alistair Cresswell, who's had a pretty decent start, just following behind Harry Torpey. There hasn't really been much overtakes going on through this race. It's kind of everyone just staying in one pack.
He's not been quite as feisty this race, Harry Torpey, has he? You've seen in previous ones going for crazy sends, and that's why often he is known as the Torpedo. But sitting comfortable in this pack at the moment is Harry Torpey. And like you were saying, Fred Green pressing on really nicely. Lewis Bird initially slipped past Henry Gregory, then did Fred Green. So Henry Gregory back down to 6th place then as the timing finally updates on the left-hand side of your screen. I will say, it is like a big card game, to be fair. You've got to plan many moves ahead, just like a card game or a chess game, but this is definitely a much more exciting spectator sport than a card game or a chess game. And we have been treated to some fantastic racing throughout the day here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Late move to the inside. That's on the 224 of Lewis Bird, taking away a podium position there from Harvey Roth and sending the Tim Wilton Motorsport driver packing, and back down to 4th place he goes.
Well, throw the decks on the floor. It's Lewis Bird coming through, and he's made his move and made his mark on Harvey Roth, and that's actually for the podium spot. So Lewis Bird making that final podium spot. This is for a bit of silverware, which everyone wants to go home with, but only 3 people can do that so far in this Senior X30 final. So far it's looking good for Lewis Bird and Cian Geraghty, who's been leading the way so far. Managed to pull up a bit of a gap from Ryan Ekberg, but it's all to play for with still 2.5 minutes left.
Indeed, definitely still all to play for. Nice bit of a gap at the front for Geraghty, but all still scrapping in behind. There is the 36 of Roth now under pressure from Green. And then this lovely train in behind. Through across the line they come then. Starting lap number 12 of this Senior X30 final for round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Move down the inside from Fred Green. Now relegates Harvey Roth to 5th place. What was looking like a potential podium for Harvey seems to now be really trying to hold on to the top 5 for the last couple of minutes of this race. He's got a little bit of a gap back to Henry Gregory, who heads up the following train, and Henry Gregory under pressure from his teammate. There's a late move down the inside. Archie Heron shuffles the 27, that was of Ollie Rance, out of the way, and Archie Heron forces his way up into the top 10. We do have a mechanical flag that's just gone out, though, sadly, for the 115 of Hugo Haynes. So Hugo, where is he lapping in this order at the moment? 30th place at the moment for Hugo, and he's quite a way off of 29th, which leads me to believe that maybe he's had a bit of contact with someone that then has caused a mechanical issue.
Well, yeah, so unfortunate there for the driver. But there's Harry Torpey in the screens. Actually, there he is. Oh, whoa, getting really close there. Henry Gregory nearly having some problems there.
That's a mechanical issue, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah,
trying to get back to the pit lane. So that is Hugo Haynes just trying to get back to the pits.
Yeah, Hugo Haynes. He tried to get back to the pits, and Henry Gregory nearly getting into tow with the driver there of Hugo Haynes. Anyway, let's move on to Harry Torpey, who's looking at maybe a move on Henry Gregory. He's definitely sizing one up, but it's not an overtake that you can do any second. It's got a couple kart lengths to close in, and hopefully then can go for a move. I saw that move. There's Fred Green on the inside of Lewis Bird. So the 2 teammates, Fred Green has found a lot of pace recently. There's 115 coming in, but Fred Green in the last few laps has found some good pace. So maybe this could be a challenge for P2 against Ryan Ekberg.
He's been pressing on really nicely, hasn't he? Now takes away the podium position from his teammate, as you mentioned. Croc Promotion still 3rd and 4th. Just swapped around now as Green goes through on Bird. Now, as you mentioned, Ryan Ekberg under a bit of pressure for that 2nd place. Another person under pressure still is Henry Gregory. He nearly takes off through that curb on the left. It's crazy watching the drivers do that final complex now. And on to the final lap we go, this Senior X30 final. It looks as though Cian Geraghty has this one signed, sealed and delivered at the moment. He's just got to hold on to it for one more lap of this Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. But Ryan Ekberg is under pressure down to Ashby as nearly Lewis Bird getting chucked off wide as the drivers head out to the left-hand side of the circuit. They open up the corner for themselves again. Up and under tries Fred Green, though. What a perfect move. Read so nicely, but Ekberg tries to hold him around the outside and he can't quite do it. Gets forced just out wide, and Green slips through, but here is Kian Geraghty. What a perfect day it's been for Kian so far today. What a fantastic driver he is, and he takes the win in the Senior X30 final. As they come across the line though, it will be Fred Green who takes second place. Rylan Ekberg has to settle for third. Lewis Bird just about holds on to the car and stays there in fourth place. And we lost Harvey Roth on that last lap. I'm watching him tumble down the timing order. So something happened to Harvey Roth on that last lap. Let's see if he does actually make it to the checkered flag. Nope, there he is, out on the last lap of the race.
Well, such a shame for Harvey Roth. He's been up there all weekend, was pretty much in the top 3 all weekend. Unfortunately, couldn't get it sealed when it mattered. But, I mean, a brilliant drive by Kian Geraghty, takes the win and setting some purple sectors all through that race. Manages the fastest lap of 46.1, so the times are really coming down in that final. Well, there's the final results for you.
There is the final results. I was just going to say, it's so impressive for Kian, because often you can find when you're off on your own, it's so difficult to get into that rhythm and remain consistent. But not only did Kian remain consistent, he remained consistently quickest of the whole field. Take a bow, Mr. Geraghty. You've got maximum points from today's racing here at round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Fred Green and Rylan Ekberg, the rest of your podium places provisionally. Don't forget, make sure you head to result.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC for the finalised results at the end of the day. Lewis Bird, Henry Gregory, Harry Torpy, Alistair Cresswell, Archie Heron, Micah Taylor and Ollie Rand. Your top 10 separated by less than 8 seconds across the line there, and nearly 5 of those seconds were just between first and second. So unbelievably close in that whole race between all those drivers. Aaron Brown was in 11th, behind Jensen Buckingham, Jaden Gregg and Piotr Judovic there, your top 14. And the rest of the finishers were Jack Cox, Josh Palferman, Robbie Buckley, Harry Yule, Eddie Dimbleby, Josh Jones, your top 20, then Macy Hitter, Dylan Brearley, Katie Ashman, Oliver Harris, Juan Pablo Diaz, then Ollie Keenan and Leo Robinson. Behind them, Natalia Dabek, Harvey Roth, of course. So Natalia Dabek, your last of your finishers there in 28th place. All finishers within 30 seconds of each other. Harvey Roth out on that last lap. Hugo Haynes out with 4 laps to go. Avi Richards out with 5 laps to go, and then Morgan Hill and Kian Leon Gamiao out near the start of that race. And I think those two were the cause of that Battenberg that we had earlier on. But that was the third to last final done and dusted. The Senior X30s are finito for the day. We've got the other seniors out. Next is the Senior Rotaxes.
So the Senior Rotax final is ready and prepared to go here at Whilton Mill, round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. And it's going to be Jack Collins who starts on the pole position spot. Ethan Martin, Charlie Webb rounds out your top 3. Lewis Wild, Spencer Brum, watch out for him on that 3rd row. Zaki Hussein rounds out the row 3. And moving down the field, it's Stefan Kazmarski, James Tester, Samuel Cook, Ralph Youngling rounds out the top 10. Ross Tyler, Dalton Norris rounds out your row 6. Ronnie Bradfield, Miles Roby, Harry Bloor, Stephanie Hobika, Adrian Ngwa, and Jack Wilch rounds out your row 9. Jack Spencer, Luca Mann, Louis Weaver, Lucas Theo, Matt Davey, Finley Hayes round out your row 12. Mac McFarquhar, Lord McFarquhar starts from P25. Molly Griffiths, Brees Madison, JJ Hine, Daniel Archer, Ollie Owen round out your row 15. And rounding out the field is Elliot Thomas and Dylan Norris.
Lord Farquhar in this race. What can the Lord, the Lord himself do there from the middle of the pack? We'll have to wait and see. But once again, just like the Senior X30 final, Senior Rotax, plenty of heavy hitters in this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of good drivers, and it's going to be a real mix of who can fight through the field. But yeah, no favouritism, but we want Lord McFarquhar.
No favouritism at all, but we do have a bit of a soft spot for Mr. Mac McFarquhar. We love him. Big shout out to him on the stream, and he's got a lovely lid which says Lord Farquhar across the back, so anyone behind him knows exactly who they are battling with. But here are your drivers at the sharp end of the order then. Collins alongside Martin. Jack Collins on that number 12, which will now be on the right hand side of your screen. The 75 on the left-hand side of your screen, that is Ethan Martin. Let's get ready to go then. Second to last race of the day. Take it away, Mr. Ellis.
Well, the Senior Rotax final is off and away. And down into turn 1. Ethan Martin's been pushed wide, so dropped a few places there at the start. He's got some work to cut out for him. There's Jack Spencer in the middle of the pack, but if we go into the critical corner around the outside, Charlie Webb, will he get it sorted? Oh, he hits Jack Collins. So will Jack Collins hold on? We'll have to wait and see, but this is absolutely piling up already. Spencer Brougham has got into second place. Brilliant start by Spencer Brougham. Stefan Kosmarski has made James Tester over the top of Samuel Cook. So that is not a brilliant way to start your final, and James Tester, he might have got some dirty tyres there. But as we go to the front of the pack, Charlie Webb, shall I say, gets the first spot. Spencer Brougham is in second place. Ethan Martin's had to cut the chicane, so it's gone from bad to worse for Ethan Martin, and he's got a lot of work to cut out for him. And I mean, I don't know if they applied a penalty for cutting that chicane, if he's gained an advantage or not. We'll have to wait and see. But so far, my word, this is a brilliant final so far. Charlie Webb has made it to the lead. Spencer Brougham in second. Oh, there's a couple of drivers off there. I think that was Ross Tyler. Actually getting all over the place there, all in different parts of Northamptonshire. That's Zaki Hussein. Watch out for Zaki. He's the man on the move at the moment. He's the one who can close down the top 5. Who's that? Lewis Wild and Jack Spencer side by side. Jack round the outside. Brilliant move there. Spencer Brougham's in the lead. Charlie Webb, watch out for Charlie. Brilliant driving here by our senior Rotaxes, and what a start to the race.
Wow, trying to fight back then is the 24 of Charlie Webb, as Spencer Brougham now takes the lead of the race. I think, like you were saying, I think it will matter whether Ethan Martin gained an advantage there taking the old layout, and maybe he just said, I prefer the old layout, I'm just going to take that this lap, why not? But no, forced out wide he was, and now they move the lead. Brougham forced out wide, and Webb slips through around the outside, tries the 44, but can't quite hold it. It's so exciting, I can't get my words out. Brougham back down the inside, and Ashby retakes second place. They're nearly 3 wide on the exit of the corner. They are 3 wide as they head into the left-hander. They just about all make it through, just about enough room given by the 2 drivers, but look at that. Collins loses 1 place, and then suddenly loses about 5 or 6.
This is the most exciting part of the pack, just staying together. You know, it's all good seeing a driver pull away and getting that win, but this is what the real racing is when all the drivers are staying in one pack, and it's battle after battle. Samuel Cook's got some damage there. That's a broken Nazoo. I think that was from when Tester took flight over him. But so far, so good for these drivers. Jack Collins, yeah, he's got some work to do. He's in P8. Charlie Webb, fastest lap of the race. Watch out for Ethan Martin. He is having an eventful race so far. Stefan Kosmarski just making some contact with him there. There is the battle at the front. Watch out for Ralph Youngling in that battle. To say that, Zaki Hussein has gone off wide. So the number 113 there, having some troubles there. Harry Bloor on the inside of Stefan Kosmarski, and this is the lead battle we're watching. Spencer Brougham on the inside for Charlie Webb, and he's made his way through. So brilliant driving there by Spencer Brougham. He knows how to win here. He's done it enough. Same with Charlie Webb. So it's going to be a real testament to who can get in front of each other when it comes to the final lap.
Beautiful move down the inside. That was so perfectly weighted for Brougham, and despite making a move for the lead, takes the fastest lap of the race. 47.260 for Spencer Brougham on that last time around the circuit. Still loads of chopping and changing throughout this sharp end of the order, but this little bit of battling in behind has allowed for Brougham and Webb to just extend a bit of a gap. About 1.1, 1.2 seconds that gap, and that NASA panel is very much gone now off of the number 66, and they're dropping right to the back of the pack. Far from ideal, not great for aerodynamics for Samuel Cook, and I think as well he might be forced back to the pit lane here. More moves going on down at the sector 3. 44 of Kachmashik goes through a move, puts Harry Bloor down to 4th place, and Kachmashik up into the podium spots, and now the leader of the challengers towards the top 2. However, this battling between these 4 from 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th has opened up that gap even further. Now 1.8 seconds down the inside once more. Ethan Martin fights back. Bloor forced back down into 5th place. Youngling tries to follow through but can't quite force the door open himself.
Well, you can see that grass going into Ashby, so all the drivers have to move offline, break in the middle of the circuit. So brilliant job by all the senior Rotax drivers, seeing where slippery surface is on the track and taking full advantage of it, and that could be a really good opportunity just to push someone into it and send them flying off. So but yeah, here's the battle quite further down in the grid.
That was the exact racer's point of view that we were looking for, having you in the box, Charlie.
Well, I've done a good job then. Well, anyway, Jack Spencer, you just saw going through your screens there, has made a few places up at the start of this race. I mean, there's a bunch of drivers that made moves up through the field at the start of the race. I saw Ralph Youngland going through there with Jack Collins. So Jack Collins not having the best of start. There's a bunch of drivers at the front of the field not having the best of starts. You look at Ethan Martin, Jack Collins, they've not had the best goes. But I mean, we're going to have to see what happens later stages in the race. Anything can happen, as always with motorsport. And it's going to be very exciting coming up in the next few minutes. But there's Ethan Martin on the screens. Number 75, Dan Hollenkart, watch out for him. Right behind Harry Bloor, right in front of him, Stefan Kazmarski. So it's all work to play out for. This is for the final podium spot. So Stefan has got his work cut out for him if he wants to hold on for this final podium spot.
He has indeed. Those front two continuing to pull away as Brom gets another fastest lap. 47.15 now, that fastest lap. And we were saying about how it's been such a chaotic opening part of this race. Biggest mover at the front of the order, though, is definitely Harry Bloor. He started this race in 15th place, and he's already in P5. He's at the back of this little train here on the 146, and he's got his eyes set on Ethan Martin. But Ethan Martin has got his eyes set on the driver ahead. Move goes through on Stefan Kazmarski, and Martin takes that last podium spot for himself.
Well, Ethan Martin, the move of the day, I wouldn't say the day actually, the move of the of this session so far. Ethan Martin just making his way through into that final podium spot. It's all he needs, because he's got to try and close down. Oh, move there from Jack Collins on Ralph Youngland. But I was trying to say, Ethan Martin has got his work cut out for him if he wants to catch up to the top two here. Spencer Brown and Charlie Webb sort of working together, although having a little battle themselves, trying to pull away from the rest of the pack. I think
it might be less of them working together and less that Charlie Webb just can't quite keep on that rear bumper of Brom.
Well, I mean, Spencer's such a consistent driver, so he's going to drive the same lap every lap.
Well, they're the only two drivers in the 46s, but it's a 46.8 for Brom and a 46.9 for Webb.
Yeah, so Spencer a 10th quicker than Charlie Webb. That's all it takes to lead the field here, as you say that. Spencer Brom. Oh, ooh. No, Lord McFarquhar! No! Our main man is out of the race. I think we've got to stop supporting him.
Oh, Matt McFarquhar, I'm so sorry. Commentary cursed you there with our love for Lord Farquhar. Sadly, out of this race is the number 87. He won't be seeing the checkered flag. And I will say, Luca Mann has gone out of the race on the same lap. So potentially a little bit of a scuffle between those two on that last lap. But Brom and Webb both once again went even faster on that last lap, both in the 46.7s, but again half a tenth quicker for Spencer Brom. And now Ethan Martin, now he's been released, as you might say, at the front of this train. He's now into the 46s as well, but is it a little bit too late for him to catch those top two? I think it might be. Changing this pack though, Bloor ahead of Kazmarski, as you mentioned, Youngling ahead of Collins now. It's still all chopping and changing, and we've still got just less than 4 minutes to go.
Well, this race has gone by so quickly. Action through the field here in Senior Rotax. I mean, Senior Rotax always provides action. There's a move near the back of the pack. I wonder if we can see who that was. A bunch of drivers through this field. There's Ralph Youngling on your screens. He's had a brilliant drive so far. Wasn't up there in qualifying and had to work his way through in the heats. He's done what he needed to, and he's here when it counts. Sitting in P6 at the moment, right behind Stefan Kazmarski. Will he have a look for that top 5 spot? Ross Tyler mounting the curb there, using all the track he possibly can. I mean, he paid for all of it. He might as well go and use it. But so far, so good for Spencer Brougham, who's just at the fastest lap, 46.7. So the times are closing down here at Whilton Mill.
I will say as well, this is great for Spencer Brougham's championship charge coming into the round. This is one of the closest championships actually after the first 2 rounds of racing. Ethan Ling was in the lead of the championship on 182 points. Spencer Brougham on 181. Samuel Cook on 178. However, Ethan Ling is not here today, not scoring any points. Samuel Cook is already out of this race. So this is fantastic.
Oh, no.
Nearly turned round, and they do make a collision on the exit of the corner. Not happy with that one. Was the 1-2-7 as they all got a bit too close to comfort through there. But like I was saying, Brougham getting maximum points from this race anyway, should be extending his championship lead to the front of the order, and that is perfect for him as he presses towards the Whilton Mill title in the Senior Rotaxes.
Well, every day is a championship thinking day here at Whilton Mill. Round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We've still got a few rounds left until we crown those champions, so every point counts here in the early stages of the championship. And so far looking good for Spencer Brougham, although that first heat at the start won't have done him any good. But obviously you can have drop rounds here in the championship, which is also important, especially when you have those bad weekends. Jack Collins on the inside. That was a strong move. And down the inside of Ralph Youngling. Ralph's going to have to now cover off from Ross Tyler, who's got the run out the final corner. So round the outside at turn 1. It's not a very easy move, so I would suspect he closed back in on that gap and has a go again. Watch out for Harry Bloor. He's on. Oh, actually, I say that. Ross Tyler on the inside of Ralph Youngling. So pretty good move there by Ross Tyler. Planned that perfectly. Harry Bloor on the inside for Ethan Martin. So this is for the final podium spot. So brilliant driving by Harry Bloor. Closed in the gap in the last couple minutes and managed to make the move. So it's all about, can he keep it stum from Ethan Martin. Ethan Martin, he knows how to make moves here through Whilton. And I say that, oh my word! Ethan Martin over the back. Harry Bloor has now, so that's going to be a technical flap, Harry Bloor. So Stefan Kuzmarski is now taking the podium spot. So Stefan, who had that podium spot later in the race, and there's Harry Bloor. That's so gutting. He's had to slow down there. Yeah,
Harry Bloor was flying, wasn't he? Just like you were saying, flying up the order into the final of the podium spots. But an aggressive move there from Kashmashik sends him up and over the back of Bloor's kart, breaks the. As you can hear there, breaks the exhaust, and Bloor has to slowly but surely bring it back to the pits. And like you were saying, they do have drop rounds in the championship. I believe you have 8 rounds in total. 6 of them count towards the championship. So 2 rounds you can drop at the end of the season. And I feel like after that incident, this might be one of them for Harry Bloor.
Well, yeah, exactly that. That's the beauty of those drop rounds. There's Lewis Wild on your screens, right behind Zaki Hussein's behind him, but he's behind Dalton Norris. So Dalton's had a good race so far. He struggled in the heats quite a bit. Managed to make the time up when it counted in the final. And Stefan Kuzmarski, what a brilliant drive so far. I mean, there's quite a big gap, but if you see all the action that's been going on in the Senior Rotax final, Spencer Brougham has pulled a bit of a gap from Charlie Webb. So the Motorsport UK Academy driver working wonders at the moment here at Whilton Mill, and obviously he knows how to win races here. He's done so in the past. And you can hear Harry Bloor in the background.
You can hear Harry Bloor still going around. We said earlier that Team UK suit from the Rotax Grand Finals must be worth at least half a second, and Spencer Brown's proving that now. 1.5 seconds in the lead as he takes us on to the last lap of the race. It's still been a great race from Charlie Webb. He's been close and close to Spencer Brown at the front of the field, but just not quite able to match his pace by half a tenth every single lap, just dropping that little bit further and further off of your leader. But here is Stefan Kashmashik on the 44, still just ahead of Jack Collins now, but a lot of pressure being applied not only by Jack Collins, but also Ethan Martin in this train as well. There is the 44 of Kashmashik into Oge as they come then, and it looks like he's got just about enough space. Has he? Checks over the shoulder to the outside, sends Jack Collins. Here is Spencer Brown, though he comes round the final corner to win the final in Senior Rotax here at round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Charlie Webb finishes in second. It will be Kashmashik who holds on to the final podium places, and Jack Collins and Ethan Martin round out the top 5.
Well, Jamie Brougham, Spencer's dad, will be jumping with delight after that one. A brilliant drive by Spencer Brougham, and after having those struggles in the round before, we had to fight through from the back. He started at the front and he finished at the front. Likes the flag finish for Spencer Brougham. Charlie Webb had a good battle at the start, was looking promising for a win there, but he just couldn't find the pace in the end. Maybe the tyres started dropping off too early, we don't know. But I mean, brilliant race in there.
That was a great race. I think that was James Tester we saw coming across the line there, smashing his steering wheel. Of course, we saw him go up and over someone early on in that race, so a frustrating race for James then. But want to take us through the results of that one? That was an interesting race.
Senior Rotax final. Obviously, provisional results. Don't take it into consideration straight away. Spencer Brougham takes the win there. Charlie Webb 1.8 seconds behind, so Spencer managed to gain that gap. Stefan Kuzmarski managed to work his way through into podium spots. Jack Collins, Ethan Martin. Ethan had an eventful race here at the top 5. Ross Tyler, Ralph Youngling, Dalton Norris, Lewis Wild, Zaki Hussein round out your top 10. Louis Wheeler, Miles Roby, Ollie Owen and Jack Wiltz rounds out your top 14. Stephanie Hubika, James Tessu was basically American Airlines for half of that race. In P16, Finley Hayes, Adriel Ngwa, Dylan Norris, Molly Griffiths, Daniel Archer, Lucas Theo, JJ Hind, Brees Madison, Ronnie Bradley, Matt Davey, and Jack Spencer. 2 laps down, his one of the first retirements. Obviously Harry Blore, he was running at the front there, had that exhaust problem. That's been driven over by the 75 of Ethan Martin. He was out, followed by Luca Mann. Lord McFarquhar, unfortunately, has seen better days, and today was not that day. And Samuel Cook, 31st, 13 laps down.
Gutted for all those drivers out of the race before they could see the checkered flag. But yeah, sadly, Matt McFarquhar not seeing the final lap in that one. But ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end of the day here for round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We're ready to go for the final race of the day. The Junior Max A final is coming up next. Right then, well, this is sure to be an exciting race, only looking at the starting grid for this one. Your top 3 on the grid all have identical points, and these positions, first, second and third on the grid, were decided by fastest laps today, ladies and gentlemen. Alfie Thompson on 70 points, a 46.75 his fastest lap. Harry Freeman second on the grid, 70 points, a 46.93 for Harry. Charlie Neve third on the grid, 70 points once again, a 46.98 his fastest lap. That's how close it is here in the Junior Max A final. Oliver Smith joins Charlie on that second row, with Michael Walker and Devon Nolan on row number 3. Row 4 has William Webb and Harry Hurst-Grover. He's been impressive today as Harry. See what he can do from row number 4, with Shane Tanjaria and Finley Jones rounding out the top 10. Behind them are Michael Dalton and Thomas Hill on row number 6. With row 7 having Henry Cameron and Aidan Large. Callum Gosh and Ollie Ortu are on row 8, with DeJourn Bennett and Logan Lauder on row number 9. Then finalising the top 20 are Dominic Parabok and Oliver Meek. Then there's Harry Russell and Ellis Snow on row 11, with Ethan Hatch and Daniel Gurney on row number 12. Then row 13, I always say it, unlucky for some, will it be unlucky for Charlie Cox and Elliot Foster. Elliot, your top rated novice in this one. Riley Bishop and Ryan Rapini start on row 14, with Daniel Callahan and Jack Baker there on row 15. Then Dexter Collins, Joel Dixon-Cohen, Jensen Powers and Molly Pugh. Those 4 drivers all coming through from the B final then, and let's see what they can do right from the back of the pack. And you were saying about in the B final that Joel Dixon-Cohen was going to get through to the A final. He did just that. Let's see what he can do in this A final. But leading us to the lights then for the final time here for round 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, the Junior Max A final is go, and the 87 immediately chops across to take the lead. That's Alfie Thompson from the pole, and he takes the lead. Trying to open the door there is the number 80. That's a 60 of Charlie Neve. He's already stuck through to second place, was trying it for the lead as well. Not quite able to do so this time up at Christmas corner, but holds on to it and just about holds on to second place there as he gets almost perpendicular to the corner there at Ashby. Holds on to it, but that driver doesn't. Off onto the grass. A big wide excursion there for the number, was that the 50, potentially the 58 of Callum Gosh, that might have been off on the exit of the circuit. There's Thomas Hill trying to hang it around the outside of some drivers in the mid-pack. But we look back to your leaders then. This is the 60 of Charlie Neve, still pressuring the 87 of Alfie Thompson as they head through this new final section of the circuit. So coming to the end of lap number 1, they're still as they were near the sharp end, with Alfie Thompson leading Charlie Neve. Charlie Neve has obviously made up that position. Harry Freeman has dropped to 4th from second on the grid, and Michael Walker from 5th on the grid is getting involved as well. But here's the move for the lead then. Up at Christmas corner, Charlie Neve takes it away from Alfie Thompson.
Well, I was speaking to Charlie Neve's mechanic earlier, James Lingard. He said, I woke up today and I thought today was going to be a good day. So far, so good for Charlie Neve there. Mikey Walker, Alfie Thompson side by side, and the Evolution duo will try and fight their way through. Harry Hurst-Grover, watch him out there. Oh, taps the back there. Oh, 2 drivers off. Dominic Parabic has had troubles there. Couldn't see who else it was
Daniel
with.
Gurney it was with.
So Dan Gurney, who hasn't had the best day today. Obviously did good enough to make it to the final, but just not enough in the final. So unlucky there. Oh, watch out for Harry Freeman. Well, that's an overtaken opportunity if I've ever seen one. Harry Freeman looks at the move on Mikey Walker. Can't get it done. Charlie Neve. Charlie Neve to watch out. Michael Dalton on the inside of Harry Hurst-Grover. That was a good move. And got the kart stopped when he needed to. Mikey
for the
Walker,
lead.
watch out for him. On the inside for Charlie Neve.
Still
And he
side
does
by
it.
side.
Harry Freeman, watch out for him. He goes round the outside of Charlie Neve. Can't get it done. Looks to the inside. Charlie Neve covers off. And this is all going to work in the hands of Mikey Walker. You can try and pull this gap out, but I don't think it'll be good enough yet. Charlie Neve is going to try and push hard as he can to try and close back in.
I was going to say how Alfie Thompson had not only lost the lead, he'd slipped back to 4th place, but already that's all changed at the front of the order. I don't think there's going to be any working together in this Junior Max A final. All drivers fighting tooth and nail for this win out there on circuit. Check over the shoulder from Michael Water. Big move to the inside from Charlie Neve. I thought it was an attack. I think it was more of a defensive move there. Feeding the pressure now from Harry Freeman in behind them. And now, how many drivers is it? 5 all in a queue. There's the late move for the lead. Then finally goes aggressive again as Charlie Neve retakes the lead of the race down at Ashby.
Brilliant move by Charlie Neve. Got it done and sorted when he needed to. Yellow flags out in this sector, so no overtaking. There's a driver off.
Dear.
Oh, I think that was
Dexter
our
Collins.
winner. Yeah, that was our winner in the B final, Dexter Collins. So no overtaking in this sector of the track. But Charlie Neve has got to watch out here from Mikey Walker. So far, the first couple of laps have been really good.
You'll be happy to hear Joel Dixon Cohen's already up to 21st place in this final.
Brilliant.
Impressive stuff. And now as they come across the line to finish another lap of this race, William moved up even more. He's in the top 20 as Joel Dixon Cohen. He's pressing through really well round the outside for the lead, but he can't quite hold it, Mikey Walker. And now under pressure from the drivers behind. That's given a little bit of breathing room actually to Charlie Neve there. It was an impressive attempt to move around the outside there, but a little bit too much lateral movement there sees him lose the grip and lose a bit of time to Charlie Neve, who still leads this race.
Well, we all remember that move from Macaulay Bishop at the O-plate. 2 round the outside at Christmas Corner. And Mikey Walker tried to do that M&M round the outside. Couldn't get it sorted. And Charlie Neve holds on.
I almost
so
thought
it's
Henry
very
Burnett
close.
was in the comms box with me there.
Well, I've definitely not got the same weight as him.
Oh, I hope Henry doesn't hear that one.
Oh, that's my career done. Anyway, Mikey Walker just holding on from Alfie Thompson. Alfie down the inside now. Will he hold it? He's going to have his teammate follow through. Harry Freeman gets the job sorted there. 2 for the price of 1. Goes Alfie Thompson and Harry Freeman. Will the 2 duo work together? Well, that's a driver off there. That's a 17. That's Jack Baker. So Jack, who was up there in the heat.
He had the fastest time of this race so far.
Oh, wow. So brilliant stuff there by Jack Baker. Obviously not gone where he wanted to. He was running quite high as well. So unfortunate final for him. But these are the drivers we need to watch out for. Alfie Thompson, Harry Freeman, Mikey Walker. And who is that coming in at 5th place? That's William Webb. So watch out for William Webb. He's been there or thereabouts all weekend. And he's trying to get into the pack when it mattered. And obviously Harry Freeman holding on to that final podium spot. Watch out for Charlie Cox. Now he's made a fastest lap of the race. Harry Freeman on the inside of Alfie Thompson gets the move done. So the duo, the Evolution duo, will they work together to try and catch up to Charlie Neve? I don't know, but Jack Baker, one of the other Evolution drivers, has a few troubles there. Oliver Smith, watch out for Oliver Smith on that Coles car. Oh, they've been pushed wide. Harry Hurst-Grover pushing Devon Nolan wide, showing Michael Dalton no room.
Has he got a problem? He was very sliding into the next corner as well. We'll keep an eye there on Devon Nolan, but he was definitely squeezed wide there. He's carrying on anyway, so maybe just that bit of momentum that we were talking about earlier, that negative momentum, now catching out the 54 of Devon Nolan as he slips down the order ever so slightly, almost out of the top 10. Settles in P10, but is still under a lot of pressure. That bit of battling between Freeman and Thompson, I was going to say, could help Charlie Neve in the lead of this race, as Charlie, once again, just like we've seen a few drivers early on in earlier finals, is having to go it alone at the front. Has built about 0.6 of a second. However, Harry Freeman's taken the fastest lap on the last lap. It was only 0.04 quicker than Charlie Neve's last lap, which was also his personal best, but equally, little by little, Harry Freeman could start to close in once again. More battling in the mid-pack. That's the 53 that we were looking at the moment. Battle sort of in the middle to bottom end of the top 10, but it's all still very scrappy, and I've got to say, this is probably the closest it's been between the top 10 all day, and that's saying something, because we've had some extremely close finals this afternoon.
Yep, and there's the mechanical flag for the 237 of Finley Jones. So I don't know what's happened to Finley, but obviously the scrutineers have picked something up, and that car can't be on circuit of the too dangerously. Oh, that's Charlie Cox on the inside of Callum Gosh. So Charlie Cox, who started near the back of the field, if I remember rightly, has slowly been making his way through the field, picking them off one by one. Callum Gosh, he's having to, well, he'll probably try and work with him if he can. There's the drivers all the way through the field having good battles. There's Mikey Walker and William Webb on your screen. So the drivers in fourth and fifth place. So Alfie Thompson and Harry Freeman slowly pulling a gap already. I mean, slowly. I mean, they've pulled a pretty big gap so far. Charlie Neve setting the fastest lap of the race there, 47.09. He's just going to bide his time and keep checking behind now and then. See if a charging Harry Freeman and Alfie Thompson goes in. Meanwhile, Oliver Smith makes a move. That was a pretty strong move. I couldn't really see who that was on. But I think that was on Shane Shankra, who was the number 56 there in the Pro Train kart.
Yeah, it was a good move. It definitely was on Shane Tandaria as he's still under pressure here. Now batting with the 54, Devon Nolan. So Devon Nolan has slipped through as well. And now the 175 of Henry Cameron trying to get involved too. So this is all around the bottom end of the top 10, just on that cusp of the top 10 for a few drivers. And all super, super close racing. Now, Harry Freeman and Alfie Thompson, you questioned earlier whether they would work together and press towards the leader. I think they are doing that. And Harry Freeman, new fastest lap of the race, 47.01 for Harry Freeman. It was a 47.04 for Alfie Thompson behind and a 47.04 for Charlie Neve in front. So all of our top three within 300th of a second of each other on that last lap. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not get much closer than this. 3.5 minutes left to go in this race. That's a late move to the inside, a little bit too late, and the 133 is spun there through Wilkins. Who was that getting tipped round? It was Aidan Lard just getting tipped round by Charlie Cox there.
That was a large move from Riley Bishop. Another pun. Whee!
Nice.
And Charlie Cox, there he is on your screens. Harry Freeman sets the fastest lap of the race, 46.9. So we were saying earlier, these drivers are really close. And it's going to be a pure testament to the driver's consistency more than driving skill. Joel Dixon Cohen gets a contact warning. So he's made a lot of moves in this race, and maybe there were a couple of moves which could be questionable.
He's in 13th though, so it's worked out either way.
So brilliant move through the field by Joel Dixon Cohen. Actually on our screens here, would he be looking at a move on Charlie Cox? Yes, he does. So down the inside goes Joel Dixon Cohen on Charlie Cox. Defends the next corner just to make sure Charlie doesn't have another opportunity to get back through. Harry Hurst-Grover right up behind William Webb here. So I wonder what happened to Mikey Walker. I think he's pulled a bit of a gap now from the William Webb number 899 driver. So it's close here in the Junior Rotax final.
If Joel Dixon Cohen can get this place, and he just has, he's now gained 20 positions so far in this final. Unbelievable movement from Joel Dixon Cohen, and he is flying through the order in this A final. But watch that gap between the leaders as well, and here we look back to the leaders. That gap between Harry Freeman and Charlie Neve has closed considerably, and not only that, Alfie Thompson took the fastest lap on that last lap. It was one slightly slower lap from Charlie Neve that has allowed for all of these drivers to close back up again. It was a 47.05 for Charlie Neve, a 46.86 for Harry Freeman, and a 46.83 for Alfie Thompson. So those two Evolution drivers now closing up right to the rear bumper of Charlie Neve. Onto a new lap they go. There's only a minute and a half left to go, and these three drivers separated by less than half a second.
Well, this is going to spice things up. Charlie Neve thought he had all the pace in the world to get away, but Harry Freeman and Alfie Thompson just been chipping at it corner after corner, trying to find all they can out of their Evolution karts. And Harry Freeman right behind Charlie Neve. Will this be a move into the Ogiers complex? We'll have to wait and see. No, just a couple kart lengths, two back. Too silly to go for a move like that. We've still got over a minute left, so you know, couple laps left to finalise this move. But so far, Harry Freeman, last couple laps, been making big strides through the field. Alfie Thompson actually got the fastest lap of the race in that last lap. So it's anyone's game here, but the top three could definitely be twisted up.
I think this will just about be the third to last lap. I think they've crossed it with about a second or so buffer in that, which gives an extra whole lap of opportunity to Harry Freeman and Alfie Thompson in behind. But will they need a whole other lap? They're already pressuring down to Ashby. Charlie Neve gets sent wide, and off of the circuit goes Charlie Neve. Through go both of the Evolution drivers. Up and under now is trying Alfie Thompson. Thinks about it to the inside. Very late to the inside there, and luckily it's just able to back out of it. And I think Harry Freeman says, "Thank you for not taking me out there, mate. We can continue on for another few laps of racing." racing, but they've lost a bit of time there now, so it's going to be close across the line here. 5 seconds on the clock. We're ticking down the clock. I think they're just going to see it before the last lap ball comes out, and they are just going to see it. So now we thought it was going to be a negative for Charlie Neve. It's actually going to be the biggest positive for Charlie Neve, because he now has 2 laps rather than just 1 to try and retake this lead he's held for so long.
Well, it just shows that in one corner, your whole race can be twisted up. He thought he had that race all done, sealed and sorted throughout the past few minutes, and out of nowhere, Harry Freeman showing what he's got. He definitely had the pace, and he showed it in the heat, and finally pulls it out in the final when it matters. And Harry Freeman, he's going to hold off his teammate. I mean, you know, they are teammates at the end of the day, and the number 1 rule is you don't hit your teammate.
Yes.
So this will be very exciting for the last lap, as now, going on to the final lap, here we go. So, Alfie Thompson giving him the finger, saying, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. And Harry Freeman, he's going to be going anyway, because he wants this win more than Alfie Thompson does.
I don't think he's naive enough to think that he won't attack.
Well, he taps the back of Harry Freeman. I think Harry Freeman closed.
That's allowed
braked
Charlie
a bit
Neve to
too
get
much
back in.
there. A bit too much brake pressure. Oh, my word. Charlie Neve all over the back of Alfie Thompson.
That bit of defensive move from Alfie Thompson. Look at the gap it's given to Harry Freeman at the front, though. That might be it for this lead of the race then. Harry Freeman given that little bit of extra room, courtesy of Alfie Thompson, just pulling over to defend there from Charlie Neve. So in defending second place, he might have given up the opportunity to go for the win. What a race it's been in the Junior Max A final here for round number 3, and it is going to be Harry Freeman who takes the win here for Evolution and wins the Junior Max A final. His fellow Evolution driver Alfie Thompson takes the fastest lap of the race in second place on the road, and Charlie Neve, he must be kicking himself. It's still a top 3, but he had that win in the bag for so long, and just in the last couple of laps loses out to it, but still should walk out here with his head held high. Had fantastic pace, brilliant battling from Charlie, but will have to settle for 3rd this time around.
Well, Charlie Neve, it's the race is never over till you cross the checkered flag, and that's always the biggest statement in motorsport. And obviously it's shown here. Charlie Neve had that race sorted for most of the race, and I think myself thought that Charlie Neve would have got it sorted. Unfortunately, couldn't come to tow. Harry Freeman, who's basically been on it all day, coming in when it's right and when you needed to sort of come in. But I mean, what a race to round out today's racing. Junior Max A final results, obviously provisional. Watch out for Alpha Live timings for the actual results. Harry Freeman takes the win here at Whilton Mill, followed by Alfie Thompson, 5 tenths behind, so managed to pull that bit of a gap. As you said, Charlie Neve rounds out the top 3, followed by Mikey Walker, Devon Nolan, Michael Dalton, Harry Hurst-Grover, Oliver Smith, Henry Cameron, Shane Chandra rounds out the top 10, only 10 seconds covering the top 10, so always close here at Whilton Mill. Charlie Cox, Riley Bishop, Joel Dixon Cohen finishes in 13th after starting from the back of the grid, so good job by Joel. Thomas Hill rounds out in P14, Jensen Powers, Logan Lauder, Harry Russell, William Webb, Oliver Meek, Aidan Large, Jaden Bennett, Dominic Parabic, Daniel Gurney, Elliot Foster, Ollie Archu, Daniel Callaghan, Ethan Hatch. Rounds out your 27 cars, and just the final ones coming through. So Molly Pugh was the last one to finish on circuit. We had DNS from Callum Gosh, Finney Jones, Jack Baker, Ryan Rapini, Ellis Snow and Dexter Collins.
Wow, what a race to end off the day then, and what a day of racing it's been here for round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. Well, Charlie, your first experience of commentating Whilton Mill Kart Club, I know you've raced in plenty of them, but how was it off track, shouting about the action instead?
Well, it's always exciting. And it's more. I found it more exciting watching it than actually racing it. If I ever got the chance to do it again, I mean, what a brilliant track we are at. You know, Whilton Mill. It's one of the iconic circuits, as we said at the start of the day. One of the most iconic circuits in karting history, and always providing great action, as shown just then. And obviously in heats before, like through the heats, there was brilliant action. In the finals, even better action. So what a way to round out the day.
Exactly, yeah. There's definitely been some calamities through the day. We've had a couple of Battenbergs and red flags and whatnot, but luckily the team here doing a fantastic job. So a massive shout out, first of all, to all the team that sort out everything to do with Whilton Mill Kart Club and make sure that it runs so smoothly, whether that's people in the office, people out there on circuit, manning the marshal post, people sorting out the medical, all of the medical team, and all of that side of things. We literally couldn't go racing without you. So a big thank you and a big shout out to all of you. And of course, secondarily, you guys couldn't watch all this action without the lovely people at Alpha Live. So a big shout out to everyone at Alpha Live, whether that's well, us in the comms box, but we don't really need to thank us.
No,
the producers, no, exactly, ignore us. The producers, of course, all of the camera men and women out there on their posts as well, braving some pretty awful weather today to bring you these amazing pictures from round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Now, speaking of WMKC, we'll be back once again for round number 4 on the 23rd of June. So make sure you pop that in your diaries. You don't want to miss that. I mean, given how incredible the racing was today, you definitely don't want to miss round 4 as the season continues later on in June. But lots of karting, car content, all sorts of stuff on Alpha Live before we get to that round 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So make sure you drop a subscribe on the channel so that you don't miss any of that. Well, thank you all for watching today's racing. My name is John Ratcliffe. He's been Charlie Ellis. We've had a fantastic time in the comms box taking you through the action. Any final words, Charlie?
Well, I mean, thank you very much for watching. It's obviously been a brilliant day full of racing, lots of action. And obviously, I want to come back.
Of course,
brilliant.
Of course, it was great. We'd love to have you back, Charlie. You've been a serious asset in the comms box, and it's been great to have you with us for the ride. Thank you all so much for watching round number 3 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024, and we'll see you next month for round number 4. Goodbye.